Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku became the hunter of shadow. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Izuku Midoriya, a 15-year-old boy, sat in his classroom, quietly contemplating his training regimen while gripping a strength trainer. He reflected on the events that had transpired over the past month, particularly after the sludge incident and his encounter with the legendary hero, All Might. It had been a tumultuous time for Izuku. He had faced betrayal from his once best friend, been attacked by a monstrous creature, and met All Might, only to have his dreams momentarily dashed. He had saved Bakugo from danger, despite being the reason he was in peril in the first place. Bakugo's reckless actions had led to the encounter with the sludge monster. It was a shocking experience to see All Might revert to his frail form, a stark contrast to the symbol of peace he had always admired. Izuku vividly recalled All Might's explanation about his injuries sustained from battling a formidable villain and an S-rank monster. All Might had shared how this fight had left him with a wound that limited his heroic endeavors to just 5 hours a day. Izuku listened in awe, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as All Might described the challenges he faced. All Might had chuckled lightly, attempting to downplay his condition, but Izuku's admiration only grew. To him, All Might's perseverance in the face of adversity made him even cooler. He expressed his admiration, acknowledging the hero's sacrifices and unwavering spirit, which moved All Might deeply. The boy's words resonated with him, reminding him that even in his weakened state, he could still inspire hope. Despite the emotional moment, Izuku urged All Might to take care of himself. All Might reassured him that he would, but then shifted the conversation to a proposition. He acknowledged that while it was nearly impossible for someone without a quirk to become a hero, he believed Izuku had the potential to rise above. He offered to transfer his quirk to Izuku, a concept that left the boy in disbelief. Izuku's excitement bubbled over as he rambled about the implications of such a transfer, but All Might interrupted him, reminding him to focus. He explained that his quirk was known as One for All, a power that could be passed down, and that Izuku would need to train hard to access it. The training that followed was grueling. All Might had emphasized the importance of weapon-wielding skills, even though he himself preferred to rely on his physical strength. Izuku learned that One for All not only enhanced his physical abilities but also granted him incredible speed, which could be useful in stealth missions. As he navigated his busy life attending school, working as a salesman to support his sister, and training, Izuku often felt overwhelmed. There were moments when he considered giving up, but three faces kept him motivated: All Might, his mother, who was no longer with him, and his adorable sister, Izumi. The thought of her inspired him to push through the challenges. By the second week of training, Izuku found himself adapting. The daily regimen of push-ups, sit-ups, and running became less daunting, though it still pushed him to his limits. He was determined to honor All Might's faith in him and to become the hero he aspired to be, no matter the obstacles in his path. Izuku didn't want to trouble the man any further. While it wouldn't significantly impact his savings, he was a very prideful person. Despite everything, he never backed down from being a hero, and he was the only one who stood up to Bakugo. He was no longer the weak, insecure kid he once was. Speaking of Bakugo, he had calmed down a lot since Izuku saved him. Like Izuku, he was a little different from the anime, showing a less aggressive side. As a result, he began treating Izuku more like a peer. Izuku was sitting in class, doing some light workouts while studying, unaware of an event that would change his life forever. This was his journey to become the Shadow Monarch and the #1 hero, the hero of humanity. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the classroom. The teacher instructed everyone to line up and exit, but panic spread as students rushed for the door. Confused, Izuku wondered what was happening when he heard Bakugo's voice calling him to follow. Izuku turned to see Bakugo standing at a shortcut, surprising him with his willingness to help. Other classmates began to follow them. As they made their way through the hallway, they encountered a blue portal situated in the middle of the corridor. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, declared that they needed to turn back, identifying the portal as a gate. Some students speculated about its size, suggesting it might contain weak monsters. Izuku interjected, warning them not to underestimate it based on appearance, as small gates could still be high-ranked. Bakugo dismissed Izuku's comment, but then acknowledged that they had a chance to prove themselves if they could clear a C-rank gate or higher. A winged student pointed out that they had A-rank healers among them, which could be advantageous. Bakugo reluctantly agreed to enter the gate, cautioning the others not to expect him to save them if they got into trouble. Inside, the atmosphere felt chilling, but Izuku and Bakugo remained unaffected. The chill was not from the cold but from their instincts warning them of danger. Suddenly, a few goblins attempted to sneak up on one of their classmates, but Izuku swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful punch that stunned everyone, including himself. He had trained hard and was far from the weakling he was once perceived to be. His physical strength, honed through rigorous training, allowed him to take on challenges that others would find daunting. Bakugo quickly recovered from his shock and joined the fray, urging everyone to get to work. As multiple goblins emerged, the students, despite their varying ranks, began to fight back. The goblins, usually sneaky and clever, were overwhelmed by the sheer number of students against them. Bakugo and Izuku led the charge, with Bakugo racking up kills at an impressive rate. Izuku, while not as fast, was still holding his own. Bakugo teased their classmates about their performance, and Izuku playfully responded, reminding Bakugo of a past incident that had surprised their peers. As they continued battling, a goblin lunged at Tsukumo with a knife. Izuku instinctively shielded her, taking the blow to his abdomen. He quickly removed the knife and retaliated against the goblin, showcasing his strength in a way that left his classmates in awe. Tsukumo looked at him with a mix of fear and concern, worried for his safety. Izuku reassured her that it wasn't the worst injury he had sustained, brushing off the pain as she began to heal him. Tsukumo was Izuku's closest friend, practically like a sibling, and she was genuinely worried about him. Izuku, still glaring at his childhood tormentor, explained that not everyone appreciated those without quirks. Tsukumo apologized, but Izuku reassured her that it wasn't her fault and that she was one of the few who had shown him kindness. He reminded her that he had acted to save her from harm, and she protested that he had been injured in the process. Izuku, with a cheerful demeanor, insisted that she wasn't to blame for what had happened. Despite the situation, Tsukumo pointed out that Izuku had been aware of the dangers. He explained that he had experience in dungeons, having been either an E-rank adventurer or a porter. This piqued the curiosity of those around them, but Izuku preferred to keep the details to himself, suggesting they focus on finishing the dungeons. After defeating the dungeon boss, the group celebrated their victory, though many were injured. Izuku couldn't help but think that they were overreacting, given their capabilities to handle higher-ranked dungeons. As they surveyed the area, someone noticed that the dungeon wasn't closing, and another pointed out the presence of another gate. Izuku awoke to bright light, confused about his surroundings. Memories flooded back, and he realized he had survived a harrowing experience. In a flashback, he recalled the chaos in the double dungeon, where he had saved a teammate from a deadly trap. Unfortunately, some had ignored his warnings, leading to their disappearance. Tsukumo was in distress, and the atmosphere was tense as they faced a formidable foe. As panic spread, Izuku held onto 2 daggers he had obtained from goblins, ready to defend himself and his friends. He urged everyone to take cover beneath statues that played instruments, hoping they would be safe. He instructed Tsukumo to stay put while he dashed toward another statue, but the enemy was quick to pursue him. Using his instincts, he narrowly avoided a crushing blow, but not without sustaining injuries. When he finally reached safety, the statues ceased their movements, and the group rushed to his side, horrified by his condition. Tsukumo knelt beside him, trying to heal his wounds, but her efforts only caused her to become lightheaded. Izuku reassured her that he would be fine, but she clung to him, pleading for him not to die. As the ground trembled, an altar emerged, and the group realized they needed to make a sacrifice to prove their faith. Tension filled the air as they debated who should be offered. Izuku, despite being quirkless and having been bullied by some in the group, volunteered to sacrifice himself. Bakugo, however, insisted that he would take on that role instead, declaring it a repayment for Izuku's earlier bravery. Bakugo's determination shocked everyone, and despite Izuku's protests, he climbed onto the altar. Flames ignited around him, and Izuku, desperate to understand what was happening, asked Tsukumo to help him reach the altar. As they approached, the statues began to stir once more, prompting Izuku to shout a warning about keeping their eyes on the statues. With the gate to safety now open, the group faced a choice: to flee or confront the looming danger. Izuku shouted about the need to prove their faith, but as they exited, the door closed slightly behind them. Someone questioned if they had all gotten out, and Izuku noted that each time someone left, the door closed a little more. One of the boys expressed his uncertainty about what to do next. Izuku explained that they had two options: either they had to endure for a while longer or leave someone behind. He warned that if everyone left the circle, the door would shut completely. A fellow student acknowledged Izuku's intelligence, but confessed he could no longer handle the situation. In a moment of panic, he ran out, followed by everyone except Tsukumo, Bakugo, and Izuku. Bakugo, frustrated, ordered Tsukumo to take Izuku and run. Izuku protested, but Bakugo insisted, his voice rising with emotion. Tears streamed down Bakugo's face as he urged them to escape. Tsukumo refused to leave Izuku behind, and Izuku, with tears in his eyes, pleaded with her. Bakugo, still fighting back tears, finally agreed to take Tsukumo with him. He apologized to Izuku for his past actions, promising to earn his forgiveness if they both survived. Izuku attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, but Bakugo shot him a glare, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Bakugo solemnly nodded and prepared to leave the dungeon, but Izuku called out to him one last time, asking him to take care of Izumi. With that, Izuku found himself alone in the dungeon, grappling with feelings of betrayal and anger toward those who had abandoned him. He gripped a dagger tightly, accepting the reality of his situation. The door closed completely, and the statue of the god loomed over him with a wicked smile. Izuku vowed to take at least one of them down with him as the god swung a sword in his direction. With swift reflexes, he deflected the blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. He threw both daggers at the statue's eyes, successfully hitting their mark. While the statue was not defeated, it could no longer use its powerful laser, giving hope to any heroes or hunters who might come to rescue him. Despite his small victory, Izuku found himself unarmed and facing the onslaught of knights. He thought of his loved ones, feeling regret and sorrow as he endured their attacks. Just when he felt his strength waning, an alarm echoed in his mind, announcing that he had completed a secret quest called Courage of the Weak. Confused, he questioned the source of the voice, which informed him that he had earned the right to become a player and had only moments to accept. With no time to waste, he accepted the offer. In a dark void, a figure on a throne observed the unfolding events with amusement, noting how Izuku had fought harder than expected. Another figure acknowledged the situation, expressing regret over lost allies but recognizing the potential in Izuku. They discussed the challenges ahead, and the figure on the throne expressed a desire for peace and reunion with a loved one. Back in the dungeon, Izuku awoke to find a person in a suit approaching him. The stranger introduced himself as Mara, an inspector from the Japanese Hunter and Hero Guild. Mara explained that Izuku had been in a coma for a week and reassured him that everyone else was alive, although traumatized by their experiences. They had all heard a voice proclaiming an ultimate sacrifice before finding themselves outside the dungeon. Mara revealed that when the guild arrived, they found Izuku injured but healing rapidly once the lances were removed. Izuku, still processing the information, asked about the consequences for entering the dungeon without permission. Mara informed him that there would be no punishment. The two individuals who had caused chaos were facing suspension, while others received minor detentions. However, Izuku, Bakugo, and the healer girls were not being punished, as they had been forced into the situation, or so the others claimed. Izuku felt a mix of relief and anxiety about the unfolding theory. They believed he might have double awakened. Mara presented a device that checked a person's mana and instructed Izuku to place his hand on it. The reading showed a value of Mara, realizing their mistake, wished him a nice day and left. Izuku pondered whether they had truly missed something. He noticed an unread email notification and decided to check it. Before he could delve deeper, The door swung open, and 3 figures entered: Tsukumo, Bakugo, and Izumi. Izumi rushed to hug him, exclaiming her relief at seeing him. Izuku comforted her, assuring her he was fine. She mentioned a photo that had frightened her, and Bakugo quietly showed it to Izuku. The image was unsettling, prompting Izumi to shout in distress. Izuku reassured her that he was not going anywhere. Izumi then inquired about a blonde man outside. Izuku explained that he was an official he had met after a previous incident, who had been assisting him in his journey as a hunter. Tsukumo nodded in understanding, while Bakugo reflected on the man's identity, recognizing him as All Might. As they prepared to leave, Izumi bid farewell to her brother. Bakugo couldn't shake the feeling that Izuku had transformed from a mere side character into a powerful protagonist. Later, Izuku sat with All Might, who expressed his concern for him. Izuku reassured him that he was perfectly fine, though All Might admitted he had been worried. He shared his belief that a person's true nature reveals itself in dire situations, recalling how many had fled when faced with danger. Izuku reflected on how some had stayed behind, particularly Bakugo and Tsukumo, who had even been willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Despite the odds, Izuku had survived, though he questioned how, given his injuries. All Might smiled, reminding him to focus on the positive outcome. Just then, a nurse entered, announcing that visiting hours were over. All Might stood to leave, encouraging Izuku to pursue his goals without hesitation. Once alone, Izuku turned his attention to a message that had appeared. It indicated that the system would assist in his growth, but failure to follow its commands would lead to penalties. He wondered if this was related to his awakened power. The daily quest had arrived, detailing various physical tasks he needed to complete. He was taken aback by the warning that failure to complete the quest would result in a punishment. Despite his injuries, he dismissed the concern, thinking he could start tomorrow. However, the consequences turned out to be severe. At 4 a.m., Izuku found himself in a pile of sand, having been chased by enormous centipedes. He completed the penalty quest but fainted as a nurse entered the room. In the hospital, Izuku was seen running around, prompting concern from the nurses. They noted that he was fully healed and only remaining for regulatory reasons. Light exercise was deemed acceptable. In the past 2 days, Izuku had learned about the rewards for completing daily quests. The first was status recovery, which alleviated fatigue. The second was stat points, which could enhance his abilities. He had accumulated 6 stat points, which he decided to allocate to improve his speed and strength, recognizing that both were essential. His current status was as follows. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: Fun. Feet 0. Title: Fun. HP: 200. Strength: 30. Vitality: 11. Intelligence: 10. Remaining points: 0. The third reward was a random item, which today turned out to be an E-rank key for a dungeon entrance. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he contemplated the challenges ahead. Creates instant dungeons accessible to players. A few minutes later, Izuku was at the front desk of the hospital. He asked for a leave for the day. The desk attendant informed him that his reports were perfect and he had recovered, so there was no reason to hold him back. However, she reminded him to return before 10 p.m., as he needed to spend 1 more week in the hospital to check for any latent effects. With that, Izuku set out to achieve his goal of becoming strong. He stood in front of the underground entrance of Tatooine Station. Using the key, he entered the dungeon, only to find himself in a literal castle dungeon. What intrigued him most was the blue crystal-like walls sealing the gate behind him. He could see people outside walking by as if nothing was there. A message appeared, stating that he could not escape until the dungeon was cleared or a return crystal was used. Izuku pondered his situation, realizing he was stuck in a dungeon with no backup. Even though it was an E-rank dungeon, it typically required at least 1 D-rank and 12 E-ranks to clear it. He considered himself the weakest E-rank, but he believed his classmates were even weaker, having frozen in fear at the sight of goblins. He reflected on his predicament, feeling a mix of hopelessness and excitement. This was a daunting challenge, but he was determined not to be the weak version of himself that had perished in a dungeon before. He vowed to never let a dungeon decide his fate again. From that moment on, he would be strong enough to protect his loved ones and save others. Izuku began to walk forward, feeling that this was his starting line. As he moved deeper into the dungeon, he found the environment shifting from a castle's dungeon to a warehouse. Suddenly, an overwhelming stench filled the air, hinting at the presence of a beast-type monster. Izuku dodged as a wolf-like beast lunged at him. The creature left 3 long gashes where he had been standing, and its fangs appeared to be made of steel. He recognized it as a higher E-rank gate monster, possibly a lower D-rank one. Despite his earlier pep talk, a wave of fear washed over him. The thrill of facing such a strong opponent and his desire to prove himself overshadowed his fear. He charged forward, determined to rely on no one. As he leaped, he was surprised by how high he could jump, almost touching the ceiling. He remembered the last time he had depended on others, only to have them abandon him. This time he would not run away. He aimed to become the pillar that others could depend upon. With a powerful punch, he struck the Raiken, sending it crashing to the ground. The impact cracked the floor, but it wasn't enough to defeat the creature. Izuku continued to punch the Raiken, determined to keep attacking until it could no longer rise. After a series of blows, a loud crack echoed through the dungeon, and the Raiken lay still. Izuku, panting from the exertion, realized that defeating one had taken a toll on him. As he turned, he spotted 2 more Raikens approaching. He felt a surge of anxiety at the prospect of facing them without a weapon. Then he remembered his inventory and quickly accessed it, discovering the goblin daggers. He attacked one Raiken with the dagger, but it became lodged between the creature's steel fangs. Struggling to pull it free, he lost his balance and fell. Memories of past failures surfaced, but he steeled himself, refusing to let fear take hold. He glared at the wolves, declaring them too weak. Surrounded by steel-fanged Raikens, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He would not allow himself to die here, leaving his sister alone. He fought fiercely, slashing and cutting with the daggers. The scene was intense, but he focused on his goal, feeling the adrenaline of battle. As he fought, he leveled up, feeling his speed increase. He activated his sprint skill, moving faster than ever. Eventually, he found himself sitting atop a pile of defeated steel-fanged Raikens, realizing he could sell their teeth. The system felt like a game, with leveling up, inventory, and quests. With a newfound title of Wolf Slayer, granting him increased stats against beast-type monsters, he felt a sense of pride. He continued toward the boss's lair, feeling irritated that he had only encountered a few more Raikens along the way. Izuku felt a sense of stagnation as he trained, realizing that his level wasn't increasing anymore and the system had become predictable. He visualized the enemies he faced, swiftly dispatching them with precision. He noted the colors representing their strength: white for weaker foes, orange for equals, and red for stronger opponents, sarcastically acknowledging the user-friendly nature of the system. Stopping at the top of a staircase, he sensed a formidable presence below. It was clear that this challenge would not be easy. He contemplated his options, holding the returned stone tightly. Despite the daunting task ahead, he resolved not to give up. This was his opportunity to grow stronger, regardless of whether he faced a C-rank or B-rank gate. He needed to clear this challenge. As he descended the stairs, he marveled at the serene water body before him. However, his moment of peace was abruptly shattered when he was struck from behind, crashing into the wall. He was astonished by the damage he sustained from a single blow and quickly regained his footing. The poison-fanged Rasaka appeared, and Izuku narrowly dodged its next strike, attempting to counter with his dagger. Unfortunately, the creature's tough, slippery skin rendered his weapon ineffective. The Rasaka retaliated, tossing him aside with a powerful strike. As he soared through the air, he reflected on his life, feeling vulnerable and weak in the face of overwhelming strength. But in that moment of despair, he locked eyes with the Rasaka, and something shifted. The creature hesitated, sensing the intensity of Izuku's glare. He recalled a crucial piece of advice: no matter how strong the exterior, the interior was always vulnerable. He aimed for the snake's tongue, positioning his daggers with precision. With a surge of strength, he sliced through the Rasaka, defeating it in one decisive blow. As he sat beside the defeated serpent, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He had indeed grown stronger. He examined the items he had acquired from the battle, noting their potential usefulness. The Rasaka's venom and fang were intriguing, though he decided to keep them for future use. The fang, while not his preferred weapon, would serve him until he found something better. Izuku then found himself in a hospital room, where a nurse entered unexpectedly. She was taken aback by his impressive physique, momentarily forgetting her professional demeanor. Despite his appearance, he retained a shy aura that made him endearing. The nurse awkwardly apologized for not knocking and, after a moment of hesitation, asked for his number. Izuku, realizing he was only 15, blushed and expressed his surprise at her request. The nurse, flustered, quickly retracted her question, and Izuku reassured her that it was all right. Just then, Bakugo, Tsukumo, and Izumi peeked into the room, their expressions deadpan as they observed the scene. The nurse excused herself, leaving Izuku to face his friends. Bakugo teased Izuku about attracting attention from girls, prompting a defensive response from him. As Bakugo handed over chocolates and a get-well-soon card from their family, Izuku's spirits lifted. He eagerly began to enjoy the treats, oblivious to the blush on Tsukumo's face as she noted his shirtless state. Izuku playfully teased Tsukumo, who denied being flustered, while Izumi chimed in with her own playful remarks. The atmosphere was light-hearted, filled with camaraderie and the warmth of friendship, as they shared laughter and banter in the hospital room. "He's like my brother," Tsukumo thought. Bakugo muttered something under his breath that caught the attention of the trio. They all turned to him, asking what he had said. He quickly dismissed it, whistling innocently, but they could tell he was up to something. With that, Izuku was discharged from the hospital and returned home. A few weeks later, as Izumi was leaving for school, a half-asleep Izuku Midoriya stepped out of his room. Izumi raised an eyebrow and asked if he had just woken up. Izuku replied that he had been awake for a while but couldn't find his coffee. The school had been closed for about 2 months for repairs, meaning Izuku would only attend for roughly 5 months, as the last 2 were off for those preparing for the entrance exam to a hero school. Izuku recalled his conversation with All Might as his phone began to ring. Dagoba Beach, Izuku had been waiting for All Might. They had decided to discuss Izuku's quirk in a more private setting, as he wanted to keep his powers under wraps. After explaining everything to All Might, a moment of silence followed. "So you get stronger with every defeat?" All Might asked. Izuku clarified that he gained experience through defeating monsters, which allowed him to grow stronger. All Might was intrigued, asking if it was like a game with inventory, stores, and power-ups. Izuku chuckled, surprised that All Might was into games. All Might reminisced about his love for Pokemon, the GTA series, and Fortnite, acknowledging the creativity involved in building within the game. Izuku shrugged, admitting he preferred Call of Duty as he jotted notes in his notebook. All Might, curious, asked what he was writing. Izuku hesitated, revealing he was updating All Might's information. Before he could explain further, All Might grabbed the notebook. As he read, All Might transformed into his muscular form, but by the time he reached the middle of the page, he reverted back to his weaker state, coughing. He expressed astonishment at the potential Izuku had, realizing he could take down many heroes alone. Izuku felt a blush creeping up, surprised by the praise. All Might inquired how many more notes he had, to which Izuku shyly replied he had about 13 on heroes and 28 on villains. All Might thought to himself that he had been training Izuku the wrong way. With such a sharp mind, it would be a disservice to turn him into just a muscle-bound hero. He decided to call a few people to secure the information Izuku had gathered and to find someone who could train his analytical skills. Izuku felt a rush of excitement, realizing he would have training sessions with Nizu and be tutored by David Shield. He picked up the phone, lazily introducing himself. The person on the other end, Mr. Landlord, expressed concern about his well-being after the dungeon incident at school. He offered to postpone the rent, but Izuku assured him he would pay that day. As he hung up, he pondered whether he should clear a dungeon or simply work as a porter, which would allow him to enter higher-ranked dungeons. Izuku was now walking toward a C-rank gate. Earlier, he had seen advertisements for a porter in a C-rank dungeon, offering a substantial payment. He felt a sense of caution, thinking there might be more to the situation as he signed the contract presented by their leader. A raven-haired boy approached him, introducing himself as Ichigo Yaoyorozu, who was there for the same reason. Izuku shook his hand, slightly concerned about another kid participating in combat, especially one equipped with real armor. Another boy, a blonde with a lightning bolt hairstyle, introduced himself as Denki Kaminari. They exchanged pleasantries, and Ichigo asked about their ranks. Denki revealed he was a D rank, while Izuku admitted to being an E rank. Ichigo reassured Izuku that they would protect him if necessary, but Izuku felt confident he wouldn't need it. However, when someone pointed out his quirkless status, Izuku's tone sharpened, hinting at a hidden strength. Only Ichigo and Kaminari noticed, and they were mildly amused by it. Kaminari thought to himself that despite Izuku being quirkless, he sensed a formidable presence from him. He had been trained by one of the best and had an A-rank quirk, which he had worked hard to enhance. Though he was close to reaching S-rank, he knew it would take significant effort. Only 3 individuals had achieved this feat. One was Cha Hae-in, a Korean hunter with A-rank power. The second was a hooded figure known to very few, recognized as an S-rank due to having put another in the hospital. The third was his teacher, an awakening of C-rank. Despite having only B-rank mana at best, his unique ability made him potentially the strongest in the world. Ichigo was pondering similar thoughts. The leader of their group, with a seemingly sincere smile that concealed a sinister intent, remarked that they should not make the porter uncomfortable. As they walked toward the gate, the group discussed the unfinished construction. Izuku felt overwhelmed, wondering why he was in this situation. He was not rude, nor did he dislike conversation, but this topic was far from his expertise. He could talk about hero fanboying, quirks, history, and advanced quantum computing, but construction and finances were not his strong suits. Ichigo inquired about Izuku's presence. Izuku explained that he needed to support himself and his sister, feeling a surprising sense of honesty with Kaminari and Yaoyorozu. Kaminari praised Izuku's bravery, prompting Izuku to ask why they were there. Kaminari expressed his desire to become a hero, seeking first-hand experience in life-threatening situations, even if they were less dangerous. He believed that if he could not save himself, he could never save others. Ichigo shared a similar goal but added that he wanted to earn enough money to live independently. He reflected on his previous dependence on his wealthy parents, realizing that he needed to understand the struggles of others to effect change. He rejected the idea of entering UA through recommendations, unlike his sister, to experience life as a normal person. Izuku fell silent, reflecting on his life surrounded by insincere heroes. He had ignored the truth, clinging to the hope that genuine goodness still existed. His dreams had nearly shattered when All Might had advised him against pursuing a quirkless hero path, warning him of the dangers while still encouraging him to follow his dreams. Despite his doubts, Izuku found himself smiling, unaware of it. Kaminari noticed and grinned back, both of them often ridiculed for their ideals. Izuku acknowledged their awesomeness, and they continued to chat merrily, unaware that an event was approaching that would solidify their temporary alliance into something permanent. Things were progressing smoothly. Thanks to Izuku, they detected insect-type monsters, with Kaminari taking down about 20 and Ichigo around 18, while Izuku managed to sneak in 3 kills. He analyzed their performance, noting that the 5 monsters were C ranks, 2 were D ranks, and Kaminari, who was holding back, displayed A-rank power through his martial arts and agility. Ichigo was an exceptional swordsman, but Izuku had yet to see his quirk. Overall, they were both skilled but lacked experience. This analytical mindset was something Izuku had learned from David Shield. He had been just as much of a fanboy when he started. Izuku had learned to keep his thoughts to himself around trusted individuals, including All Might, Izumi, Tsukumo, and now Bakugo. Bakugo had been visiting Izuku's house daily since their encounter in the dungeon, repeatedly apologizing for his past actions. Izuku suspected that Bakugo needed therapy, as the trauma from the sludge incident and the dungeon had deeply affected him, breaking the confident facade of Bakugo Katsuki. Who better to help than Deku? Izuku was known for his intelligence, and he was ready to support his friend. But along with that, he was emotionally mature enough to deal with an angry Pomeranian who had bullied him for nearly 10 years. Izuku was certain that these two were A ranks. Compared to the others, they seemed overpowered. Even with their combined efforts, defeating them would be challenging. He scratched his chin, realizing he was just a mid-B rank at best. However, he knew that Kaminari and Ichigo hadn't fully unlocked their powers yet, so there was still a chance for him to catch up. The teamwork of the other 7 was nearly flawless. It seemed they had been working together for quite some time, as they efficiently eliminated the last of the monsters with precision. The leader instructed everyone to gather the crystals and check for any stones that might enhance their skills. Izuku felt a sense of pride in how well everyone had performed. He mentioned that he had sensed the monsters would come from above, which impressed the leader. The leader acknowledged Izuku's sharp instincts but advised him not to focus too much on minor details. Before they could discuss further, one of the teammates called out to the leader, pointing out that the wounds they found were too rough to have been inflicted by any of their group. The leader examined the area and concluded that the damage had been there before their arrival. This suggested a potential feud among the monsters, indicating the presence of a stronger foe. Izuku felt a wave of concern wash over him as he noticed the greed in the eyes of his teammates. They would do anything for money, which made him cautious. He approached Ichigo and inquired about the value of her equipment, to which she confirmed it was indeed expensive. Kaminari chimed in, warning them to be wary of their surroundings. Ichigo sensed a dark aura emanating from the hunters, making her uneasy. The size of a dungeon can vary, but it does not correlate with the rank of the hunters. For a long time, hunters had believed that larger dungeons contained more rewards or monsters, but that was a misconception. Some dungeons could be cleared quickly if the boss room was nearby, while others could take hours or even days to complete. Most dungeons typically lasted between 6 hours to a day and a half, but some were rumored to last for months. One such raid involved Kamish the Dragon, which was prolonged not due to complex paths but because of the boss's difficulty. The current dungeon Izuku was in resembled a maze. There weren't many battles, but navigating through it took time. His role was primarily to carry supplies, allowing him to avoid most of the fighting. As they took a break, the group realized they had lost track of time, unsure if it was dinner, breakfast, or lunch. Izuku was too focused to check the time. Just then, an unexpected warning appeared: beware of the lizards. He didn't know why it had come up, but he was certain his instincts were never wrong. The leader noted the grave situation, observing that so much time had passed without encountering a monster with intact limbs. Another member questioned whether there should be a boss present, as the absence of one would typically mean the dungeon would close. The leader instructed Akemi, a fire mage, to illuminate the area, revealing a large net filled with trapped monsters. Everyone's attention shifted from the boss to the multitude of crystals surrounding them. One member exclaimed that with this many crystals, they could easily earn over 10 million yen, even if they were of lower quality. Another joked that even Ichigo's younger brother would be envious of such wealth. Meanwhile, as Izuku and Kaminari admired the sleeping dungeon boss, Ichigo asked for Izuku's contract. In the midst of this, Ichigo made a mistake that he would soon regret. He pointed out that the contract didn't specify how the mana crystals should be divided, suggesting they should be split into 10 parts instead of 9. At that moment, a sinister energy filled the air as they agreed to the division. The leader, Akihiko, proposed that Izuku and Kaminari stay behind to guard the area while the others went to retrieve their mining equipment. Kaminari reluctantly agreed to stay, and Izuku quickly understood their plan. He decided to play along for now. As soon as the 7 left, a loud bang echoed through the dungeon. Kaminari cursed as he spotted a spider-like monster stirring awake. Izuku muttered under his breath, feeling betrayed by their teammates. Ichigo, standing protectively with his shield, echoed Izuku's sentiment, realizing they had been set up. Izuku approached the entrance, inspecting the rocks. He acknowledged that their former teammates had done a commendable job, but the real issue was the creature they had awakened. Kaminari pointed out that it was a high C-rank boss, and they needed to prepare for the battle ahead. Even a mid-B rank would have trouble with it alone, and they were not very experienced, Ichigo thought nervously. Izuku reminded himself to stay calm, recalling the advice Shield had given him. He needed to think carefully, quickly weigh the pros and cons of the situation, and avoid getting distracted by thoughts of Shield's daughter. He focused on the task at hand as Kaminari kept a watchful eye for any movement. Akihiko, shouldn't we have dealt with them right away? Akemi asked, sitting on a rock beside Akihiko. Are you foolish? That would have alerted the boss, Akihiko replied. But wouldn't the boss be angry? How do we handle that? Akemi questioned. Do you think you can defeat it? Akihiko asked thoughtfully. Of course not, Akemi admitted. Neither can I. Even if they are above B rank, they are still just kids, and one of them is an E rank. If they manage to defeat the boss, they'll be exhausted, and we can easily finish them off. Even if we can't mine all the crystals in time, we will still have that rich kid's armor, Akihiko said with a smirk. A boss is a boss. No matter how hard they try, they won't beat it. Without facing serious consequences, Akemi replied. Kaminari's body crackled with electricity, a result of his quirk. His body had adapted to withstand immense electrical currents, allowing him to push beyond human limits. By channeling electricity through his nerves, he had transformed the electrochemical process of transmission into a purely electric one, heightening all his senses. In this state, everything around him moved in slow motion, as if he were watching reality at a fraction of its normal speed. However, his physical speed was not as quick. Through intense training and study, he had achieved a speed 3 times that of an average sprinter and the strength of someone with a D-rank strength-enhancing quirk, which was quite impressive. Ichigo Yaoyorozu struggled with his quirk, still unable to use it effectively. This struggle fueled his determination to become overwhelmingly strong. Armed with a powerful shield and a formidable sword, he possessed an ideal balance of offense and defense. His awakened power, known as Venom Pierce, made him a significant threat. This ability allowed him to enhance his weapon's piercing power and infuse it with poison, which had a 25% chance of activating with each hit. Once activated, the poison would drain 1% health and 2% stamina every second for 30 seconds, leaving his opponent with only 70% health and 40% stamina after the duration. Izuku Midoriya was fast and strong, but his greatest asset was his strategic mind. If he received training from the Rat God, he could potentially topple nations without relying on his quirk or powers. Some might call it fate, while others would say it was merely a coincidence that brought these teenagers together. One thing was certain: together, they posed a serious threat to their opponents. Izuku quickly summoned his Rasaka Fong, placing a hand on Kaminari's shoulder as they jumped toward the monster. The creature unleashed its acidic venom, but it missed and struck Ichigo instead. He raised his shield, deflecting the venom, which splattered harmlessly on the ground. Izuku's dagger pierced the spider's tough skin, but he struggled to gain traction. The spider thrashed violently, sending Izuku crashing against the dungeon wall. Target the legs to immobilize it or the pincers, Izuku shouted as he landed safely and repositioned himself behind Ichigo. Kaminari sprinted toward the spider, his dagger slicing through one of its front legs at the joint before he drove the blade into the hind leg. The spider, blinded by pain, failed to notice Ichigo charging at it, resulting in his sword plunging deep into one of its eyes. Furious, the spider lashed out, striking Izuku with its pincer and sending Kaminari crashing into the wall, creating a crater, while Ichigo was thrown toward the ceiling, becoming entangled in the web. Come on! I wore my favorite shirt underneath, and now it's stuck to this web, Ichigo exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Favorite shirt? I was just thinking about my hero costume, and now it's all torn before I even had a chance to enchant it. Kaminari replied, anger creeping into his tone. This is what you care about while we're in danger? Izuku chuckled, though he knew the situation was serious. No matter their rank, they were still in a dungeon where inexperience could lead to dire consequences. He recalled a rookie S-rank hunter who had perished on his first mission because his comrades abandoned him. Despite the gravity of their situation, the banter between his friends lightened Izuku's mood. Even if he were to face defeat, he preferred to do so with a smile rather than succumb to despair. He decided to allocate his remaining points into strength, activating his title, Wolf Slayer. Let the hunt begin, he thought, determination surging within him. Izuku's stats displayed his readiness for battle, revealing a level of power that intrigued Ichigo. He sensed that Izuku was far more formidable than a typical E rank. With the aura he exuded, Ichigo realized that under the right circumstances, Izuku could challenge even the strongest of B ranks. However, Ichigo was also wary. Was Izuku a false ranker? Some individuals could manipulate their mana output, deceiving the Hunter Association. Most of these individuals were dangerous, often on the path to becoming serial killers. Lost in thought, Ichigo muttered his concerns aloud. Or he could be a double awakener, Kaminari suggested. Yeah, that makes sense, Ichigo agreed, watching in awe as Izuku continued to dismantle the monster. Kaminari's earlier attacks had weakened the creature significantly, and Ichigo's venom was taking effect, but Izuku's ability to completely destroy the monster was truly impressive. And that was considering that only 20 seconds had passed since Ichigo's power activated and Izuku had almost finished the monster. It was astonishing under 20 seconds. A significant part of the credit went to Kaminari and Ichigo. Thanks to them, what should have taken Izuku minutes to accomplish was achieved in mere seconds. He had weakened the monster's limbs, and now it was time to proceed with the next phase. First, he needed to weaken its defense by immobilizing it. Second, he aimed for the weakest areas, the eyes and the inside of the mouth. Using his skill, Sprint, Izuku struck the monster in 3 of its eyes before being thrown back. With the monster weakened, it was time for the final blow. Izuku plunged his dagger into its head, where the brain was located. The dungeon boss was slain. Level up, level up, level up. Izuku felt a rush of exhilaration as he leveled up. The boss was defeated, and now Izuku was resting. Thankfully, the system had completely revitalized him upon leveling up. The trio exchanged glances, tension evident among them. Izuku giggled at Kaminari, who sheepishly smiled in return. Ichigo, meanwhile, was caught between fear and inspiration. Before they could enjoy their moment, the debris blocking the exit was blown away, and the other 7 members of the team entered the dungeon. Akihiko observed them with curiosity. He thought to himself that no matter what, a pair of D rankers and an E rank couldn't easily defeat a dungeon boss. But perhaps with Yaoyorozu's equipment, things were different. Akihiko pointed at Kaminari and Ichigo, acknowledging their strength. He then asked what they should do next. Akemi, standing silently, looked to Akihiko for guidance. Akihiko suggested they win over the 2 newcomers. He addressed Kaminari and Ichigo, offering them a chance to live and even join them on a hunt if they could defeat the boss. Kaminari couldn't help but laugh, finding the situation absurd. He remarked on the joke, but Akihiko insisted he was serious. Kaminari questioned the logic of their plan, and Ichigo defiantly refused to comply. Frustrated, Akihiko ordered his team to deal with Ichigo. Suddenly, a large fireball shot toward Izuku, but Ichigo intervened, raising his shield to protect him. In the chaos, another fireball struck Kaminari, sending him crashing into the wall. Kaminari emerged from the dust, slightly singed but determined. He expressed relief that he had reduced the fireball's power with a lightning bolt. Izuku, however, was furious. He despised seeing his friends hurt. Memories of past incidents flooded his mind, fueling his anger. Ichigo realized they couldn't escape this situation easily. Kaminari insisted they needed to confront their attackers. Akihiko threatened them, asserting that they could eliminate the trio at any moment. Izuku, with shadows cast over his eyes, challenged their aggressors, questioning their readiness to kill. Akihiko chuckled at Izuku's defiance, but Izuku's glare remained unwavering. Just then, one of the attackers slung an arm around Izuku's neck, but before he could finish his taunt, his head was knocked away. Ichigo, hardened by his experiences, felt no remorse as he faced the remaining attackers. The atmosphere grew tense as Kaminari unleashed a bolt of lightning, taking down another foe. Kaminari expressed his disdain for those who would trap them and manipulate them into killing the one who saved their lives. Ichigo, inspired by Kaminari's words, steeled his resolve. They had tried to find another way, but it was clear that their enemies had left them no choice. In a swift motion, Ichigo manifested snakes from his arms, which struck two of the attackers, incapacitating them instantly. Ichigo's quirk, Reptilia, allowed him to manifest reptilian features, and his awakened power, Venom Pierce, granted him the ability to poison his enemies. The battle had escalated, and the stakes were higher than ever. To clarify, Ichigo had corrected the misunderstanding regarding his quirk. It was Reptilia, not Venom Pierce, which was his awakened power. As Kaminari battled the fire mage, Izuku found himself face-to-face with the boss. He advanced menacingly, but another opponent lunged at him with a sword. Izuku swiftly countered, using Rasaka's fangs to leave a shallow cut on the assailant's skin. The man cried out in panic, unable to move, and soon after, he coughed up blood. Akihiko, witnessing the scene, accused Izuku of hiding his true abilities and questioned whether he was responsible for taking down the boss. Izuku remained unfazed, and Akihiko, fueled by anger, declared that he would demonstrate that not all C-rankers were the same. He shouted, "Empower," enveloped in a surge of red energy. Izuku interrupted him, appearing suddenly and forcefully slamming his head into the ground. The realization struck Akihiko. There was no way this individual was an E-ranker. He feared that Izuku might be a false ranker. In desperation, Akihiko pleaded for his life, offering anything in exchange for mercy. Izuku coldly reminded him of the 3 attempts on his life, questioning the sincerity of his request for forgiveness. Akihiko's threats about his brother were cut short as Izuku swiftly ended the confrontation with a single decisive move. Ichigo, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, struggled to cope and was visibly shaken. Kaminari and Izuku stood in silence, their eyes meeting, both feeling the weight of their actions. They were frightened not of the law after all. What happened in the dungeon stayed there but because they aspired to be heroes, and in that moment, they had taken a life. Ichigo attempted to reassure them, stating that it was self-defense. He had come to terms with the harsh realities of their roles as protectors, acknowledging that their adversaries had likely caused suffering before. Izuku nodded in agreement, while Kaminari shrugged off the tension, jokingly commenting on Izuku's intensity during the fight. Meanwhile, an executive rushed to manager Yakumura Mera, who appeared exhausted and sleep-deprived. The executive reported a troubling incident in a C-rank dungeon where 7 people had died, leaving only 2 D-rank kids and an E-rank kid as survivors. Mera initially dismissed the situation, suggesting the survivors must have fled, but the executive insisted that the dungeon had been cleared, raising suspicions about the circumstances of the deaths. When the executive revealed that the E-rank survivor was Izuku Midoriya, Mera's demeanor shifted. He initially brushed it off as coincidence, but the mention of Akihiko Higane, the younger brother of a notable figure, prompted a more serious consideration of the implications. 3 weeks later, Ichigo reached out to Izuku, hoping to meet, but Izuku had isolated himself, only emerging for training with All Might. Concerned, All Might confronted Izuku about his emotional state. Izuku expressed his guilt over taking lives, feeling unworthy of the power he wielded. All Might, however, reminded him that many heroes faced similar choices and that sometimes, to protect others, difficult decisions had to be made. On a Monday, 4 weeks after the incident, Izuku walked towards All Might, who urged him to confront his feelings. Izuku, still burdened by guilt, struggled to accept the reality of his actions. All Might shared his own experiences, emphasizing the weight of responsibility that came with being a hero. As Izuku returned home, he was greeted by an unexpected and delightful aroma. He entered the kitchen to find his sister, Izumi, proudly preparing a bowl of katsudon. Surprised by her newfound cooking skills, he learned that she had been taking lessons from Katsuki. Izumi playfully urged him to change and join her for dinner, bringing a moment of lightness to an otherwise heavy day. Izumi teased Izuku about the wet seaweed on his head, prompting him to snap back that their hair wasn't much different. As Izumi giggled adorably, Izuku couldn't help but think how cute she was. With a mischievous grin, he reached out and playfully tugged at her cheek, causing her to back off with a nervous smile. She stuttered, trying to redirect the focus to the food, but it was too late as Izuku continued his playful antics. After releasing her cheek, he smirked and called her his cute little sister, to which she muttered something under her breath about his lack of girlfriend. When he asked her to repeat herself, she quickly denied having said anything. Izuku was in awe of the katsudon Izumi had prepared. It was perfect and reminded him of their mother's cooking, which he could barely recall. The dish was also quite spicy, a flavor he associated with both Bakugo and himself. It felt heavenly. After finishing, he complimented Izumi on her cooking, curious why she had spent so much time on it since she usually disliked cooking. Izumi explained that she had noticed how down he had been lately. She admired how hard he worked, juggling cooking, studying, training to become a hero without a quirk, and supporting them both. Seeing him sad was difficult for her, and knowing how much he loved katsudon motivated her to make it for him. Izuku stared at her, tears welling in his eyes. He had not received many compliments over the past 10 years, especially after their mother passed away. Although he knew Izumi appreciated him, she rarely expressed it. Hearing her heartfelt words filled him with indescribable happiness. Concerned, Izumi asked if she had said something wrong, having never seen her brother cry before. He reassured her that her words meant the world to him and hugged her tightly. Izumi felt her heart flutter. To her, he was stronger than All Might, and she felt special witnessing his vulnerable side. She told him she loved him and that he was the best, to which he replied that he loved her too and expressed how precious she was to him. It had been so long since he had experienced physical affection, and in that moment he felt a warmth reminiscent of his mother's embrace. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. While still hugging Izumi, he opened it to read that his friends, Midoriya and Kaminari, were meeting at a restaurant and hoped he could join them. He read the message multiple times, contemplating why he would want to meet them. He remembered how they had stood up for him, even putting themselves in danger to protect him. Friends like that were hard to find. He thought of Bakugo, who had also shown selflessness in the past. With a sense of determination, he decided to respond affirmatively. Later, when he met Kaminari, the latter greeted him with a smile. Izuku asked how he was, and Kaminari responded with a laugh, admitting he couldn't answer that happily. He then explained that he had a penchant for dark humor, which made Izuku chuckle. Kaminari reminded him of his sister, which led to a playful exchange where Izuku's protective instincts kicked in when Kaminari jokingly questioned if his sister was also dumb. Izuku's serious demeanor caused Kaminari to stutter in fear, but Izuku quickly reassured him that he wasn't dumb and praised his cleverness in their recent adventure. As they continued their conversation, Ichigo joined them, expressing concern for their well-being. Izuku thanked them for defending him, acknowledging their bravery. Ichigo suggested they go hunting together, and Izuku agreed, expressing his trust in them. They discussed their teamwork and how they could handle higher-level dungeons together, realizing their combined strength made them a formidable trio. However, Ichigo reminded them that they needed a larger group to enter a dungeon, leading to a discussion about their next steps. Kaminari suggested that they could get a few people to sign up and enter alone, speaking with a matter-of-fact tone. Ichigo and Izuku exchanged surprised glances, their mouths agape in disbelief. Kaminari, feeling a bit nervous, questioned what had just happened, prompting Izuku to tease him about his earlier claim of being unintelligent. Later, Izuku found himself at home, having ordered something from a restaurant that turned out to be contaminated. The system alerted him that a harmful substance had been detected, but after a brief countdown, it announced that the cure for the poison had been completed. Izuku, holding a sack of Risaka's venom, took a deep breath and downed it in one gulp. The system confirmed that the harmful substance had been detected again, but once more, the cure was completed, and the effects of the venom were neutralized. Izuku's eyes widened in triumph as he realized the physical damage reduction had activated. Just then, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from All Might. Izuku wondered why he was calling at that moment. All Might, in his normal form, asked how Izuku was feeling. Over time, Izuku had come to admire All Might's true self much more than his heroic persona. This version of All Might felt more relatable, as he embodied the idea that even the greatest heroes have their flaws, which only made them more admirable. Izuku grinned at his idol, feeling proud of overcoming his recent setback. All Might expressed his happiness at seeing Izuku doing well and explained that he had called to inform him that his training was complete. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. All Might clarified that the training had been designed to build enough muscle to handle the power of one for all without risking injury. He believed they had reached that stage, allowing Izuku to shift his focus from cleaning the beach to exploring dungeons. However, All Might's words also served as a test for Izuku. He wanted to see if his successor would pursue power at the expense of his original goals as a hero or continue to clean the beach out of genuine intent. Izuku, determined, declared that while he would accept the quirk, his training was not yet finished. He explained that although he had built muscle, his true finish line was ensuring the beach was cleaned. With a bright smile, he expressed his intention to clean the entire beach, embodying the spirit of plus ultra. All Might was taken aback, realizing that Izuku had once again exceeded his expectations. He noted that most would have jumped at the chance to pursue dungeons, but Izuku remained committed to what many considered trivial. All Might wished there were more individuals like him. Overwhelmed by the praise, Izuku felt a wave of emotion, having never received such recognition before. Izuku reassured All Might that he had met others like him and promised that they would all do their best after graduation. All Might, visibly impressed, acknowledged Izuku's heroism and the numerous obstacles he had overcome, stating that he truly deserved one for all. With that, he prepared to pass on the quirk. As he plucked a hair from his head, he declared that it was time for Izuku to eat it. Meanwhile, Jinwoo found himself laughing uncontrollably, having never experienced such amusement before. The sequence of Izuku's reactions from shock to disgust as he swallowed the hair, followed by the realization that it wasn't as bad as he had anticipated, was simply too entertaining. 2 hours later, 8 figures materialized before Jinwoo. He recognized them as the previous users of the One for All quirk and expressed his curiosity about their identities. A bald man among them demanded to know who Jinwoo was, how he knew about them, and why he was there. Jinwoo calmly assured them that he would answer all their questions if they could be patient. He introduced himself as a god, which elicited disbelief from the group. Jinwoo began to explain the history of the universe, recounting how the absolute being, the creator, had established the universe and the forces of light known as rulers, who fought to protect humanity, while the monarchs sought to destroy it. He shared the story of Ashbourne, the lone ruler who remained loyal to the absolute being, and how he became the shadow monarch after discovering a hidden power. However, by then, the absolute being had perished, leading Ashbourne to join the monarchs, only to be betrayed by his own kind. He fought and defeated Baron, but his shadow army, the army of the dead, did not fare well. In the end, he found himself cornered by the rulers, who begged him for forgiveness. Initially, he rejected their pleas. Overcome by emotions, he fled without providing them with answers. He went into hiding, rebuilt his army, and eventually rejoined the monarchs. A few hundred years later, they launched an attack on Earth. The rulers and monarchs engaged in numerous battles. The rulers possessed a powerful artifact known as the Cup of Reincarnation, which rewound time by 10 years, affecting the army and everything else. Each time they lost, they would rewind. Even in victory, the Earth was left in ruins, necessitating a rewind. However, this ability had its limits. In desperation, during their final attempt, they opened a gate connecting the Chaos World to Earth, unleashing dungeons. These dungeons served as prisons for captives and aimed to spread mana throughout the world. Those who were affected and gained powers would survive, allowing humanity a chance to endure. Ashbourne believed he did not belong to the Chaos World, so he followed the monarch to find his place in the universe. With the help of the architect, he constructed a system that would enable him to choose a successor and train him. That successor was Sung Jinwoo, who now stood as the strongest being alive. Sung Jinwoo excelled, defeating formidable foes and becoming the strongest in the world. However, with this power came a curse, immortality. His long battle with the monarchs resulted in many lost lives. Determined to change the course of events, he decided to use the Cup of Reincarnation to rewind time. With the monarchs gone, there would be no war. Yet, he faced the painful reality of nearly losing the friends he had made. Although he managed to regain them, his shadow army was rewound, as armies were not immune to the spell. This should have marked the end of his journey. However, the monarchs had a hidden plan. Their primary goal was destruction, indifferent to whether they or someone else would bring about the end of life. As a contingency, they left behind imprints of themselves, similar to Ashbourne, resulting in their successors appearing on Earth, including Baron, whom he had previously defeated. Since everything was rewound, it included the architect. When Sung Jinwoo lost his wife, children, and friends, he fell into despair. It was during this time that the architect lured him to the Chaos World. Sung Jinwoo managed to defeat him, but returning would cause catastrophic destruction. Upon passing through the portal, a massive surge of mana was released, altering human genes. This was how quirks came into existence. The first user found it difficult to process this information. Sung Jinwoo acknowledged the confusion, understanding how overwhelming it was. The only female user of One for All, Nana Shimura, inquired whether the dungeons had been reopened by the rulers to prepare humanity. Sung Jinwoo clarified that, over time, the barriers keeping these prisons separate from their world had weakened. Consequently, the successors of the monarchs began to draw energy from the gates. One of the users questioned whether the child would also be immortal. Sung Jinwoo assured them that the child could choose to die. When he had instructed his soldiers to create the system, along with a top-class scientist he had acquired, the system became bound to the child's soul. Each time the child reincarnated, the memories would be revealed to him, allowing him to decide whether to retain that power in his next life or pass it on to someone else. Sung Jinwoo took pride in his creation. This new system was far superior to the one he had received, which demanded he eliminate anyone deemed a threat. He had no issue with taking down those who deserved it. He simply resented that the system, not him, made the judgment. One of the users pointed out the eerie similarities between the child's life and Sung Jinwoo's own. Sung Jinwoo agreed, acknowledging the unsettling nature of the comparison. To clarify, he explained the history of the conflict. A god known as the Absolute Being created rulers to protect life and monarchs to destroy it. For many years, a war raged on. The rulers sought help from the god, but it was all a game to him. They ultimately killed him and attacked Ashbourne, who had tried to protect him. Near death, Ashbourne evolved from a ruler into the Shadow Monarch, gaining the power to raise the dead. Afterward, he allied with the monarchs, two of whom betrayed him. The rulers pleaded for his forgiveness, leading to further conflict. Earth barely survived due to a larger, universe-scale version of a quirk that did not affect the rulers and monarchs. Regardless of who won, life was devastated. As a last resort, they opened dungeons in their world to save the population that had awakened and were strong enough to endure. Sung Jinwoo, as Ashbourne's successor, received his power, defeated the monarchs, and rewound time. While the rewind did not affect the monarchs, who remained dead, he lost his army and his beloved wife, Cha Hae-in. He managed to regain her, but the monarchs had left their imprints in the world, and the architect had lured him into a trap only to be killed. Unable to return, he inadvertently caused the development of quirks and created his own system, which was less brutal, ultimately choosing a successor. Izuku was preparing for a jog, this time accompanied by his sister. Though only a year younger, Izumi was determined to enter UA, but not for the hero course. Her quirk, Bio-Empower, significantly increased a person's metabolism and healing rate. This ability allowed her to help someone lose weight quickly, although it could result in loose skin and wrinkles, making them look unusual. More importantly, she could save many lives with her quirk. With a B-rank healing quirk and a mind nearly as sharp as Izuku's, Izumi managed to balance her current studies with higher education while keeping up with the latest manga and anime. Izuku asked Izumi what she would do if she suddenly received 10 million yen. Izumi found the question surprising but considered it. She thought about moving into a new house and investing the rest, but she also contemplated buying gear if she wanted to become a hunter. Izuku, who didn't care much for money, recalled that a C-rank dungeon could yield about 50 million yen in loot from monsters, along with valuable items like crystals. Most hunters preferred C-rank gates for the good loot and manageable danger, while B-rank gates offered less reward, and A-rank gates were not available for individual booking. As Izuku pondered this, his thoughts drifted back to the previous day, about 3 hours after he had ingested All Might's hair. A message had appeared, indicating that a quirk had been detected, one for all. Startled by the sudden display, Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he read the details. One for all was a crystallized power passed down through generations, strengthening the quirk over time. It was created by the strongest villain, known as All for One, who had forced a stockpiling quirk onto his brother, a true hero at heart but without a quirk. This was a mistake, as the brother possessed a quirk that could only pass down other quirks, hoping that one day someone would defeat All for One. The power of One for All meant that each percent increased physical damage by 2% and speed by 2.5%. The user could utilize 1% for every 3 points in vitality, but exceeding the power limit would result in a loss of health. Activation required 10 mana, with an additional 1 mana consumed every minute. Izuku was amazed at the potential of using 100%, which would triple his attack and significantly boost his speed. He realized he had become incredibly powerful. He also remembered the rewards he had received from defeating enemies, which he had hesitated to use due to his feelings about taking lives. But now, he felt ready to accept them. As he reviewed the rewards, he saw options for status recovery, points, and a new skill called Bloodlust, which could instill fear in targets for a minute, affecting multiple targets and reducing their stats. While lost in thought, Izuku didn't notice that Izumi had fallen behind during their run. He had covered over 20 kilometers instead of the planned. Curious about his limits, he decided to try other exercises. About 30 minutes later, when Izumi finally finished her 10 kilometers, panting and exhausted, she spotted Izuku doing push-ups. She expressed disbelief at his stamina. Izuku chuckled, affirming his humanity, though he felt a hint of doubt about his true nature. He had completed double the workout the system had suggested and noted that he wasn't exceeding double his limits. Later, Izuku found himself standing in front of a large building in the middle of a street. After completing his daily quest twice, he had triggered a hidden quest. He was surprised by the item he received, the Demon Castle's key, which allowed entry into the dungeon known as Demon Castle, usable at the Hellfire Core building. As Izuku used the key to enter, a figure inside the tower observed him. The figure remarked on the greatness of the Chosen Ones, reflecting on the successors of Ashbourne and Jinwoo. They discussed the importance of not choosing a vessel for their power, explaining that doing so would require complete takeover and could lead to unintended consequences. They believed that true strength came from allowing deserving individuals to wield power themselves. The figure expressed concern about losing their connection but reassured that they would meet again in another life, as their powers made them mere mortals without them. With that, the angelic shadow vanished, leaving Izuku to contemplate his newfound strength and the responsibilities that came with it. He felt empowered, stronger than anyone he knew, and resolved to use his abilities wisely. Izuku found himself in the dungeon, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. He realized that this was supposed to be an S-rank dungeon, especially after encountering a high E-rank item earlier. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him, a 3-headed dog, with bold red letters above it declaring, "Gatekeeper of Hell, Cerberus." Izuku's initial shock quickly turned into exhilaration. A 3-headed dog was a rare sight, and he felt an overwhelming urge to pet it, regardless of its gender. It took him a moment to remember that this creature was an enemy. He pondered his options. How could he defeat it without feeling guilty about harming an animal? After all, many monsters in dungeons resembled animals. He shook off the thought, realizing he had to act. He opened his stats and contemplated his abilities. Should he invest everything into his vitality to enhance One for All, or should he focus on strength? He decided on a balanced approach. 2 points in strength, 1 each in agility, intelligence, and sense, and 5 in vitality. With his stats set, he focused on the dagger that materialized in his hand. He charged at Cerberus, leaping to attack its head, only to be swatted away. The impact stung, but he quickly got back on his feet. He considered using One for All but hesitated, deciding to test his speed first. He launched a series of quick attacks with the dagger. However, his initial attempts were thwarted as Cerberus's high resistance cancelled out his bloodlust effect. Izuku realized that defeating this creature would be more challenging than he anticipated, confirming the dungeon's S-rank status. Suddenly, he noticed Cerberus activating a powerful ability that doubled its stats for a brief PRD. In a moment of desperation, Izuku decided to unleash 9% of One for All, feeling his veins pulse with energy as he positioned himself beneath Cerberus. With the activation of a sub-skill, his stats surged dramatically. Izuku felt an overwhelming rush of power as he leaped into action, slamming his fist into Cerberus's head, sending the beast crashing to the ground. But Cerberus was far from defeated. It retaliated, using its other heads to pin Izuku down, causing significant damage. Despite the pain, Izuku refused to back down. He felt the weight of his fatigue increasing as he dodged and countered Cerberus's attacks. He needed to channel his anger and frustration into something productive. Memories of his classmates suffering in the aftermath of a previous dungeon incident flooded his mind, igniting a fire within him. Izuku's rage boiled over, and he felt a surge of determination. He realized that this anger could fuel his strength, and he would not let the system dictate his pace. He would take control. As he activated his sprint and One for All simultaneously, he charged at Cerberus with newfound speed. The fearsome gatekeeper of hell, who was meant to intimidate, now felt the weight of Izuku's fierce resolve. The battle was far from over, but Izuku was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. However, each time it was too late, as by the time Cerberus detected his position, Izuku had already landed a hit. He thought to himself that Cerberus was weak. Izuku was now completely dominating the battle, but his fatigue had reached a critical level, and at this rate, he would faint before defeating Cerberus. He realized he had only one option left as he positioned himself above Cerberus and prepared to unleash his full power. With the strength of One for All at 100%, he threw a powerful punch at Cerberus, channeling all his energy into the attack. The impact was immense, and Izuku felt the recoil hit him hard. He lay on the ground, feeling the sting of pain in his broken hand and the weight of his exhaustion, with only a sliver of health remaining. Despite the pain, he felt a surge of achievement as he leveled up multiple times, indicating his growth as a fighter. Izuku was now walking toward a dungeon with Kaminari. After defeating Cerberus, he had decided to level up further before returning to the S-rank dungeon. He reflected on how continuing the fight might have led to his downfall. Kaminari, excited, asked Izuku why he was so eager to join another dungeon team. Izuku explained that every time he entered a dungeon, his gear ended up getting torn apart, and he was trying to save enough money to buy a proper outfit that wouldn't rip each time he exerted himself. Kaminari shared his own desire for independence, mentioning that while he could ask his teacher for money, he preferred to earn it himself. They both agreed that earning money through hard work brought a different kind of satisfaction and confidence. As they reached the D-rank dungeon, they encountered 4 other people, one of whom was Tsukumo. Izuku greeted him with surprise, not expecting him to participate in a raid. Tsukumo explained he was there to gain experience, aiming for a school where his favorite hero taught. Tsukumo introduced his friend, Ochako Uraraka, who had a warm presence that caught Izuku's attention. He thought she was quite cute but quickly remembered Kaminari was with him. When he noticed Kaminari sulking nearby, hugging his knees, he called out to him, trying to lift his spirits. Kaminari's mood shifted dramatically upon receiving attention, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He introduced Kaminari to Tsukumo and Ochako, who waved in response. Tsukumo asked Kaminari why he was there, and Kaminari explained that he wanted to gain experience to master his quirk without relying on his awakened power. Izuku then turned to Ochako, curious about her reasons for joining the dungeon. Ochako nervously shared that her family wasn't well off, and she wanted to help her parents by earning money and gaining experience for UA. Izuku empathized with her, revealing his own difficult background. He explained how he had worked hard to support himself and his sister after their family circumstances changed. Ochako was impressed by Izuku's dedication to his sister, and she expressed her own desire to help her parents relax and enjoy life. They connected over their shared motivations, both aspiring to become heroes for the sake of their loved ones. Ochako expressed her desire to keep her parents happy while also saving people, her eyes shining with hope. She had not had many friends before, and this felt like a chance to gain another. Izuku couldn't help but think how adorable she looked, feeling a warmth spread across his cheeks. He complimented her, noting that her reasons for becoming a hero were more genuine than many others who sought fame or wealth. Ochako was touched by his words, feeling grateful for the kindness he showed her. When she hugged him, Izuku froze, overwhelmed by shyness and embarrassment, becoming a flustered mess as she released him. He stumbled over his words, trying to excuse himself to fetch coffee, his face still red from the encounter. Ochako found his nervousness endearing, though she was puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. Kaminari observed the situation and remarked that Izuku's reaction was expected, given his limited interactions with girls. Tsukumo added that the hug had clearly flustered him, and Kaminari casually noted that Ochako's cuteness didn't help the situation. Izuku returned with 4 coffees, but Tsukumo declined, stating that he was already awake and wouldn't be able to sleep if he had more. Izuku shrugged and handed out the drinks, only for Kaminari to spit out his sip in surprise at the coffee's strength. A woman in a prison uniform, accompanied by others, questioned why they were there. Ochako noticed their cuffs and wondered about their presence. Izuku explained that they were not ordinary criminals but ex-heroes. One of the ex-heroes, with a cocky smile, asked if they were familiar with them, to which Izuku replied that it was obvious thanks to Lady Nagant. The woman raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise at being recognized. Izuku's phone buzzed, and he answered a call, informing the caller that he was with a group to clear a dungeon and would pick them up later. He then called Bakugo, who greeted him loudly, prompting Izuku to ask him to tone it down. He explained that his sister was attending a party and asked Bakugo to pick her up if he couldn't make it back in time. Lady Nagant inquired about Izuku's age, and when he replied, she attempted to be friendly, but he remained unimpressed. Another man made a crude comment, which Izuku dismissed with disgust. A man with bluish-gray hair stepped in, assuring them that he would monitor the ex-heroes, explaining that their cuffs limited their powers. Izuku remained cautious, suspecting something was off about the situation. The man reassured him that the ex-heroes were there to work off their sentences, given their backgrounds. As they entered the dungeon, the ex-heroes swiftly dispatched their opponents. Kaminari and Ochako were in close competition, with Kaminari unleashing lightning against goblins while Ochako used her enhanced gravity control to defeat her foes. Tsukumo felt uneasy, recalling a past incident, but Izuku comforted him, promising to protect him. Tsukumo jokingly suggested that he preferred not to see Izuku in danger again. Izuku chose to hold back, aware of the monitoring man's suspicious behavior, while Kaminari also played it safe, taking down goblins without flashy moves. They soon reached a crossroads, and the monitoring guy suggested they split up to take different paths. Tsukumo voiced his concern about the potential danger, but the man reassured them that it wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Since 3 of the kids were D rank and the gravity girl demonstrated skills of a higher level, it was acceptable. They just needed to explore the paths, not confront the boss. They would regroup and proceed down the right path together. Izuku nodded reluctantly at the plan. The instructor suggested that since the gravity girl appeared to be the strongest, Izuku should pair up with her given his E-rank status. Izuku took the left tunnel with Ochako. After a few minutes of walking and battling goblins and other creatures, Ochako broke the silence. She was curious about why Izuku was concealing his powers. Izuku acknowledged her keen observation and mentioned the school dungeon incident involving Tsukumo, revealing that he was the brother who had been injured but had somehow recovered. Ochako realized the connection and understood that Izuku had reawakened his powers but had not yet fully assessed their extent. She speculated that his quirk was related to gravity manipulation, which had been enhanced during his awakening. Izuku explained his reasoning, noting how he had observed her quirk in action. Ochako was impressed by Izuku's intelligence, feeling a sense of admiration for him. As they continued, Izuku felt a rush of warmth at her compliment, which made him blush. Ochako playfully noted how cute he looked when he blushed, causing him to stutter his thanks. Suddenly, the number of goblins attacking them increased. Izuku urged Ochako to speed up as he charged through the horde, dispatching goblins with ease. Ochako joined in, though she was slightly disappointed that their playful banter was being interrupted. They raced through the tunnel, competing to see who could defeat more goblins. As they cleared the path, they lost themselves in the excitement of the battle, momentarily forgetting everything else. Ochako was having so much fun that she couldn't get enough of the action. However, Izuku suddenly sensed a chilling presence. He urged Ochako to hurry back to the others, grabbing her hand as they ran toward the source of the ominous feeling. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Tsukumo were advancing through their own tunnel, with Kaminari taking out goblins while Tsukumo provided support. They reached the end of the tunnel, discovering 2 more exits that connected to theirs. Kaminari remarked on how they could have saved time if they had all gone the same way. As they ventured into one of the new tunnels, Kaminari was taken aback by a gruesome sight. He saw a headless body on the ground and an injured Lady Nagant. A man from the monitoring department was holding another prisoner, and Kaminari's heart raced as he realized the danger they were in. The man threatened Lady Nagant, but Kaminari stepped in front of her defensively. Tsukumo rushed to heal Lady Nagant, but before she could react, the attacker lunged at her. Kaminari instinctively blocked the attack, catching the dagger just in time. With a hardened expression, Kaminari confronted the assailant, his childish demeanor replaced by the seriousness of a hero facing a dire situation. As Tsukumo continued to heal Lady Nagant, she urged them to escape, but Kaminari refused to abandon her. He stood firm, knowing that running away would mean betraying his principles as a hero. The confrontation was tense, with Kaminari and the attacker evenly matched in skill, though the assailant had the advantage of experience. Kaminari had only faced weaker opponents before, and now he was up against someone far more formidable. The stakes were high, and the presence of 2 non-combatants only added to the tension of the moment. They weren't part of the battle, but Kaminari had to protect them while fighting at the same time. With that, the battle broke out. Izuku and Ochako were running. Ochako felt confused until she saw the bodies of the prisoners who had come with them. She had never encountered death before, and now, in front of her, lay 3 lifeless forms. Like any normal person, she broke down. Her eyes widened, tears streaming down her cheeks as she processed the reality. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her to calm down. He understood the gravity of the situation. Ochako, I know this is hard, but we're in a dungeon, and if I'm right, we have a much bigger problem than the boss, he said. She looked at him, panic rising in her voice as she asked what could possibly be worse than the boss. Izuku explained that either one of the criminals had killed them, or the monitoring guy was involved. Ochako's fear intensified as she realized they had a killer on the loose. I don't want to die. I don't want anyone to die. Why did they kill them? She cried, her voice trembling. Izuku urged her to calm down again, emphasizing the need to save the others. Ochako nodded, wiping her eyes, and they began to run toward the source of the ominous presence Izuku had sensed. When they reached the area, they found Kaminari kneeling, covered in cuts and bruises, while the monitoring guys stood relatively unharmed in front of them. One of Tsukumo's hands was on Kaminari, the other on Lady Nagant, who was healing them both. Lady Nagant shouted for them to leave, but Kaminari insisted he wouldn't abandon his comrades. Izuku appeared beside Kaminari, placing a hand on his shoulder and encouraging him to relax. Kaminari, visibly easing, acknowledged he had done his best. Izuku then instructed Ochako to guard both Kaminari and Tsukumo, ensuring that Tsukumo didn't overexert herself. He tossed some potions to Kaminari, instructing him to take one and give the other to Tsukumo. The monitoring guy, with a maniacal grin, taunted them, revealing his intent to kill. Izuku responded with a chilling promise that the man wouldn't live to tell the tale. The man questioned Izuku's rank, realizing he might be a false ranker. As the tension escalated, the man lunged at Izuku with a dagger, only to be met with a counter from Izuku. Izuku activated his power and charged, but the man dodged at the last moment, causing Izuku's fist to shatter the wall behind him. The man noted Izuku's incredible strength and speed but claimed he lacked the skills of a true fighter. He offered to teach Izuku a lesson. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Izuku glared at the man, demanding to know why he had committed such acts. The man recounted a story of being hired to kill a RPST, justifying his actions, but Izuku stood firm in his belief that everyone deserved a second chance except for those who took innocent lives. As they engaged in battle, their daggers clashed, creating sparks in the air. Both fighters realized they matched each other's speed. The man taunted Izuku, but Izuku was determined not to let his guard down. Kaminari intervened, surprising the man and blocking his path. The man released more of his killing intent, but Izuku asked him to tone it down, as it was unsettling. With a sudden burst of speed, Izuku activated his power again, striking the man. However, the effects of his attack were short-lived, and the man grinned, revealing he had more tricks up his sleeve. He vanished, leaving Izuku and his friends on high alert, ready for whatever came next. His presence vanished completely. Izuku raised his dagger just in time to block an incoming strike. The opponent smirked, revealing his skill to erase his presence entirely. Camouflage was nearly impossible to detect, and only a select few assassins could awaken such a talent. He continued, explaining that no one had lived to tell of his abilities. With a swift motion he struck Izuku's legs. The assassin taunted him, stating that his tendons were severed. Healing would be quick if done directly, but with only basic spells available and the healer exhausted, Izuku's speed was compromised. As an assassin type, he relied heavily on his agility. Tsukumo and Ochako shouted Izuku's name, while Kaminari remained calm, urging them to relax. He reassured them that Izuku was far stronger than they realized. Izuku, determined, rose to his feet once more, declaring that his opponent talked too much. He activated his healing ability, restoring his injuries and returning to full strength. The assassin was taken aback, questioning how an offensive hunter could possess healing powers. Izuku pondered his situation, realizing he needed to channel one for all throughout his entire body, not just his limbs. As green energy enveloped him, he declared that he had awakened a new quirk, thanks to this encounter. With newfound speed, Izuku charged at his opponent, who was startled by the sudden attack. As the assassin utilized his skill, Izuku managed to stab him in the left hand, revealing that he had seen through the camouflage once again. They faced each other, and the assassin vowed to show his full power, disappearing and bouncing off the walls. Izuku understood that his opponent could sense his killing intent but could not predict the direction of his attack. He activated his bloodlust skill, and the assassin felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping him, accompanied by two piercing blue eyes. The assassin found himself immobilized, sinking into a shadowy substance. In the next moment, Izuku's dagger pierced him, causing him to cough. Surprisingly, the monitoring individual chuckled, acknowledging his defeat. He expressed curiosity about Izuku's identity as an assassin with healing powers. Izuku admitted he was still discovering his own potential. The assassin, Kaguro Takeru, reflected on his life, admitting he had lost his way. He asked Izuku to promise to make a difference in the world, a request that weighed heavily on Izuku's heart. Takeru accepted his fate, acknowledging the darkness he had embraced. Izuku, feeling a mix of guilt and resolve, promised to honor Takeru's wish. Takeru thanked him, expressing that this was a better end than he had anticipated. He reminded Izuku that when someone with a skill from a runestone dies, the stone reverts to its original state, urging him to use the skill. As Takeru revealed his name, Izuku's fists clenched in regret. He and Kaminari both felt the weight of their actions. Lady Nagant reminded them that Takeru had committed terrible deeds, emphasizing that he would have harmed them. Izuku, witnessing Ochako's tears, encouraged her to let her emotions flow. She embraced him, crying as he recalled his first experience with death. Tsukumo, though saddened, remained composed, having witnessed death before. The group understood the gravity of their situation. Izuku, while comforting Ochako, resolved to face the boss of the dungeon. Lady Nagant cautioned him against pursuing the boss after battling an A-ranker, but Izuku remained confident, assuring her that he was stronger than he appeared. After clearing the dungeon with Kaminari, Izuku had not leveled up but was close to doing so. They completed their recount of the events, except for the fight. Lady Nagant, still in cuffs, claimed responsibility for defeating Takaru, stating that she had acted in self-defense while Izuku and the others had assisted her. Add whatever punishment there is to my current sentence, she said nonchalantly. On the contrary, since you saved the lives of the kids and helped them clear the dungeon afterward without once trying to escape, your sentence will now be reduced, the lady replied. Izuku looked at her and mouthed thanks, at which Lady Nagant smiled. She encouraged him to become a great hero before sitting in the police car, being taken back to the prison. Mara watched all of this with a smirk, thinking they had been mistaken. He approached the group of kids and greeted Hunter Midoriya. "Ah, Officer Mara, good to see you. Must say, you look as sleep-deprived as you did last time," Izuku remarked with a chuckle. "Good to see you too, Hunter Midoriya. Must say, wherever there is trouble, you and your friends are there," Mara replied casually. "I know, I've been thinking to myself whether I am cursed or something," Izuku said with a smirk. "I don't know about cursed, but—" "You sure are targeted," Mara said, turning serious. A few weeks ago, a party entered a D-rank dungeon. The only survivors were you, Kaminari, and Ichigo. Now, unless you somehow reawakened and your friends had A-rank powers, there's no way you'd be able to defeat them, Mara explained with a smirk. "He knows," Kaminari thought as he made eye contact with Izuku. "I know he knows," Izuku thought, nodding at Kaminari. "Whatever the case, we can't ignore that one of the victims was Akihiko Masamune, brother of Kuragari Masamune, the S-rank hunter who settled in the USA. You know, one of the only S-ranks who is not a hero and is just a hunter like the leader of his guild, Thomas Andre," Mara continued. Izuku muttered. "So stay on your toes, Midoriya, Kaminari. And kindly relay the message to your friend," Mara said as he started to walk away. Izuku looked at him seriously and nodded. "All right then, I'll be off," Mara said. "That was intense," Ochako remarked. "Yeah, it was," Kaminari agreed. "Let's stop joking." "Hey, Tsukumo Ochako, I'll walk you both home," Izuku offered. "What? You don't need to do it, Izuku," she replied. "First name basis so soon?" Tsukumo teased, both of them realizing and blushing. It just happened, I didn't intend to do it," Izuku stammered. It was just easier to refer to him by his first name. "Nothing more," Ochako said, heavily blushing. "I need details," Tsukumo said. "Well, how about we talk about details later? We have a meeting with a friend," Kaminari suggested, saving Izuku from embarrassment. "I owe you one," Izuku whispered as they started to walk, while Tsukumo continued teasing Ochako. It was 5 p.m., and Izuku and Kaminari were roaming across Mizudafu after dropping off Ochako and Tsukumo. "I'm getting bored," Izuku said. "Me too. Do you want to do some graffiti or something?" Kaminari asked. "Is it fun?" "I don't know, I've never done it. I just saw it in those movies," Kaminari shrugged. "Let me just see where Izumi's party is. We can hang out somewhere nearby," Izuku suggested. "Maybe we should have accepted Ichigo's invitation. He said he was hosting a party too," Kaminari noted. "Anyway, what a coincidence," Izuku said, mildly surprised as he checked the venue. "What a coincidence. Where is this place?" Kaminari asked, confused. "Damas, it's not a place. The party she is at is being held in the Yaoyorozu estate," Izuku clarified. "Oh, wait, what a coincidence," Kaminari said as he realized what it meant. "Yes, Pikachu," Izuku teased, pulling Kaminari's cheeks. Sorry. Kaminari yelled as Izuku chuckled. "Soi Oni-ai-san," Kaminari said with puppy dog eyes, causing Izuku to laugh. All right, tone down the brightness," Izuku exclaimed. "Oni-ai-san is mean," Kaminari said comically. "Anyways, let's call Ichigo," Izuku said as he dialed his number. Ichigo was feeling extremely bored. Although he was popular among girls, he didn't have a single friend in his school. The person closest to a friend was Shoto Todoroki, another elite studying in the same elite school. He looked around and noticed a green-haired girl. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. Right now, he was one of the few people in formal attire, having made the mistake of wearing a suit. Only a dozen out of about 120 people at the party were dressed similarly. Fish, some friends. They bailed on me. I'll beat there but when I meet them. Ichigo muttered while pouting cutely. Just then his phone rang. He checked the caller ID and his eyes widened. Hey, Izuku, he said in a calm voice that hinted at mischief. Hey Ichigo, Izuku stuttered, a little intimidated. Where are you? Ichigo asked. We just cleared the dungeon. We were going to ask if we could come to your party, Kaminari added. Ichigo's mood brightened. Yeah, you totally can. It's going to go on until 11, but there is this one girl leaving around, not that it matters, he replied. Yeah, about that, she won't go home at 7, Izuku said. Green hair, freckles, 14 years old. She's your sister, isn't she? Ichigo asked. Yeah, Izuku confirmed with a grin, pride evident in his voice. Oh, so your sister is my sister's underling, Ichigo said. What do you mean? My sister is the one throwing the party, and since Izumi is in the student council under her, she invited her, Ichigo explained. Anyway, is there any dress code? Izuku inquired. No, but, well, I kinda am among the select few in a suit. So I was wondering if you could. Ichigo trailed off. If Kaminari and Izuku came in suits, the awkwardness would diminish a little. Don't say any more, we get it. See you in a bit, Izuku said, disconnecting the call. He approached his sister, who was talking to the head butler and the security guard. Hey sis, Charles, my guests are coming. Sorry, they were held back by a dungeon, Ichigo said with a grin. Wow, I've never seen my brother so happy during a party, Momo thought, pleasantly surprised. Ichigo had never liked parties. He just hated being among so many people who faked their personalities. He preferred to be around those who showed their true selves, which is why he usually sat in a corner or trailed behind his sister. However, right now, he was only thinking one thing. This party is going to be awesome. It was 5:10 p.m., and currently, Izuku and Kaminari were in a Gucci store, going through suits one after another. Kaminari expressed his surprise at wearing formal attire for the first time, while Izuku noted that their recent dungeon hunts had made such purchases possible. They marveled at the price of the suits, each costing over 500,000 yen, and reflected on how much they had earned from their recent adventures. Izuku thought to himself about how he might be catching Kaminari's enthusiasm. At 5:30 p.m., Ichigo was waiting for Kaminari and Izuku to arrive. Meanwhile, Izumi was chatting with her friends, and Momo was also with her. She admired her sister's neat appearance. Shoto was relaxing in a corner with Ichigo, who was grinning with excitement about his friends arriving. Shoto commented on Momo's enthusiasm, revealing a hint of emotion that had been returning thanks to her support. Izumi was describing her brother, Izuku, to her friends, mentioning how much he had changed recently. Momo complimented Izumi on her brother, and just then, the door to the hall opened, revealing Kaminari and Izuku. Ichigo playfully scolded them for being late, while Kaminari teased Izuku about meeting a girl. Izuku, flustered, explained that he had encountered a friend from school during their dungeon exploration. Kaminari joked about Izuku's crush, prompting laughter from Ichigo and others. Izuku playfully tugged on Kaminari's cheeks, and they shared a light-hearted moment. Izuku decided to check on his sister, and Kaminari insisted on joining him, with Ichigo agreeing. Izuku warned them not to flirt with his sister, which made both Kaminari and Ichigo shudder in response. Izumi watched her brother interact with his friends, feeling excited that her friends would finally meet him. She had always been alone during parent-teacher meetings since Izuku was often busy. When Izuku approached her with a smile, one of her friends whispered about how attractive he was, causing Izumi to shush her and hug her brother. She expressed surprise that he had come to the party. Izuku explained that he had not planned to attend but had finished their dungeon exploration sooner than expected. He introduced Izumi to Kaminari and Ichigo, who both awkwardly tried to connect with her. Kaminari jokingly suggested she could call him Nii-san, which left Izumi confused. Ichigo attempted to slip away, but Momo teased him about his behavior. Momo introduced herself, and Izuku shook her hand. They then noticed Kaminari sulking in a corner, lamenting being forgotten. Izuku walked over and playfully tugged on Kaminari's cheeks, introducing him to Momo as a bit eccentric. Kaminari retaliated by teasing Izuku about getting a girl's number, which startled Izumi, causing her to spill her drink. Izuku stammered an explanation, but Kaminari continued to tease him. In a flashback, Izuku and his friends stood outside Ochako's apartment, where she shyly asked if they could exchange numbers. Izuku felt a surge of excitement as he expressed his desire to clear dungeons with Ochako, trusting her completely. He genuinely smiled, a smile that reflected his true feelings. Ochako beamed back at him, grateful for his support, and rushed into the apartment, her joy infectious. Izuku couldn't help but think that her smile was captivating. Flustered, Izuku shouted that his intentions were pure, feeling a mix of confusion and affection for Ochako, whom he had just met but felt a strong connection with. Days passed since the party, and the atmosphere had transformed dramatically after Kaminari and Izuku arrived. The once quiet gathering turned lively, with everyone dancing to upbeat songs. Kaminari was the life of the party, energizing everyone around him. To Izuku's surprise, he discovered he had a talent for rapping, impressing everyone, including Shoto, who joined in despite his usual reserved nature. Izuku and Shoto quickly became good friends, sharing laughs and teasing moments, especially when Izuku noticed Shoto's admiration for Momo. The party was a memorable experience for all. As the night wound down, Ichigo, Kaminari, and Izuku prepared to leave. Shoto inquired about Ichigo's living situation, surprised to learn that Ichigo's brother was independent and chose to live separately. Ichigo explained his desire to understand the lives of others, while Momo expressed her feelings of inadequacy compared to her brother. Ichigo reassured her, emphasizing her strengths and accomplishments. Momo, touched by their words, felt a wave of emotion and hugged Ichigo tightly. Izuku and Kaminari supported her, reminding her of her value. Ichigo invited everyone to stay for the night, and while Kaminari agreed, Shoto declined, needing to return home. As they settled in, Izuku's expression turned serious as he revealed the challenges they faced, including the need to prepare for upcoming raids. He shared his schedule, balancing work and training, which sparked Kaminari's enthusiasm to join him in cleaning Dagoba Beach as a way to train and contribute to society. The next day, Izuku texted Ochako, nervously initiating a conversation that unexpectedly flowed into a discussion about their favorite heroes and food. However, as he stood in front of his school that Monday, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He tried to calm his nerves but found his thoughts drifting to Ochako, which only made him more flustered. Pushing those thoughts aside, he entered the school, greeted by silence as he walked into the classroom. His classmates, especially those who had shared the dungeon experience with him, turned their attention to him. Tsukumo, a cheerful presence, called him over, welcoming him into the fold of friends who understood the challenges they faced together. "I loved it." Bakugo raised his hand and greeted Izuku, who walked to the seat behind him and gave him a high five. Katsuki Bakugo had become even more muscular and taller, his athleticism noticeably increased. The class was taken aback by Izuku's transformation. The girls blushed heavily, already drawn to his calm demeanor and charming face. Now, he was both attractive and endearing. Those who had recovered from their initial shock were stunned again when they witnessed Izuku high-fiving Bakugo. Someone muttered in disbelief, questioning what had just happened. Bakugo, with a hint of playful aggression, responded, asking if there was a problem. His tone, however, lacked any real hostility. Before the situation could escalate, the teacher entered the classroom. He welcomed the students back and expressed hope that they had recovered from any trauma. He pointed at Bakugo's former friends, instructing them to go to the principal's office for community service. As they left, heads hung low, the teacher addressed the rest of the class, reprimanding those who had ventured into the dungeon. He acknowledged that Bakugo, Fukukado, and Hakaru had been forced into it but urged them to ensure it didn't happen again. Turning to Izuku, he bowed slightly, apologizing for his past treatment. He recognized Izuku's sacrifices and expressed sincere regret for the hardships he had caused over the past 2.5 years. Izuku was pleasantly surprised by the teacher's apology. He thought that perhaps the upcoming months wouldn't be so bad after all, reassuring the teacher that he was willing to move forward. It was Saturday, and Ochako lay on her bed, smiling with a blush on her cheeks. She wondered about the source of her happiness. In a flashback, Ochako, Izuku, and their friends had just completed a dungeon raid. She had met Katsuki Bakugo, who was both rude and surprisingly friendly. Izuku introduced Bakugo, who protested his past behavior, insisting he was sorry for his earlier bullying. Kaminari, observing the interaction, called out to Bakugo, who responded with mock annoyance. The playful banter continued, and Bakugo, with a deadpan expression, declared he would call Kaminari Dunce Face, which elicited laughter from the group. The dungeon raid had been surprisingly easy. Other hunters had looked on in disbelief as the group exited within an hour, the dungeon closing behind them. Just outside the boss room, they argued over who would face the boss, ultimately deciding with a game of rock-paper-scissors, which Izuku won. Bakugo complained about not getting to fight the boss, while the others dragged floating crates behind them. Ochako sighed, remarking that boys would be boys. Kaminari reminded her that she had wanted to fight Bakugo just to take on the boss, causing her to blush. As they walked, Izuku slowed down to match her pace, casting a protective glance at Kaminari. Nervously, Ochako asked Izuku if he would like to have lunch with her sometime. When he confirmed, she panicked, exclaiming that she wanted to go on a date with him. Izuku was taken aback, realizing he hadn't meant it that way. They agreed to meet the next day, both excited about the prospect. The next day, Ochako dressed carefully, wanting to impress Izuku while still feeling uncertain about her outfit. Her friend Tsukumo encouraged her through a video call, urging her to make a good impression. Ochako hesitated, unsure if she should ask Izuku out formally. She wanted to know him better before diving into a relationship, despite her strong feelings for him. She acknowledged that it was unusual to feel this way after only a week, but she was determined to learn everything about him, from the silliest details to the most significant aspects of his life. Ochako felt flustered as she struggled to explain her thoughts. Tsukumo, with a serious demeanor, assured her that he understood. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a frenzy, searching through his cupboard while his sister guided him. Izumi reminded him to ensure that his clothes matched, emphasizing that he should avoid wearing anything silly. Izuku responded enthusiastically, agreeing to her advice. She suggested he wear glasses, claiming they suited him and made him look cuter. He nodded in agreement. Izumi then asked if he was going to ask Ochako out. Izuku hesitated, wanting to wait until after the entrance exam to make the moment special. Izumi found his reasoning sensible, noting that if they both got into UA and the same class, it would be amazing. Izuku expressed that even if they didn't end up in the same class, he would still ask her out. When Izumi questioned what he would do if he got in but she didn't, Izuku paused, contemplating the possibility. He declared that he would still ask her out, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Determined, he insisted that it wouldn't happen, stating he would ensure she passed the exam. Izumi was impressed by his resolve and expressed her curiosity about Ochako, playfully asking what made her so special to him. Izuku posed in his outfit, seeking her approval. Izumi assessed him and decided to consult Tsukumo, sending him a picture of Izuku. Bakugo, reluctantly involved in the preparations, grumbled that Izuku looked decent. He was only there to ensure they didn't do anything foolish, though internally he cheered for Izuku's success. As Izuku regained his composure, Ochako shyly greeted him. He complimented her appearance, blushing deeply. She returned the compliment, whispering that he looked cute and hot, causing his mind to momentarily freeze. From a distance, Bakugo observed the scene with Izumi and Tsukumo, acknowledging that he was glad to be there. Izuku, now revived, asked Ochako where she wanted to go. She excitedly declared she wanted to spend the whole day with him. He suggested a trip to Tokyo Disneyland, explaining their travel plans. Her enthusiastic response filled him with joy. In a different part of town, Kaminari was at his favorite music store, searching for guitar strings after a string snapped during his morning practice. He reached for the last pack just as another hand brushed against his. Turning, he found a petite girl with purple hair. They both expressed their desire for the strings, leading to a back and forth about the inconvenience of other stores. The tension escalated until Kaminari, without thinking, suggested a date as a way to resolve their dispute. To his surprise, she accepted the offer, albeit with a hint of irritation. Kaminari was taken aback but agreed to meet her at a coffee shop. As they sat together, he learned her name was Jairu Kyoka. They discovered a shared love for music, discussing their favorite artists and songs. Jairu's irritation faded as they connected over their mutual interests, and Kaminari felt a spark of excitement at this unexpected encounter. She wasn't exactly friendless, but no one really paid attention to her. The girls overlooked Jairu because she wasn't interested in gossip and other girly things, while the boys found her unremarkable. Kaminari stared at her, his mouth agape. He was taken aback by her presence. Jairu looked at him, curious about his reaction. He finally managed to speak, apologizing for his surprise and expressing admiration for her talent. He couldn't fathom how she could play so many instruments. Jairu felt her cheeks heat up as she thanked him. Kaminari then expressed regret for their earlier argument, admitting that if he had known she would perform the next day, he wouldn't have clashed with her. Jairu acknowledged her own rudeness and apologized as well. Curious, Kaminari asked about her quirk and whether she had awakened her powers. Jairu hesitated, knowing her quirk was often deemed weak, and she was uncertain about her awakened ability. She explained that her quirk involved earphone jacks, which allowed her to hear the faintest sounds and unleash sonic waves. Kaminari was impressed, whispering to himself that she was even more amazing than he had thought, pretty, bold, musically talented, and strong. Jairu caught his words and blushed deeper. She then inquired about his quirk, and Kaminari shared that he could generate electricity, but it came with the risk of losing cognitive function if he exceeded his limit. He revealed that his awakened power was electrokinesis, which allowed him to control electricity. Jairu nodded in understanding and asked about his hobbies. He mentioned raiding dungeons, playing guitar, and singing. Jairu was surprised and asked how his parents allowed him to engage in dungeon raids, to which Kaminari revealed he didn't have parents. Jairu's eyes widened in shock, and she felt a pang of guilt for having argued with him over something trivial. Kaminari reassured her that it was all right, and an awkward silence fell between them. He then suggested they go to karaoke. Jairu hesitated, unsure of her singing abilities, but Kaminari encouraged her, insisting it would be fun. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ochako were not having the best time at the amusement park. After trying several rides without feeling thrilled, Ochako joked that their experiences fighting monsters had dulled their senses. Izuku agreed and suggested they grab something to eat, insisting he would pay. Ochako protested, feeling guilty for taking advantage of him, but Izuku playfully dismissed her concerns, calling her a queen and himself her king. As they walked, Bakugo observed Izuku's smoothness with a hint of jealousy, noting how he was taking mental notes on Izuku's interactions with Ochako. Back with Kaminari and Jairu, he was once again staring at her in awe. He remarked on her singing, questioning how she could think she wasn't good. Jairu, embarrassed, looked away, but Kaminari passionately insisted that she sounded like an angel. In a playful moment, Jairu poked him with her jacks, causing him to yelp in surprise. Concerned, she checked if she had hurt him, and he reassured her that it was worth it, complimenting her again. Jairu felt a mix of emotions as she thanked him quietly. When she noticed his stunned expression, she giggled, finding him cute. She playfully called out to him, trying to snap him out of his daze. Meanwhile, Ochako excitedly pointed out balloons to Izuku, who was mesmerized by her enthusiasm. They finally reached a restaurant and ordered food. Ochako asked about the nickname Bakugo had given Izuku, which he explained had started as an insult but had evolved into something friendlier. Ochako mused that Deku sounded like a positive phrase and could even make a good hero name, finding it cute. Kaminari and Jairu were now laughing uncontrollably, their joy infectious. Kaminari had Jairu in stitches with his silly antics, and she rolled on the ground, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Kaminari watched Jairu laugh, a love-struck expression on his face. Her laughter made her look incredibly cute, causing her to blush and momentarily lose her words. He asked if this was her first date, and she shyly confirmed it. Surprised, he wondered why no one had ever asked her out before, praising her beauty, intelligence, and talent. Gyru felt taken aback by his compliments. She insisted that others found her uninteresting, but Kaminari quickly countered that she was exactly what he imagined his dream girl to be. An awkward silence followed as he realized the weight of his words. Gyru broke the silence by asking about his dating history, and Kaminari admitted he had been on a few dates before. However, he expressed that after this date, he wouldn't be able to go out with anyone else, as Gyru had set the bar so high. He looked deeply into her eyes, declaring this was the perfect date. Gyru felt a rush of emotions she had never experienced before. She had always been warned about strangers, but in this moment, everything felt right. She pondered why she felt this way, even though she had previously dismissed romance as silly. They were lost in each other's gaze, the music around them fading into the background. Kaminari then suggested they dance, and both felt a flutter of excitement at the thought. As they walked together, smiles brightening their faces, both were thinking about asking for each other's number. Kaminari stole a glance at Gyru, feeling a mix of surprise and embarrassment at his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Gyru noticed his reaction, realizing he was flustered but not a bad guy. She smirked, feeling a newfound confidence as she slipped her hand into his, catching him off guard. She teased him, saying he deserved it, and he playfully warned her not to do the same with other guys. Gyru shot back, insisting she wasn't that type of person. Their playful banter continued, with Kaminari jokingly calling her by her first name, which made her flustered. She poked him with her earphone jacks, and they both laughed, enjoying the light-hearted moment. As they reached Gyru's house, Kaminari felt a twinge of nervousness about their time together coming to an end. He asked if they would see each other at UA, and Gyru, with a teasing tone, implied she wouldn't wait that long. She took his phone and quickly typed in her number before handing it back to him. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ochako were outside a popular mochi shop in Tokyo. Ochako was unaware of its reputation for being expensive, so when Izuku asked her to wait while he ran an errand, she complied. He returned with a mischievous grin, instructing her to close her eyes and open her mouth for a surprise. Ochako complied, feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Izuku carefully placed a mochi in her mouth, and as she tasted it, she felt a delightful burst of flavor. It was the best mochi she had ever had. When she opened her eyes, a wide smile spread across her face, savoring the moment. Ochako exclaimed how tasty the food was, her delight evident as Izuku smiled at her. He felt a surge of happiness, knowing she enjoyed it, and presented her with an entire bag of treats. Ochako gasped in surprise at the generous offering, feeling overwhelmed by Izuku's kindness. She thought to herself how difficult it would be to wait for the entrance exams with him being so endearing and supportive. Overcome with emotion, she expressed her gratitude, unsure of how to repay him for all he had done. Izuku simply encouraged her to keep smiling, which made her tear up as she took his hand, leading them both toward the train station. Meanwhile, Bakugo was struggling with his own feelings. Tsukumo attempted to console him, assuring him that he would find someone who loved him. Bakugo raged about Izuku, feeling frustrated that he seemed to excel at everything. Memories of a past encounter with Ochako flooded back, where she had nearly overwhelmed him with her gravity quirk during a battle. Izumi watched with concern, questioning Bakugo's mental state. Kaminari was in high spirits after returning from a trip to buy guitar strings, having unexpectedly received a girl's number. He admired her qualities, thinking she was pretty, smart, funny, and bold, but his excitement was cut short when he tripped and fell. As he got back up, he noticed Bakugo, Tsukumo, and Izumi following Izuku and Ochako, and decided to return to daydreaming about Gyru instead. Later that night, Izuku lay in bed, unable to sleep after his wonderful date. He contemplated what to do, eventually deciding to engage in a game he loved. In a flashback, he recalled defeating a boss and receiving a notification about leveling up, which detailed his character's stats and abilities. The world he inhabited was divided by various classifications based on quirks and skills, with roles defined as damage dealers, defenders, and mages. With determination, Izuku accepted a job change quest that had become available to him. He found himself in a dungeon, facing off against knights. Initially distracted by their armor, he quickly shifted into battle mode when one attacked him. He dispatched the knight with ease, reflecting on how his strength and agility allowed him to overcome the challenge. As he continued battling, he noted the knight's lack of skill and used his powers strategically to defeat them. As he navigated through the dungeon, he was reminded of the restrictions placed on him, including the inability to leave until he cleared it. He rummaged through the loot, gathering armor and protective gear. Suddenly, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to react swiftly to an incoming fireball. He dodged just in time, realizing he was being cornered. Despite the challenges, he felt confident, knowing he had faced tougher opponents before. After defeating numerous monsters and leveling up, Izuku gathered valuable defense items, grateful that they did not hinder his movement. As he sipped water he had purchased, he realized the day was nearly over and that he had yet to complete his goals. His thoughts were interrupted as he approached the door to the boss room, ready to face whatever awaited him. He thought about getting it over with as he opened the door. At that moment, a chill ran up his spine, one he hadn't felt since the double dungeon. He entered and saw a throne. A throne? He looked around and came face to face with what seemed to be the boss. The eyes, the face, the fingers, the weapon, the throne. The chill reminded him of that past encounter. For the first time in a while, Izuku felt nervous and borderline scared. No, he was very scared. Izuku Midoriya was at level 24, with no job and a fatigue level of his title was Wolf Slayer, with HP at 16,020 out of 19,100 and MP at 1,702 out of 1. His stats included strength at 46, vitality at 43, agility at 40, intelligence at 39, and sense at 39, with no remaining points. The commander before him was named Blood Red Commander Igris. Its name was different, others had dark red, but this one was a shade darker than he had ever seen. Igris stood in front of the throne. A knight that protects the empty throne. Izuku stared intensely at Igris as it charged at him with full speed. He barely dodged its slash, thanks to instincts honed from countless hours of training and dungeon clearing. Wasting no time, he moved his dagger upwards, aiming for Igris's chin, but Igris dodged and used the sword lodged in the ground to kick him. Drawing from his training with All Might, who taught him to analyze threats, and David's shield, who emphasized prioritizing thoughts, Izuku quickly found an opening. He jumped back onto the wall and stabbed Igris in the weak joint of its knee armor, drawing first blood. However, his victory was short-lived. The weak joint was still strong enough to lodge his dagger there, and with the opponent's level being too high, none of the effects worked. As he tried to retrieve the dagger, it broke. Igris retaliated with a powerful kick to Izuku's chest, sending him crashing into the wall. His HP dropped to 14, the damage from just a kick was staggering. If he got hit by the sword even once, it would be game over. As he pushed himself out of the rubble, he realized the extent of Igris's strength. Looking around, he saw the destruction caused by their battle. Could he even win? His dagger disappeared, and he muttered to himself that it was broken and no longer usable. It was a dire situation, but he had no choice. Cracking his knuckles, he prepared to fight barehanded. In front of him, Igris discarded his sword, cape, and belt, now standing barehanded. Izuku thought about chivalry, but before he could finish his thought, Igris rushed at him, punching him in the stomach and sending him crashing into the wall again. Igris continued his assault, swinging his fist and breaking through the wall, sending Izuku flying into the next room. Despite blocking the attack, Izuku felt the damage. Igris approached slowly, and Izuku knew he had to rely on his speed. Activating his sprint and one for all at 13%, he charged at Igris. Yet, Igris matched his speed and surpassed him in every way. As Izuku attempted to kick Igris in the head, their eyes met for a brief moment, and he realized he had made a mistake. Igris grabbed him by the leg and threw him across the room. He hit the wall and slid down onto the throne. His HP fell below 30%, activating the skill Perseverance, which reduced damage taken by 50%. The difference in power was overwhelming. The system was trying to keep him alive while making him stronger. Without the system, he had one for all, but without him, the system had nothing. He resolved to defy the system. Remembering all the extra training he had done, the years spent honing his martial arts skills, he prepared for round 2. Inside One for All, the Vestiges and Sung Jinwoo watched Izuku. The first user asked what was happening, and Jinwoo explained that quirks came from magical energy released due to his travels to the Chaos World. This meant that everyone had the potential to awaken quirks, even those deemed quirkless. The first user was astonished to learn that his special condition was another quirk in his body. Jinwoo elaborated that One for All was powerful because it contained the powers of both a monarch and a chosen vessel of a ruler. This was why the mindscape of One for All existed. Curious about what else One for All could do, Banjo asked, and Jinwoo indicated that they would see when Izuku reached 20%. For now, they needed to motivate him. He pointed at Nana, Banjo, and 3 others, instructing them to encourage Izuku. They learned that Izuku's dormant quirk, Indomitable Will, had been unlocked. This quirk exponentially increased his stats and ensured he would always have 1% HP left before dying. The stats would increase in proportion to his willpower, reducing damage taken by 90% and increasing attacks by 20%. With One for All at 30%, Izuku faced Igris again. He punched with all his might, reducing Igris's HP slightly. Suddenly, Izuku found himself in a dark place, confronted by 5 figures before him. Izuku stood before a frail figure with white hair, who informed him that he was the 9th. A bald man encouraged him to do his best until they met again, while a black-haired woman praised him for his efforts. Izuku was taken aback, recognizing her as Nana, the 7th user and one of his favorite heroes, recalling the vintage merchandise he had collected of her. Suddenly, he found himself back in the dungeon, where Igris swung his sword at him. Izuku caught the blade with 2 fingers, glaring at Igris. In the blink of an eye, Igris was met with Rasaka's sharp teeth, causing him to falter. With a surge of power, Izuku delivered a punch to Igris's gut, sending him crashing into the wall. As Igris emerged from the rubble, Izuku flashed a confident smile before vanishing and reappearing in front of him. He seized Igris by the head and slammed him into the ground, then struck him in the stomach, causing the earth to crack beneath them. With all his strength, Izuku unleashed a devastating blow, creating a shockwave that shook the room. He had defeated Igris and felt a rush of exhilaration as he leveled up. In disbelief, Izuku gazed at Igris's fallen form. He turned his attention to the throne and then back to Igris, acknowledging him as one of his most respected and formidable foes. Excitement surged through him as he examined the loot drop, marveling at the 4 items he had received, including a substantial gold pouch and an S-rank knight helmet. The final item, a longsword known as the Demon King's longsword, thrilled him with its impressive stats. However, he noticed a hearthstone, raising questions about whether the dungeon was truly cleared. A notification appeared, indicating that a job quest was about to begin. Multiple portals opened around him, confirming his suspicions that the challenge was far from over. He felt alarmed as a timer appeared, and knights began to emerge from the portals. Despite his current condition, he was determined to face them head-on. As nearly an hour passed, Izuku's mana dwindled. He had attempted stealth but was detected by the magicians. Fatigue weighed heavily on him, and he muttered to himself about the relentless onslaught of knights. When his hearthstone was knocked from his grasp, he felt a surge of desperation. He refused to accept defeat, vowing not to let his circumstances dictate his fate. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a powerful strike against the ground, activating a hidden effect that nullified the recoil of his next attack. His mastery of the sword allowed him to extend his skills, and he moved with incredible speed, cutting down the knights around him. Yet, he questioned why he wasn't leveling up, sensing that these foes might not be the true challenge. Before he could ponder further, a notification informed him that he had failed a daily quest, and he was transported to a penalty area. After some time, he found himself back in the dungeon, ready to confront the knights once more. He realized that the knights were not the true enemies. They were summoned creatures, and he needed to eliminate the source. Spotting a mage hidden behind the knights, he activated a skill and threw a dagger that pierced through the ranks, taking down the mage and causing a significant number of knights to collapse. With a plan forming in his mind, he prepared to use a powerful skill that would allow him to manipulate objects without direct contact. No mana required. With that, he was floating in the air as he activated stealth. He sensed the presence of 5 individuals nearby. Izuku thought to himself that they might have detected his location as he scanned the area and noticed 5 figures with an eye over them. He quickly assessed the situation, then disappeared and reappeared behind one of the mages. By the time the mage turned around, Izuku had already struck, eliminating the threat. He counted down in his mind, 4. Next, he charged toward another mage but was intercepted by several knights. He felt a sharp pain as one of the knights attacked him. He thought, how long are you planning to hide behind those minions of yours? In an instant, Izuku was next to the mage again, swiftly incapacitating him. 3. Turning to face the remaining 3 mages, he noticed that the knights had merged into 2 giant golems. He smirked, thinking, the bigger the enemy, the bigger the target. With that, he launched himself at them, climbing onto the head of one of the golems. You left yourself wide open, he thought as he leaped, executing a flawless maneuver that took down all 3 mages at once. With all the monsters in the room defeated, the quest was nearing its end. Izuku contemplated his options, considering a role as an assassin for his proficiency with swords and daggers, or perhaps a tank due to his healing abilities and strong defense. He realized that a job would be granted after analyzing his actions. Granted? I won't be able to choose? A warrior could also be an option since I'm quite skilled in combat. Whatever, I'll become really strong. Wherever he went, the Reaper followed, leaving a trail behind him. He pondered the implications of his desire for strength, which was powerful enough to summon those from the depths of death, commanding an army that would pave the way for him. An army of the dead? He realized this was his job. Hidden class, necromancer, a subclass of mage. He hesitated, thinking that if his army didn't grow stronger, it would be trivial. But the allure of a hidden class, akin to those possessed by the strongest, intrigued him. He reflected on the mages he had just defeated, recognizing their similar abilities. A mage with the strength of a warrior and the speed of an assassin, along with an army of the undead. This might be interesting. He made his decision. I accept. His job was chosen. Based on his performance and points earned, he was granted a chance for promotion to a higher class. He had exceeded the expected time, and points were added for various achievements. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt a rush of darkness enveloping him. He was promoted from necromancer to shadow monarch. He had learned a job-exclusive skill and obtained bonus stats. An instant promotion. Inside One for All, the Vestiges and Sung Jinwoo were discussing matters. The first Vestige inquired about the title they had mentioned earlier. They decided to grant him both titles, the one that overcame adversity and the chosen one. Izuku chuckled to himself, wondering if he was becoming like a character from a story. As he surveyed the area, he noticed a message hovering over the fallen knights and mages. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. He contemplated a command phrase. Command phrase. Arise. Izuku was amazed as multiple shadow knights began to form around him. Awesome, he muttered, noticing their ranks. He realized that they could level up alongside him, which filled him with excitement. He counted his soldiers and decided to release some to keep his numbers manageable. I'm sorry for calling on you guys. Release, he said, and the shadows dissipated. He turned to see Igris, a formidable figure. He thought about adding Igris to his ranks, realizing that with him, he would have 2 powerful allies. I want him, he muttered. He focused on Igris, determined to recruit him. Stop protecting an empty throne. Instead, serve a new master, a new king. Arise. Igris emerged as a shadow knight, ready to serve. Izuku considered a name for him, ultimately deciding on just Igris. Take good care of me, Igris. I am depending on you, he said, and Igris knelt before him, solidifying their bond. Izuku returned to his apartment, unable to sleep as he contemplated his new powers and the journey ahead. It was around 6:30 in the morning when Izuku decided it was time to wake Izumi. He entered her room and gently shook her awake, reminding her of the time. Izumi, still half asleep, mumbled that she could sleep in since the parents-teachers conference wouldn't start until Izuku recalled how often Izumi had expressed her feelings about those conferences, sensing the sadness in her voice each time. He took out his phone and called Bakugo. The loud greeting from Bakugo nearly made Izuku wince. He asked Bakugo to tone it down, but Bakugo was too busy being his usual self, shouting and causing a ruckus on the other end. After the chaos settled, Bakugo asked what was up. Izuku explained that he wouldn't be attending school that day. Bakugo, ever the provocative, teased him about spending time with Izumi, but Izuku quickly clarified that he planned to take her out for lunch after her conference. He felt guilty for not spending enough time with her lately. Bakugo agreed to inform their teacher and then suggested they all catch an action movie later, knowing how much Izumi loved them. Izuku smiled at the thought, appreciating Bakugo's willingness to help. Their conversation ended with Bakugo's usual brashness, leaving Izuku unaware that Izumi had just woken up and overheard everything. She felt a rush of admiration for her brother, wondering how he could be so cool. Excitedly, she texted Ochako, recalling how well they had gotten along the previous day. Izumi invited her to join them, assuring her that it wouldn't intrude on their sibling time. After some back and forth, they settled on a plan to go shopping together. As Izumi called out to Izuku, he responded, letting her know he was on his way to the PTA meeting. She hugged him tightly, her excitement evident. Izuku couldn't help but giggle at her enthusiasm. A few hours later, Izumi waited at the school gate for Izuku, who emerged looking surprisingly fashionable. She was taken aback and jokingly questioned what had happened to her brother. Izuku, feeling a bit emotional, explained that Kaminari had convinced him to change his wardrobe, leading to a humorous moment of exaggerated tears. Meanwhile, Kaminari was on the train to school, preoccupied with thoughts of a certain girl. He decided to text her, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement as he awaited her reply. Their playful banter revealed a budding connection, and Kaminari felt a warmth spread through him as he thought about her. Back at school, Izuku was turning heads as he walked through the halls. Whispers filled the air, with students marveling at his looks and style. Izumi, noticing the attention her brother was receiving, playfully teased him about his crush on Ochako, prompting a flustered response from Izuku. Despite the playful banter, he felt content, knowing he had everything he needed in that moment. After the PTA meeting, Izuku made his way to the train station, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He arrived at David Shield's office in Might Tower, where he was greeted by Trevor at the reception desk. Trevor informed David of Izuku's arrival, and soon Izuku found himself in a meeting with David Shield, ready to embark on his internship journey. However, David had other plans for the day, granting Izuku a paid leave instead. David informed Izuku that the modifications made to Godzilla's costume had proven profitable, leading to a bonus for him. Izuku expressed his surprise at David's analytical skills and questioned the paid leave. David encouraged him to take the time off, suggesting he could train against some robots, which Izuku decided to do. For the next 2 hours, Izuku trained alongside All Might, who had come over to the office. All Might felt a mix of fear and admiration for Izuku's newly developed abilities as he prepared to return to Mizutofu. Denki found himself bored during the break, as the last 2 classes had been uneventful. His academic skills had improved significantly since spending time with Ichigo and Izuku, bringing him up to a graduate level. He pulled out his phone, thinking about Kyoka's competition. He texted her, wondering how it had gone. Kyoka playfully teased him about his impatience, and Denki felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement at her response. She confidently challenged him, claiming she could show him what too fast really meant. Kyoka, blushing, thought about how quickly Denki had turned the tables on her. She shyly asked how the competition had gone, and when he replied that she had won, her excitement bubbled over. Denki nervously asked if she was free after school, feeling this was one of the hardest things he had done. Kyoka blushed at the idea of another date and quickly typed a yes. Denki suggested a sushi place, reassuring her that he would cover the cost. Kyoka hesitated, not wanting to waste his money, but he insisted it was worth it if it was with her. After some playful back and forth, she agreed, and they exchanged messages about their plans, with Kyoka blushing at the thought of their upcoming date. Meanwhile, Izumi and Ochako waited at the mall for Izuku, who had decided to change before joining them. When he arrived, Ochako was taken aback by how cool he looked, and Izuku greeted them cheerfully. Izumi remarked on how unusual it was for a boy to be excited about window shopping, but Izuku insisted that their happiness was what mattered most. The shopping spree began, with Izumi and Ochako rushing from store to store while Izuku used his photographic memory to remember their preferences. He planned to surprise them with gifts, wanting to show his appreciation for their impact on his life. At Kyoka's house, she waited for Kaminari while her parents sat nearby. Her father inquired about her date, and Kyoka excitedly confirmed that Denki was great. Her mother expressed concern about whether he was a good guy, but Kyoka defended him, confident in his character. When the doorbell rang, her mother opened it to reveal Kaminari, who introduced himself politely. Kyoka's father welcomed him and wished him luck on the date, causing Kaminari to blush. He promised to bring Kyoka back before 8, saluting playfully, which amused her parents. As they left, Jiru affectionately called Kaminari Pikachu, and he responded enthusiastically, clearly excited about spending time with her. Later that evening, Kaminari and Kyoka returned from their date, both wishing the day would never end. As they walked hand in hand, Kaminari turned to her, prompting Kyoka to nervously ask what he wanted to say. Kaminari felt a connection with Kyoka that seemed to transcend their brief acquaintance. Her playful teasing and the way she made him blush captivated him. He confessed his feelings, admitting that he had planned to wait until after the UA exams but could no longer contain himself. He expressed his affection, hoping she would understand the depth of his emotions. Jiru, taken aback, processed his words. Kaminari's gaze dropped to the ground, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Kyoka chuckled, finding his impatience endearing, and she placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Without hesitation, he embraced her, burying his face in her shoulder, overwhelmed by the moment. She reciprocated his feelings, confirming her affection for him, which left Kaminari wide-eyed and emotional. He struggled to comprehend her words, feeling a rush of joy and disbelief. Kyoka reassured him that when she expressed her feelings, she truly meant them. Despite their short time together, she felt certain about her emotions. Meanwhile, Izuku, Izumi, and Ochako were returning home, with Izumi excitedly recounting a thrilling moment from their day. She admired her brother, expressing her awe at his bravery. Izumi then invited Ochako to stay the night, to which Ochako blushed but agreed, not wanting to impose. Izuku, feeling flustered by the idea, ultimately consented, and the trio's excitement filled the air. As they settled in to watch a movie, Izumi soon drifted off to sleep. Izuku took the opportunity to tuck her in, while Ochako watched him with admiration. He offered her a choice between a snack or finishing the movie, and she opted to continue watching. They became so engrossed in the film that they found themselves cuddling, a realization that made them both blush. Izuku, startled by their closeness, began to apologize, but Ochako stopped him, wanting to maintain their position. She clung to him tightly, feeling a mix of shyness and comfort. Izuku, overwhelmed by her cuteness, found himself wanting to stay close as well. Ochako, still blushing, confessed her feelings for him, explaining how he had always been supportive and made her feel safe. She had tried to suppress her emotions but realized they had grown too strong to ignore. As tears welled in her eyes, she feared his rejection. Izuku, touched by her vulnerability, shared his own struggles and how he had felt incomplete until he met her. He expressed his love for her, and they embraced, feeling a sense of completeness in each other's presence. As they held each other, Ochako asked if they could sleep like that, and Izuku agreed, cherishing the moment they shared. Kigo Takami, known as Hawks, stood in front of a jail cell. He greeted Lady Nagant, who sat across from him on the other side of the glass panel, with a casual demeanor. They exchanged pleasantries, and Hawks noted that she had only 2 more years left of her sentence. He reminisced about the 7 years that had passed, expressing how much he missed her. Lady Nagant urged him to get to the point, sensing he had a reason for his visit. Hawks admitted that while he was curious about some matters, he genuinely missed her. Lady Nagant responded with a smile, and they discussed how she had recently found hope for the future, a sentiment that surprised Hawks. He complimented her smile, which he hadn't seen in years, and she thanked him. However, he questioned why she had taken responsibility for a crime she didn't commit. She hinted at the interesting people she had encountered during her time in confinement, advising him to take care of them, especially an E-ranker. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up early to find Ochako sleeping on his chest. He marveled at her cuteness before carefully lifting her to get up. As he contemplated breakfast, he decided on fish soup and a grilled cheese sandwich. He prepared the meal while fitting in some exercise, knowing he had limited time before needing to leave. Around 6 a.m., Ochako awoke, confused about her surroundings until she recalled the previous night. She was startled to see Izuku doing push-ups on 3 fingers, which left her flustered. Izuku, noticing her movement, informed her that breakfast would be ready soon and encouraged her to freshen up. He explained that he studied while cooling down after workouts, making the most of his time. Ochako admired his dedication, and as she got up to head to the bathroom, she unexpectedly kissed him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Later, at the dining table, Izuku served the soup, and Ochako was impressed by the meal's appearance. She expressed her admiration for his cooking, and Izuku offered to make meals for her daily, which surprised her. Izumi, his sister, excitedly suggested that Ochako could stay with them, leading to an awkward moment. Ochako felt embarrassed, explaining that their relationship was still new. Izumi was shocked to learn they were dating, and Ochako defended that it had all happened the previous night. Izumi suggested the guest room, but Izuku pointed out that it might be too soon and that they should consider how Ochako's parents would feel. He reassured her that she was always welcome to join them for meals, which touched her. Grateful yet feeling like she was taking advantage of their kindness, Ochako insisted she wanted to contribute. Izuku reassured her that she wasn't a burden and that he enjoyed cooking for her. He subtly communicated to her that taking care of his sister was enough of a gesture in return. It was 3 p.m. when Izuku, Kaminari, and Ichigo gathered at Dagoba Beach, still dressed in their school uniforms. Izuku had invited Bakugo, but he declined, stating he needed to handle some things alone and would be exploring dungeons by himself. Tsukumo decided to accompany Bakugo, believing it was safer to raid dungeons with a trustworthy ally who knew how to fight. At that moment, Ichigo had several snakes emerging from his hand, using them to lift and grab various items. Kaminari was zipping around the beach, using his electricity to carry both large and small objects, while Izuku effortlessly lifted the heaviest items without any trouble. Just a few minutes earlier, Izuku had shared details about his shadow abilities, which left both Kaminari and Ichigo in shock. Ochako had discovered this the day before during a date with Izumi. Meanwhile, Igris and the mages were busy sorting through the debris, categorizing it into groups for recycling, destruction, or potential repurposing. Kaminari had a knack for anything involving his quirk, including radio waves, which he used to send messages in Morse code. He was also skilled at making and disassembling simple devices and had a strong proficiency with computers, thanks to his mentor teaching him hacking and counter-hacking techniques. Ichigo excelled in technical matters as well, possessing extensive knowledge and a talent for precision work. Izuku, while decent at hacking according to Kaminari, truly shone in his analytical abilities. He could quickly identify weaknesses and suggest improvements in nearly anything, from Kaminari's codes to Ichigo's blueprints, enhancing them significantly. After their cleanup, Ichigo and Izuku planned to head to Ichigo's house to work on the blueprints and utilize the items they had collected that day. Kaminari would have joined them, but he had plans to meet Kyoka. Kaminari sheepishly explained that he had just started dating and wanted to spend time with his girlfriend. Ichigo was surprised to learn about Kaminari's new relationship, and Izuku quietly admitted he was in a similar situation, which left Ichigo in disbelief. As Ichigo and Izuku worked on a visor that would provide an inbuilt display and communication even when signals were jammed, they encountered a technical challenge. Ichigo expressed his concerns about using quantum-entangled particles, questioning how they would acquire them and address the stability factor, as well as how to transmit or read quantum data. Izuku suggested using minuscule pulses of mana in Morse code or a specially encrypted pattern as a potential solution. Suddenly, Izumi and Momo rushed in, panting. Izumi explained that one of their friends was burdened by loans and planned to enter a dungeon to pay them off. Izuku was initially confused, but Momo clarified that the friend had a C-rank quirk and had not yet awakened, while the dungeon was a low B rank. Ichigo, aware of the dangers associated with dungeons, reacted with concern. He knew that even 3 A-rank heroes like himself, Izuku, and Kaminari would struggle against a C-rank boss. Momo revealed that the friend had applied to join a raid organized by Hawk's agency, which was short 4 members. While Ichigo felt somewhat reassured by Hawk's involvement, he insisted they accompany the friend just in case. Izuku suggested that Izumi stay behind or with Ochako for safety, but she argued that she could handle herself. Izuku's instincts told him something could go wrong, and he wanted to keep her safe, suggesting she stay with Momo or Ochako, both of whom were strong and experienced in combat. As Ichigo and Izuku searched for the boy Izumi had mentioned, Izuku noticed the slight blush on her face as she spoke about him. He wondered who this boy was and if he was a good person. Eventually, they spotted a lean, athletic boy with a sword, fitting Izumi's description. Ichigo approached the boy, asking if he was Kajamaru Masamune. The boy nervously confirmed his identity. Izuku introduced himself as Izumi's brother and expressed concern about the boy's plan to enter a B-rank dungeon. The boy explained that his family was being threatened by loan sharks, which made him feel even more intimidated by Izuku. Izuku, determined to help, stated that they would accompany him into the dungeon and would address the loan sharks afterward. Ichigo offered to ask his father for assistance and mentioned that Kaminari could also help, given his teacher's impressive strength. Meanwhile, at a restaurant in Tokyo International Airport, a brown-haired man enjoyed a bowl of ramen, savoring the meal as he finished his 12th bowl. Others nearby recognized him as the S-rank Hunter Nightwatch and speculated about his presence, wondering if he was in town for business related to his role as the head of Hellfire Corp. Izuku was speaking with the official overseeing the raid. He questioned whether it was excessive to bring an A-rank hunter and 10 B-rank hunters to a low B-rank gate. His instincts were alert, a feeling he had learned to trust. The official explained that their A-rank hunter had recently been promoted after a reawakening, which was why they were starting with lower-level gates. Izuku felt a strange unease, and when he exchanged glances with Ichigo, he noticed that Ichigo shared his apprehension. Curious about their teammate, Izuku inquired about Masamune's quirk. Masamune hesitated before revealing that it was called analytic mimicry. Izuku couldn't help but think the name was rather silly, prompting him to question who had named it. Masamune sheepishly admitted it was his choice, explaining that other names like Copycat and Record were already taken. Ichigo, sensing the tension, tried to steer the conversation in a more positive direction. He recalled moments when Izuku had been similarly intense, particularly during a previous encounter at his party, where Izuku had warned him about his sister. Masamune continued, explaining that his quirk allowed him to analyze and replicate fighting styles, as well as some basic awakened powers, provided they didn't require a specific body type. He elaborated on his abilities, mentioning he could create small flames and ice, thanks to Todoroki, and could generate wind blasts. He could even shoot his nails, although they didn't grow at the same rate as those of the person he had copied. Acknowledged that while he could mimic powers, they were never as strong as the original since he only understood their concepts and used his body to replicate them as best as he could. Your quirk is really interesting. I'd say it's a B rank or a low A rank in all but mana. But you can work on that. We're here to help you, Izuku remarked. The nervous smile on the other person's face indicated his appreciation for the support. The more Izuku interacted with him, the more he found him likable. It seemed Izumi had made a great choice. Izumi was speaking with Momo. She expressed her confidence in the situation, mentioning that she had contacted Ochako, who was Izuku's girlfriend. Momo reassured her that if she needed anything, she could just call. Izumi responded with a bright smile, feeling grateful for the support. At the Tokyo airport, another S-rank hunter named Samui Hagane had just landed. He was the brother of Akihiko Hagane, who had met his end in the dungeon at Izuku's hands. Samui noted the different atmosphere and mentioned that he had arrived earlier than expected. Behind him, Yakumaru Mera stood, glaring. Samui greeted him with a taunting smile, questioning what business a monitoring department hunter had there. Mera replied that it was natural for him to observe an S-rank hunter. Samui sneered, suggesting that if it were up to him, he would manipulate things from behind the scenes. Mera inquired about Samui's business in Japan, particularly if it involved Hunter Midoriya, Hunter Kaminari, and Hunter Yaoyorozu. Samui clarified that his interest was solely in Hunter Midoriya, as dealing with Yaoyorozu would be inconvenient due to her wealthy background. He made a sinister remark about a potential incident involving a green-haired individual, hinting at a dark coincidence. Realizing the danger Izumi was in, Mera thought urgently about alerting the Association for Protection. Samui, however, taunted him, claiming that as an American S-rank, he would leave no proof of his involvement. Meanwhile, Kaminari was enjoying his day with Jairu when he received a concerning message from Mera, warning him that Izuku's sister was in extreme danger. The color drained from his face as he read the message, and he quickly explained the situation to Jairu. She was confused but concerned. Kaminari insisted he needed to leave immediately, urging her to stay inside and not contact the police, as they wouldn't be able to help. Despite Jairu's protests to accompany him, Kaminari insisted it was his responsibility. He reassured her that he would find a hero to help. After a brief moment of affection, he rushed out, using his quirk to speed away. As everyone entered the dungeon, Izuku was the last to step inside. He immediately sensed a great disturbance, feeling the dimensions fluctuate ominously. He contemplated leaving to alert others but found himself unable to exit. Outside, the gate began to glow red, and Izuku shouted for the main attack force to be called immediately before he was pushed back into the gate. An official asked what to do, and the chief realized they needed to contact Hunter Hero Hawks right away. Hawks had just returned from a tiring patrol when he received the urgent call. He grumbled about the importance of the message, and when he heard about the red gate and the rank reading, he sprang into action, demanding the list of participants and a coffee as he prepared to head out. Samui sat in the back seat of Mera's car, commenting on the vehicle. Mera drove slowly, torn between the urgency to protect Izuku's sister and the knowledge that Samui wouldn't allow him to act freely. He recalled that Hunter Kaminari was the protege of a renowned hero, hoping to relay the situation to him for assistance. Maybe it's not that bad. Mera asked how he would find Hunter Midoriya, to which he replied that he already knew he was at a dungeon in Mizudafu. He added that he could reach there faster by running, and reminded Mera that the rules in dungeons were different, implying that what happened to the others was none of her concern. Suddenly, they found themselves in a strange place. The surroundings did not resemble a dungeon at all, and even the gate had vanished. Izuku sensed that they were likely trapped in a red gate, which had been discovered 5 days earlier. He calculated that they would need to survive for about 48 days or defeat the boss to escape, realizing that his training with Professor Shield was proving useful. He informed Ichigo and Masamune of their situation, but Ichigo was interrupted by a sound slicing through the air. In a flash, Ichigo developed protective armor while Izuku intercepted an arrow aimed at Kajimaru. Unfortunately, another arrow struck true, taking down a C-ranker. Izuku cursed under his breath, recognizing the threat of ice elves, known to hunters as Hyaki, who were far from the friendly beings depicted in fairy tales. Hawks stood before the gate, frustrated as he inquired about the number of people trapped inside. An official informed him that there was 1 A-rank and 10 B-rank members from their guild, along with 6 C-rank members. Hawks scoffed at the assessment of the gate's rank, realizing it was much more dangerous than indicated. He learned that 3 additional individuals had responded to the request for help, including a porter and 2 support members, all of whom were inexperienced. As Hawks processed this information, he recognized Izuku Midoriya's name among the trapped. He reflected on how the least skilled members of their squad had been chosen, and he was determined to turn the tide. The elves seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, as one of them pointed at Izuku and made a threatening gesture. Izuku glared back, vowing to confront them. The elves vanished, leaving an A-rank to explain their predicament. He clarified that they could only escape by either clearing the dungeon or waiting for it to break, which would take a significant amount of time. Izuku explained the nature of red gates to Kajimaru, emphasizing their dire situation. The A rank took responsibility for their survival, stating that they would need to split up to increase their chances. Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and determination as he prepared to venture into the dungeon, inviting others to join him. Many stepped forward, eager to team up with the A rank hunter, but Izuku noticed the reluctance of the A rank to include anyone deemed weak. Meanwhile, Hawks was still searching for a way to breach the red gate when a familiar car pulled up. Samui Hagane, a well-known American hunter, emerged, and Hawks questioned his presence in Japan. Samui explained he was there for business, but Hawks pressed for details. Izuku, on the other hand, was trying to understand the calm demeanor of the new recruits in the dungeon. They were taught that anything could happen inside, and soon the A rank instructed them to split up, wishing each other luck. Kaminari was sprinting when he spotted Shoto approaching. After a brief exchange, they realized they needed to act quickly. Back at the site, Hawks and Samui felt an overwhelming pressure, causing them to sweat. It was a presence unlike any other, signaling the arrival of a national rank hunter. Steve appeared casually, exuding an aura that intimidated everyone around him. He inquired about the hunt for his student and his friends, making it clear that he was not to be underestimated. Samui Hagane felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He stood in the presence of a fellow S-rank hero and a national rank at that. However, he was determined not to show his concern. He addressed Steve Ray, India's #2 hero, who had made history by becoming a hero at just 13 years old and reaching the top 10 by 15. Samui couldn't help but taunt him, questioning why he held the second position. Steve responded with a hint of sarcasm, mentioning that the #1 hero was significantly older and had a certain charm that set him apart. He then shifted the conversation, suggesting that Samui should consider leaving if he wasn't interested in witnessing the skills of a national rank hunter. Steve Ray was known as the brightest fragment of brilliant light. He possessed a unique quirk called Endure, which allowed him to enhance his physical and magical abilities through pain. This quirk was unlocked after he endured extreme suffering during his childhood in an orphanage for children deemed potentially quirkless. Samui, feeling the tension, asked if Steve was threatening him. Steve clarified that he was merely making an offer, warning Samui not to provoke a national rank hunter. Samui retorted, reminding Steve that he was still just a kid. Steve corrected him, stating that he had just turned 18 and was technically an adult. He confidently boasted about his extensive experience in dungeons and his impressive record of defeating numerous enemies with a single move. As the air around them began to swirl, Samui felt a shift in the atmosphere. He questioned Steve's actions, to which Steve playfully attributed it to the wind. Suddenly, Samui felt something wet on his cheek and realized it was blood from a small cut caused by one of Steve's wind blades. Steve feigned innocence, remarking on the unexpected nature of wind. Samui recalled the infamous incident where Steve had used his wind blades to incapacitate a criminal, leaving him with countless cuts. The thought of Steve's power sent a chill down Samui's spine. Steve, aware of Samui's thoughts, casually mentioned the villain he had dealt with, further intimidating Samui. Feeling overwhelmed, Samui decided to leave and quickly got into Mara's car. Mara informed him that Izuku Midoriya's sister was in danger, prompting them to rush off. Meanwhile, Ochako had just entered her home with Izumi when she sensed something was amiss. She instructed Izumi to stay behind her as she took a defensive stance. As they cautiously approached a room, Ochako's instincts kicked in, and she swiftly flipped an unseen assailant onto the ground, knocking the wind out of him. Hearing a sound slicing through the air, she ducked just in time, taking cover with Izumi behind the kitchen counter. Another attacker entered, wielding a flamethrower. Ochako quickly grabbed a knife from the counter and threw it at his leg, followed by a ladle that she increased in weight, knocking him out. Just then, she noticed a needle embedded in the wall beside her. Reacting quickly, she leaped over the counter to avoid another projectile. Observing the assailant's pattern, she timed her jump perfectly, landing on the ceiling and delivering a powerful kick that broke his arm. The attacker screamed in pain, but Ochako maintained her grip on the situation, playfully scolding him for his language. Izumi tried to warn her of an incoming threat, but it was too late. A blur struck Ochako in the back of her head, nearly knocking her out. In a last-ditch effort, she touched the attacker, increasing his gravity and sending him crashing through the floor below. Dazed and bleeding, Ochako clutched her head as she released her quirk, calling out for Izumi. Izumi was interrupted when Ochako jumped in front of her to protect her from the first thug, who was still standing. The thug had shot a sticky substance toward them, but before it could reach them, a wall of ice appeared between them. In the next moment, both the first thug and another with needle powers were taken down by a yellow blur, while Shoto dealt with a fifth thug who had returned from the lower floor. Kaminari sighed in relief, grateful they weren't too late. Izuku and Ichigo were leading the others into a forest when the B-rank spoke up, expressing her concern about going further. She pointed out the marks of cave bears in the area, indicating it was their territory. Ichigo, amused, asked if that meant they were dealing with ice bears. Izuku, undeterred, suggested it was all the more reason to proceed, noting that the bears were more reasonable than the elves. The B-rank fell silent, deep in thought. Izuku then handed out coats from the shop, prompting one of the hunters to mutter about the rarity of spatial magic. Ichigo smirked, knowing the truth, while Masamune stared at Izuku in awe, questioning who he really was. Izuku reassured him that he was there to protect them, patting Masamune on the head, which made him blush. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the forest, and they turned to see an ice bear. Panic ensued among the hunters, with cries of alarm about the danger they were in. The B-rank attempted to take charge, but Ichigo and Izuku casually approached the bear. Ichigo looked at Izuku, who shrugged and walked toward the bear. The B-rank warned them of the danger, but Izuku's presence became overwhelming. He challenged the bear, which roared defiantly in response. With a swift jump, Izuku struck the bear, defeating it in one powerful blow. As he sat atop the bear's head, massaging his knuckles, he remarked on the experience gained from the encounter. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Shoto relaxed, noticing that all threats had been neutralized. When a group of cloaked figures entered the room, everyone except Kaminari took a defensive stance, but he chuckled, recognizing Ectoplasm, a hero. Ectoplasm noted their efforts, and Kaminari referenced a legal clause about using quirks in life-threatening situations, impressing Jiraiya. Shoto humorously claimed he had acted in self-defense, which left Kaminari and the others in awe. Jiraiya, however, pointed out that they had been through so much together that they had become desensitized to danger, which she emphasized was not funny. Unbeknownst to them, the thug with the flamethrower was still conscious. He declared he wouldn't be taken alive and began to glow ominously. Kaminari recognized the danger, realizing the thug was about to explode. In an instant, a blue blur appeared, taking out the thug before he could detonate. Moments later, a loud boom echoed in the sky. The blue blur returned next to Kaminari, who greeted it with a smirk. After dinner, Izuku and Ichigo engaged in their exercise routine, both being fitness enthusiasts. They found themselves facing a group of ice bears, behind which stood a much larger one. Ichigo suggested that Izuku take on the larger bear, joking about the word, arise. Izuku agreed to face the strongest one, while Ichigo preferred to practice mobility against the smaller bears. Izuku suggested Ichigo develop legs like an iguana for better movement, which Ichigo dismissed as looking weird. As they debated, the leader bear let out a deafening roar, interrupting their conversation. Izuku, unfazed, summoned a pitch-black knight named Igris to focus on the battle ahead. Izuku expressed his curiosity about Igris's abilities as Igris approached the leader. The bear took a step forward, and in an instant, its head fell to the ground. Ichigo commented on the situation, noting how underwhelming it was. Izuku, with a hint of irritation, urged Ichigo to finish off their enemies or he would take care of it himself, though Ichigo sensed the playful undertone in Izuku's voice. Steve awkwardly greeted his friends after a long absence. Kaminari leaped onto him, wrapping his arms around Steve's neck in excitement. Steve explained that he had been dealing with villainous groups in Central Africa, where the heroes were significantly outnumbered. He shared that he, along with Shishido and Canary, had spent over 6 months working tirelessly to restore order, as some individuals from the US, Japan, and India were using the chaos to distract from illegal drug trafficking and unethical experiments on those without quirks. Kaminari inquired if the same situation was happening in their area, to which Steve confirmed that there were attempts to grant quirks to quirkless individuals through forced activation. Ochako questioned the feasibility of such actions, and Steve sighed, reflecting on the disturbing possibilities that existed. Kaminari recalled a historical incident involving a failed assassination attempt on a UK Prime Minister, which only added to the tension. Shoto interrupted, urging everyone to steer clear of depressing topics. Ectoplasm asked if anyone was injured, and Izumi mentioned that Ochako had been struck on the head. Despite the earlier chaos, she felt reassured by the camaraderie between Steve and Kaminari. Steve then declared he would handle the remaining thugs, disappearing in a flash of blue light, leaving Kaminari to comment on Steve's method of extracting confessions through psychological means. 3 days had passed in the dungeon, where the lower-ranked hunters were enjoying a meal when an A-ranker arrived. The A-ranker was taken aback by the abundance of supplies the lower ranks possessed, questioning how they had managed to gather such resources while his own team had perished from lack of food and equipment. The C-rank hunters hesitated, and the A-ranker demanded to know who was responsible for hoarding the supplies. He threatened to let them go if they revealed the culprit. As he counted down, he suspected a B-ranker among them, believing she must have a hidden agenda for associating with lower ranks. Just as he reached 3, a voice from behind interrupted him, and he was struck on the back of the head, sending him tumbling into the snow. He looked up to see Izuku glaring at him, accompanied by Ichigo. They questioned who had abandoned their comrades, and Izuku pointed out that the A-ranker had brought unnecessary burdens with him. The C-rank hunters were confused, and Izuku urged the ice elves to reveal themselves. As they did, Izuku made a light-hearted comment about the cold energy they emitted, prompting Ichigo to chide him for his dad jokes. The ice elves stood before them, and Izuku took a serious tone, addressing their leader. The leader acknowledged the two as the most competent among the group, which sparked a reaction from Ichigo and Izuku, who were surprised to find they could understand the elves. They marveled at their synchronicity in speech, while the others around them were unsure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of the situation. Izuku speculated that his awakened powers allowed him to comprehend the elves, while Ichigo theorized that his quirk might also grant him the ability to communicate with them, referencing reports of individuals with mutant quirks hearing voices in dungeons. Meanwhile, within One for All, everyone turned their attention to Sung Jinwoo. He expressed his frustration at being treated like an encyclopedia, while Nana attempted to persuade him of his divine status. Jinwoo, unfazed, remarked on Nana's cuteness, leaving her flustered. He explained that since quirks were genetic, there was a possibility that they might develop an understanding of the chaos language, but it was uncertain. The C-rank hunters and those below remained apprehensive about their situation. What was happening? An army of Hyaki stood before them, engaged in a discussion that seemed incomprehensible. How could they understand each other? The leader of the Hyaki gestured toward the elf beside him, whom Izuku recognized. He mentioned that they were already acquainted and that this elf had informed them of a powerful human. The elf had been eager for a challenge against one of them, but before he could finish, Izuku swiftly eliminated the elf, a decisive action that shocked everyone. The leader's expression shifted to a sinister grin as he regarded Izuku. He found the young man intriguing. Meanwhile, Izuku was lost in another realm, his mind focused on his own progress. He had leveled up. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Level 40. Job, Necromancer. FIFA 0. Title, The Chosen One, plus 2 others. HP, 36,100. MP, 5,910. Strength, 63. Vitality, 60. Agility, 56. Intelligence, 56. Sense, 45. Remaining points, 0. One for all skill unlocked, Black Whip. A bald man standing in front of Izuku remarked that the 9th was present. This story unfolds in a world where quirks have existed for over 300 years, and dungeons and hunters have been a part of society for about 50 years. Approximately 50 years prior to the current timeline, portals to other dimensions began to open, unleashing monsters into the world. Initially, heroes managed to handle these threats with ease, as the first monsters were of the E-rank variety. However, as the challenges escalated, heroes, who were not adequately trained for such encounters, faced severe injuries. Then came the discovery of a new phenomenon known as the awakening. This event occurs when an individual develops powers that are not derived from the quirk allele, essentially granting them non-genetic superpowers. In response to this new threat, a special occupation was established specifically for hunting these monsters and sealing the portals, and those who took on these roles became known as hunters. The primary distinction between hunters and heroes lies in the hunters' disregard for collateral damage, as their battles take place within the confines of the dungeons connected to the portals. However, the grim reality is that the horrors that occur within those dungeons remain there, leading to numerous tragic events. Heroes and hunters are separate entities, yet both are governed by the same association. Many individuals hold dual roles as both heroes and hunters, with All Might being a notable example. Unlike heroes, hunters face no age restrictions or educational prerequisites. As long as they possess even minimal skills, whether through awakening or a quirk, they can become hunters. Conversely, to become a hero, one must complete a hero course. While a quirkless individual typically cannot rise above D rank as a hunter, successfully completing a hero course allows for exceptions. Although there have been a few quirkless heroes, the situation for quirkless individuals is particularly challenging in Japan, Korea, China, and neighboring countries, largely due to the enduring influence of All for One. Heroes, like hunters, are ranked and classified according to their power levels, which are not solely determined by mana. Every individual possesses mana, regardless of whether they have a quirk, are awakened, or are quirkless. However, the strength of these individuals can vary significantly, as many renowned heroes may not possess overwhelming power. Most S-rank heroes, however, are among the top 50 in their respective countries. The ranks are as follows. Strongest, A rank, B rank, weakest. Where am I? Izuku wondered as he scanned his surroundings, instinctively taking a defensive stance. Calm down. You're inside One for All, Banjo replied, standing confidently with his arms crossed. Inside One for All? Izuku asked, confusion evident on his face. Yes. The only thing you can be inside of. Banjo exclaimed playfully. Hey, I have a girlfriend. Not that I do. You know, that's so soon. I'm too young to be inside anything. Now who are you? Izuku shouted, feeling embarrassed. I was joking, kid. But I am Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All, he declared proudly. I didn't know that quirky individuals were also users of One for All, Izuku remarked. Hey, shut up, kid. I'm awesome. Banjo retorted. What are you going to do, old man? Izuku teased. I'm going to take you on. Banjo shot back. Oh yeah? Wanna go? Izuku challenged, their eyes locking with a spark of competition. Both of them broke into grins. I like you, kid, Banjo laughed. I don't swing that way, Izuku replied with a smirk. Ah, you little rascal, Banjo chuckled. Got you, Izuku said, playfully finger-gunning him. Yeah, you did. I'm low-key proud. What a great successor, Banjo said, wiping away manly tears. Thanks. So, what's happening? Izuku asked. Well, you see, up until now, One for All was crystallizing, as that buffoon told you, Banjo explained. Don't call All Might a buffoon. Izuku protested, pouting. Yeah, I can call him whatever I want. Banjo shot back. Oh yeah? You wanna go? Izuku yelled, preparing for a challenge. Banjo then recalled how adept Izuku was at analyzing his opponent's fighting style, and how much stronger he was, being 4 generations ahead. Nevermind. Anyway, as that, not buffoon, told you, One for All is the crystallization of power. However, there is one thing. It's not just quirks. Our quirks, along with a copy of our consciousness, are also transferred from one user to another, Banjo continued. That's incredible. So what have you did you say quirks? Izuku asked, intrigued. Yes. And that brings us to the current topic. You have unlocked my quirk, Black Whip, Banjo said proudly. That's so awesome. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he rushed toward him. Yeah. So here's the thing. With 20% of one for all, you have also unlocked Black Whip. Soon, you'll unlock more quirks, Banjo explained. Wow. Izuku said, looking around for his notebook, only to remember he was in his mindscape. Ah, you stupid. Banjo laughed heartily. Hey. Anyway, what have you all been doing all this time? Izuku inquired. Oh well, we've been going through your memories and watching your world through your eyes. Whatever you see, we can see too, Banjo replied. Oh, cool, wait, whatever? Izuku asked, suddenly concerned about his privacy. Ah, don't worry, we've got better things to do than watching you in your private moments, Banjo teased. I don't do that. Izuku protested. You didn't deny the dreams. Banjo shot back. You've got an unfunny, lame, and dirty sense of humor. Izuku exclaimed. Excuse me, I'm quite funny, Banjo countered. Nope. But anyway, I need to go. If you remember, I've got an elf to deal with, Izuku said. Right. My time's almost up too. Remember, your quirk and awakened power both have many secrets. And kid, don't ever change. The elf leader smiled with glee. Yes, he had lost one of his best soldiers, but he had also found a strong opponent. It will be fun to fight you, he said with a sinister smile. You're an amusing guy. Here's a proposal. Hand over those people behind you, and I'll let you live a little longer. I've got a question. Why do you want to kill us humans? Izuku asked. But because we're beings of chaos. We want to kill. We have that bloodlust that drives us to kill humans. No, not drives us. We willingly kill humans, he said, maintaining his evil smirk. Izuku growled as he summoned his sword into his hand. Thanks for the proposal, but kindly back off, he said as their weapons clashed. You're foolish, the elf leader taunted, infuriating Izuku. Why is everyone calling me foolish today? He groaned. You think you can go against our numbers? The elf asked, his army standing beside him. Speaking of numbers, Izuku said as 3 mages, 8 normal-sized ice bears, a giant ice bear, and Igris materialized behind him. You were saying? Izuku smirked. While his soldiers were fewer, they were formidable. Even for a group of elves, dealing with an ice bear would be challenging, especially one as large as the leader of the pack. And then there was Igris, radiating an aura that warned everyone not to mess with him. As they processed this, another wave of power surged through the air, as Ichigo appeared, surrounded by a green aura, a sign of his awakened power. Did you all forget me? Ichigo asked, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Others found this impressive, but for Izuku, Ichigo's mannerisms reminded him of Banjo. He was just so obnoxious. Izuku shook off those thoughts and turned back to the elf leader. So, you were saying something about numbers? Chapter 1. The day had finally arrived, and excitement filled the air. 2 songs played on loop in the background, fueling the creative energy of the moment. The first was Kill My Mind by Louis Tomlinson, a track that resonated deeply and inspired the writer. The second song was an English rap by an Indian artist, who had skillfully released the track in both English and Hindi. The lyrics cleverly addressed how other rappers would subtly throw shade without mentioning his name, revealing their fear of directly challenging him. The rapper had proven himself time and again, effortlessly outshining his competition. As the writer immersed themselves in the rhythm of the music, the story began to unfold. Characters emerged, each with their own struggles and triumphs, navigating a world filled with challenges and rivalries. The tension in the air was palpable as the protagonist faced off against their adversaries, determined to rise above the doubts cast upon them. With each passing moment, the stakes grew higher and the resolve of the characters strengthened. They were not merely participants in a game, they were warriors in their own right, ready to confront whatever obstacles lay ahead. The journey was just beginning, and the promise of adventure loomed large on the horizon. Izuku and the elf leader were locked in a fierce stare. Izuku declared that the battle was his alone to win, activating his intense determination and releasing an aura that sent shivers down the spines of those around them. In response, Igris and Ichigo also emanated their own fierce energy, causing fear to ripple through the crowd. Ichigo, with his newfound abilities, unleashed a flurry of attacks that overwhelmed the elves, showcasing his growth and skill. Igris led the charge against a group of elves, but it was clear that Ichigo was outshining even him, which impressed Izuku. Although Izuku was stronger than Igris, Ichigo had been training hard alongside him. Izuku muttered to himself, determined not to let the elves gain any more strength, before turning his attention to the elf leader, Baruka. Baruka introduced himself with a sneer, and Izuku wasted no time in charging at him. Their swords clashed, and as Baruka attempted to counterattack, Izuku delivered a swift kick that sent Baruka reeling. Baruka protested that the attack was unfair, but Izuku responded with confidence, asserting that he would fight however he pleased. Baruka attempted to use his frost abilities to hinder Izuku, but Izuku saw through the elf's tactics and taunted him for his predictability. Baruka, now standing again, acknowledged Izuku's perceptiveness but dismissed him as just a kid, easy to defeat. In an instant, Izuku vanished and reappeared beside Baruka, surprising him as he slammed him to the ground. Baruka tried to retaliate with a dagger, but Izuku spun and kicked him, sending him crashing into a tree. As Baruka regained his footing, Izuku prepared to attack again, but a shout from behind interrupted him. An A-ranker was leaping through the air, sword aimed at Izuku. Baruka smirked, thinking he wasn't the only one after Izuku. However, a kunai suddenly struck the A-ranker, halting his advance. Izuku turned to see Masamune, who was visibly shaken. He urged Ichigo to take care of the situation while he focused on Baruka. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their weapons locked as they fought with everything they had. The rules of combat had long been forgotten in their desperate clash. Baruka questioned why Izuku fought without rules, to which Izuku explained that he fought to protect those he cared about and to survive. He had no time for the conventions that others followed. Baruka, intrigued, vowed to enjoy the fight, while Izuku retorted that it was Baruka's army that was being defeated. Meanwhile, Yuri Suzuki checked on the fallen A-ranker while Ichigo tried to console Masamune, who was distraught over the death he had caused. Ichigo reassured him that he had saved Izuku and that sometimes, heroes had to make difficult choices. He reminded Masamune that even Izuku had faced similar situations, and that his actions would be understood by those who cared for him. Just then, Baruka's furious voice cut through the air as he shouted at Izuku, who wore a triumphant grin, ready for the next round of their battle. Not going to lie, he was attractive, thought one of the C-rank girls. Ichigo raised an eyebrow, noting that he already had a girlfriend. Izuku focused intently, realizing that Baruka was agitated. He needed to find an opening. He took out a Rasaka's tooth and threw it at Baruka. Baruka dodged the projectile, but Izuku activated Dominator's touch, causing it to follow Baruka. As Baruka turned to face him, Izuku unleashed his ace in the hole. Black Whip type spell. This skill allowed the user to create whips made of pure mana. Each whip required 100 mana to create, but maintaining it used no extra mana. If cut, it took 10 mana to regenerate 1 meter, and when dispersed, 100 mana returned to the user. Izuku activated Black Whip with his left hand, ensnaring Baruka. With his right hand, he drove the sword through Baruka's heart, ending the battle instantly. The red gate had been cleared. The B-rankers and others stood in awe of what had transpired. This battle had been monumental, and Izuku had single-handedly defeated an elf and their leader. But Ichigo's mind was occupied with something else entirely. He thought that Izuku's quirk would be perfect for bench. Hawks observed the scene as the red gate opened, expecting high-rankers to emerge, but only low-ranking ones came out, led by Izuku and Ichigo. He recalled Lady Nagin's words, realizing Izuku was indeed special. However, he quickly reminded himself that Izuku needed to return to his sister. Hawks called out to Midoriya, prompting Izuku to stop. He was excited to see Hawks, but the urgency of the situation was evident. Hawks bluntly informed Izuku that his sister had likely been attacked, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in alarm. Hawks reassured him that his friend had been informed and backup had departed a few hours ago. Izuku panicked, insisting that backup was insufficient. Hawks clarified that it was if the backup was a national rank hunter. Izuku froze, realizing that the only national rank hunter in Japan was All Might. These hunters were incredibly rare, and it was confusing for Izuku to hear that one had gone to save his sister. Hawks urged him to go, and Izuku nodded, determined. Ichigo mentioned that he would drop Izuku home and handle the loan sharks, and Izuku nodded again. Upon arriving home, Izuku was greeted by a peculiar scene. Shoto had his fireside lit, and a girl with purple hair was roasting marshmallows over it. Ochako was enjoying the treats with Izumi's head resting on her lap, while Kaminari had a bunch of cables in his mouth, all connected to a wire. Izuku was bewildered by the chaos when a young-looking man entered the room with ectoplasm. He introduced himself as Steve Ray, better known as Nightwatch. Izuku was in awe, as Nightwatch was known for keeping his identity secret. Despite not sensing his power, Izuku could tell he was genuine. He introduced himself, and Nightwatch expressed that he had heard a lot about Izuku from Denki. He inquired about Ichigo, who was dealing with some business involving loan sharks. Nightwatch excused himself to take care of the house, and Izuku rushed to Izumi, who hugged him tightly. She reassured him that she was fine and thanked Ochako, Denki, Shoto, and Jairu for their help. Kaminari downplayed their efforts, stating that Ochako had dealt with the thugs. Izuku turned to Ochako, expressing his gratitude with a heartfelt hug and a kiss on her forehead. The others watched with various expressions. Izumi was fangirling, Jairu was amused, Kaminari had a silly grin, and Shoto simply asked about the marshmallows. Izuku assessed the damage in the house, noting that while the furniture could be replaced, there were significant holes in the walls and floor. Ochako apologized, feeling responsible for the damage, but Izuku reassured her that her actions had protected Izumi. He insisted that she should not feel guilty about anything. Just then, Steve returned, placing his hand on the ground. He promised to take care of the house, and a pulse of energy spread through the room, causing the holes to fill themselves. His earth manipulation extended to concrete and other materials, restoring the space. Steve grinned as he effortlessly handled half the workload of the repair team. He asked if the furniture would be replaced under insurance, to which Izuku confirmed it would be. Steve then advised Shoto to create sharp weapons from his ice, explaining that sub-zero temperatures could make wounds more severe and painful before he walked out. Kaminari remarked on Steve's eccentricity, noting how he often combined impressive feats with combat advice. Outside, Shoto stared at his right hand, contemplating the idea of a broadsword. Bakugo Katsuki was reflecting on a recent experience while lying in bed. Earlier, after a challenging dungeon clearing session, he had encountered a girl cornered by 3 thugs. One of them suggested they would have some fun if she cooperated, but she pleaded for them to stop. Bakugo intervened, blasting the first thug away and dodging a punch from the second, retaliating with an explosion. However, the third thug managed to capture him with metal bars, boasting about his ability to manipulate metal. Just as Bakugo was about to shout a warning to the girl, the thug was knocked aside by an unseen force. The second thug fell to the ground, and the third thug was struck on a burn caused by Bakugo, causing him to bleed. Suddenly, the girl and the wall behind her vanished, revealing a longer alley and a blonde girl who materialized before him. She commented on how adorable it was that he jumped in to save her, even though she had the situation under control, and playfully pulled his cheeks. Bakugo, flustered, protested that he had everything under control. The girl giggled, calling him cute like a Pomeranian, which only irritated him further. She thanked him for his help, noting that it was the thought that counted. Bakugo, with anime tears in his eyes, struggled to express his feelings, finding her cute yet infuriating. She asked for his name, and when he introduced himself, she cheerfully stated her own name, Kami Atsushimi, a first year from Shiketsu doing her internships. Bakugo insisted she not call him by a nickname she had chosen, and she teased him about his ego being hurt by her saving him. He vehemently denied it, asserting he wanted to be the hero who saves others, not someone who needed saving even while acknowledging her attractiveness. Kami suggested she would properly thank him after dealing with the thugs, and Bakugo, with a grin, asked if she was asking him on a date. She playfully responded, leaving him to confirm the details with a confident smile. Later, Bakugo received a call from Izuku, who wanted to discuss taking another day off. Their conversation turned chaotic as Bakugo reacted to Izuku's suggestions, leading to a humorous exchange about where to find certain items. After the call, Bakugo sat on his bed, wide-eyed, pondering why he was always the one with anger issues while Izuku seemed to attract trouble. Izuku had just returned as Ichigo entered the house, panting from exhaustion. When asked why he looked so worn out, Ichigo explained he had run across the city. Izuku and Kaminari nonchalantly acknowledged this, while others looked on in surprise. Ichigo noted that he and Izuku had experienced something similar in the dungeon. Izuku mentioned staying back with Izumi and asked if anyone else wanted to join. He recalled his earlier conversation with Bakugo about taking another day off, which had taken a bizarre turn. Now, Izuku stood before a door at the agency, where All Might had informed him someone was waiting for him inside. Upon entering, he saw a chair turned away from him. He introduced himself, and the figure turned to reveal Nizu, the principal of UA, who humorously described himself as a mouse, a bear, and more. Izuku couldn't help but think of him as a clever, rat-like figure. Izuku was completely confused when he arrived. Nizu greeted him with a bright grin and invited him to take a seat. Izuku mentally chastised himself for his mistake as he settled in front of Nizu. Nizu explained that he had been informed about Izuku's abilities. However, he clarified that Izuku needed to be re-evaluated before the UA entrance exams, which was mandatory. Nizu noted that, according to All Might, Izuku's power was limitless and continuously growing. When combined with One for All, it would undoubtedly rank as S rank or higher. Izuku nodded, still processing the information. Nizu continued, saying that he was supposed to refine Izuku's skills through analysis and intelligence assessments. But first, they needed to discuss what being diagnosed as S rank would entail. He pulled out 2 boards for chess and shogi, suggesting they play a game to gauge Izuku's skills. Inside One for All, Banjo expressed his disdain for chess and shogi, while another voice gleefully acknowledged Nizu's brilliance. Nana commented that Izuku enjoyed both games, which would make him happy. Jin Woo pondered the challenge ahead, recognizing that Izuku was far more skilled than expected. Back in the real world, Izuku raised an eyebrow at Nizu's suggestion of playing both games. Nizu taunted him, implying that perhaps he wasn't smart enough to handle it. Izuku accepted the challenge with a grin, and they began their games side by side. As they played, Nizu informed Izuku that once he was diagnosed as S rank, he would receive numerous offers from various guilds. Izuku admitted he wanted to join All Might's guild, but Nizu advised against it. He explained that for the past decade, no one had been accepted into All Might's guild. Gaining acceptance would attract unwanted attention from veteran heroes and villains alike. Izuku frowned, realizing the implications. Nizu continued, mentioning that he would also receive offers from foreign countries, including top guilds from the US. He urged Izuku to decline those requests unless they were affiliated with the Hellfire Corps, an alliance of multiple guilds, including Hawk's Guild. Nizu noted that the owner of Hellfire Inc., Steve Ray, was someone Izuku had likely met. Izuku connected the dots, recalling how Steve had helped Kaminari. Nizu warned that becoming S rank would make Izuku a target, so he should only undergo testing when he felt truly strong. As they played, both boards became increasingly empty, with neither player showing mercy in their strategies. Nizu, impressed with Izuku's performance, decided to offer him a tip. He advised Izuku not to accept any immediate offers from the association, as an S-rank player was highly valued, much like a queen on a chessboard. Nizu explained that the association would present many offers and conditions, prompting Izuku to consider his options. He recalled an old clause from Japanese law that allowed heroes under 18 to obtain vehicle licenses under special circumstances, believing that his S-rank diagnosis would qualify. Nizu praised Izuku's cleverness, surprised that he had an interest in cars. Izuku shared a fond memory of his father, who had a passion for driving. Nizu, amused, remarked on Izuku's intelligence, noting that All Might might not be the brightest, despite being a great hero. Izuku playfully defended All Might, and they continued their games. He proposed that instead of joining a large guild, he would seek permission to create his own. Nizu focused intently on the chessboard, finally getting serious. Izuku then mentioned wanting to help a friend in prison, specifically Lady Nagant. Nizu explained that it wouldn't be possible unless the principal of UA supported him. With a strategic move, Nizu declared checkmate, leaving Izuku in awe of his skill. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment despite not having been completely serious during their match. He had managed to last longer than anyone else against Nizu, which was no small feat. Nizu acknowledged this, stating that it was an understatement to say Izuku had done something amazing. He had lasted an impressive 25 minutes, and Nizu offered his hand for a shake, congratulating him on a good game. Izuku smiled and returned the sentiment. Nizu then informed him that he expected Izuku every Friday after school for 4 hours until 8 in the evening. They would have lunch together while working on his skills, and Nizu suggested that Izuku keep his Sundays free to spend time with his sister, as his life would soon become quite busy with work. Izuku beamed at the prospect and agreed, while Nizu chuckled, feeling more excited than ever. As Izuku entered his apartment, he spotted his sister Izumi resting her head on Ochako's lap while they watched TV. He jokingly remarked that they seemed closer to each other than to him. Ochako giggled and replied that they simply had a lot in common. When Izuku pressed for details, Izumi innocently stated that they both loved him, causing both Izuku and Ochako to blush. Izuku felt a warm sensation in his heart, realizing how sweet it was to hear such affection from someone as endearing as Ochako. He expressed his love for both of them, hugging them tightly before heading to change. Izumi commented that he felt more like a father than a brother, to which Ochako agreed, saying he made her feel like she was the most important person in his life. Izumi teasingly added that Ochako was his girlfriend and soon-to-be wife, which flustered Ochako and made her float in surprise, while Izumi laughed and tried to hold her down. Ochako protested, feeling overwhelmed by the teasing, and Izumi playfully accused her of wanting to break Izuku's heart. Ochako insisted that she did want to marry him, but found it embarrassing, which only made Izumi laugh harder. Meanwhile, Ichigo was walking home when he spotted Bakugo with a girl. He greeted Bakugo, who responded with his usual exuberance. Ichigo introduced himself to the girl, who blushed slightly and introduced herself as Sakumo Fukukado, revealing she was Ms. Joke's niece. Ichigo noted the rarity of the surname, which led to a friendly exchange about their mutual acquaintances. Bakugo inquired about Izumi and Deku, and Ichigo mentioned that Ochako had nearly taken down some attackers. Sakumo was taken aback and expressed her frustration at not being informed, revealing that she was an A-rank healer and could have helped. Ichigo reassured her that Izuku held her in high regard and explained that he hadn't told her because he knew she was with Bakugo. As they parted ways, Ichigo asked Bakugo if he would fill in for Izuku during their Saturday dungeon run, to which Bakugo eagerly agreed, excited about the prospect of making money. The week passed uneventfully, and soon Izuku found himself in front of the building housing the S-rank dungeon key. He recalled his earlier conversation with Izumi, where he had mentioned he would be gone for a while due to internship work. She had playfully teased him about his senior's title, and he had assured her he would tell Ochako he loved her. Reflecting on his previous fears about entering the dungeon, Izuku felt a newfound confidence as he prepared to step inside once more. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he approached the gate he had previously turned away from. Using the key, he opened the main gate and stepped into a dark corridor, the end of which was shrouded in shadows. He scanned his surroundings, puzzled by the absence of monsters. Just then, a quest notification appeared in his system. Normal quest, collect demon souls, Part 1. The castle is filled with demons. Hunt them down and collect their souls to earn special rewards. Quest requirement, collect 10,000 souls. Rewards. 1. One item of your choice. 2. Bonus stats plus 20. 3. Hidden reward. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement at the rewards. The prospect of gaining 20 stat points and a choice from the shop, which contained many valuable items, thrilled him. He had always been pleased with the hidden rewards he had received so far. With a grin, he stepped further inside. As he ventured deeper, his eyes widened at the sight before him. The dungeon resembled a fiery version of Shizuoka, a scene of chaos and destruction. He murmured to himself, wondering if this was a field-type dungeon, just as he noticed several monsters charging toward him. He recalled that he could obtain 1 soul per demon, with some demons on higher floors possessing multiple souls. The thought intrigued him. Ready for action, he drew his sword and charged at the approaching demons. With a swift motion, he dispatched 3 demons in one strike, their forms collapsing to the ground. He received a notification. You defeated 3 demons. You gained 100 XP x 3. You gained 3 souls. You need 34,060 XP to reach the next level. Izuku's grin widened as he realized he could now track his experience points. This new development made the adventure even more thrilling. With renewed energy, he dashed toward the next wave of demons, eager to continue his quest. Izuku stood atop a pile of defeated monsters, scanning the area for more formidable foes. He muttered to himself about the lack of challenge, noting that these creatures were barely D-rank. He needed stronger opponents to gain experience, especially since the requirements for leveling up were increasing rapidly. As a monster lunged at him, he swiftly dispatched it with a stab from his sword, sarcastically acknowledging the meager 100 experience points added to his meter. With 329 demon souls collected, Izuku examined an item in his hand amidst the chaos. It was an entry permit, allowing him access to the 2nd floor of the demon castle through the 1st floor magic circle. Impatient, he called out for any monster to appear, and soon the leader of the bears emerged. Izuku was taken aback by the bear's size, realizing he had underestimated it. He climbed onto the bear's back, expressing his gratitude and curiosity about its gender. The bear, now dubbed Tank, responded to Izuku's command and charged toward a large beam of light shooting into the sky, reminiscent of Bifrost. The speed at which they traveled surprised Izuku, who praised Tank's impressive power. However, their momentum was interrupted as a swarm of demons surrounded them. Izuku found them more annoying than threatening, comparing them to oversized ants. Tank, angered by the intrusion, charged forward, trampling the monsters in their path. Izuku held on tightly, using his sword to fend off any remaining threats as they made their way to the magic circle. Meanwhile, in a stark white warehouse, a man named Izuku Midoriya regained consciousness. Confused and restrained, he struggled to recall how he ended up in such a place. As he attempted to rise, he caught a glimpse of his reflection on the polished floor, realizing he was in a lab. A doctor named Garaki approached him, revealing that Hisachi's medications had worn off. The doctor expressed interest in Hisachi's quirk, Salamander, and mentioned that his son, Izuku, lacked any special abilities. Angered, Hisachi defended his child, insisting that Inko, his wife, would protect them. Garaki taunted him, claiming Inko was in a hospital, unable to help. Fueled by rage, Hisachi vowed to take action, but Garaki mocked him, pointing out his restraints and the decade he had spent in slumber. In a surprising display of strength, Hisachi broke free from his cuffs, leaving Garaki stunned. As a creature known as a Nomu entered the room, Hisachi prepared to fight. The Nomu lunged at him, but Hisachi deftly evaded its attacks. Just when Garaki believed he had the upper hand, Hisachi retaliated, showcasing his formidable power. With a casual remark, he dismissed the Nomu, asserting his dominance. Garaki, now feeling threatened, called for reinforcements. Hisachi, however, was focused on his family, expressing his determination to protect them. He swiftly approached Garaki, delivering a powerful blow that sent the doctor crashing to the ground. Hisachi made it clear that he would not rest until he ensured the safety of his loved ones, vowing to hunt down anyone who threatened them. Hisachi walked away, leaving the doctor in a state of confusion. The doctor coughed as he asked how Hisachi knew he was working for someone. Hisachi replied that people like the doctor only operated in the shadows of others, unlike influential figures such as David Shield or Nizu, who could command respect and admiration with their intellect. He warned the doctor not to target them, as either he or All Might would ensure the doctor faced serious consequences. Garaki muttered about Hisashi's tendency to talk too much. Hisashi responded with confidence, asserting that his strength was unmatched and that he could do whatever he pleased. Izuku Midoriya possessed the quirk known as Salamander, which allowed him to breathe fire and manipulate it with his hands and legs. His skin was tough, resembling the scales of reptiles. Interestingly, Hisashi had originally wanted to name his quirk Dragon, but chose not to for reasons unknown. This song serves as a diss track aimed at another Indian rapper, Emiway Bantai, whose lyrical style does not resonate with me. The standout features of this song are the exceptional beats that allow for a great vibe, regardless of the rivalry, and the fact that the artist himself wrote the subtitles, which rhyme perfectly in English. Essentially, he created an English version of the song instead of merely translating it. Each floor of the demon castle represents a distinct world. This chapter will primarily reflect my perspective as the future Deku, sharing my experiences within this dungeon. A monster holding the permit to ascend to the next floor would randomly appear on each level. It wasn't always the strongest or largest creature. Sometimes, it was one of the more common types. Consequently, I found myself needing to defeat nearly every monster on each floor. If the tower had 100 floors, one could say there were 100 unique worlds to navigate. As I began my ascent, I quickly reached the 27th floor. Izuku contemplated the situation, noting that the intermediate demons were at best high C ranks. He understood that the difficulty of the demons should increase significantly with each floor, and the distinction between S rank and A rank was clear. The real challenge, however, was time. Upon entering the dungeon, I had anticipated facing S-rank challenges, but the battles had proven rather dull. I had promised Izumi that I would complete this in a week, and if I took longer, she would undoubtedly worry, as would Ochako. This meant I couldn't afford to rest or take it easy. Before long, I found myself at the 50th floor, having collected 2,389 demon souls. Izuku stood before a massive creature known as the ruler of the lower floors, Avaricious Vulcan. The real concern was not the creature itself, which remained still, fixated on Izuku, but the guards surrounding it. Izuku summoned his shadows, instructing them to handle the guards while he activated stealth to become invisible. Observing the scene, I noted that my soldiers were performing well, but an unsettling feeling crept in. The demon remained motionless, and just as Izuku began to question its lack of movement, the creature vanished, swiftly decimating half of his army. Izuku felt a chill as the demon turned its gaze toward him. In an instant, the demon charged, swinging its weapon. Izuku called out for Iron, who managed to shield him at the last moment, though he was sent flying. Had Izuku not reacted with his sword, he would have been in grave danger. As Izuku leaped, he noticed the demon smiling, realizing he could not dodge midair. However, he quickly devised a plan, using One for All to create a gust of wind by flicking his arms and legs, allowing him to maneuver around the attack and strike the demon, sending it hurtling away. Shocked by his newfound strength, he noted that he had gone overboard with One for All, taking damage in the process. He recognized the need to manage his power carefully, especially when time was of the essence. As the demon roared in fury, Izuku recalled a similar ability from Cerberus and wished for his presence as a shadow soldier. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts as he sensed the demon's next attack and barely dodged it. He realized he needed to target the demon's head, which would be a significant challenge. An idea struck him, and he began moving toward a half-collapsed building leaning precariously. Deliberately slow, he provoked the demon, which began to chase him. As he neared the tower, he activated both One for All and Sprint, racing up the structure while using Dominator's touch to adhere to it. Confident that the demon was too slow to stop, he prepared to leap toward it. Meanwhile, Hisashi found himself in a secret hero association office, where his former commanding officer expressed relief at his survival. Hisashi, however, was more interested in the fate of the program, demanding answers. The officer explained that the program was no longer under government control, which infuriated Hisashi. He learned that the government had made a deal with a private agency, and Hawks, who had been involved for a long time, would have more information. This led Hisashi to a meeting with Hawks, who was casually eating onigiri. Hisashi cut to the chase, asking about the situation. Hawks recounted that years after Hisashi's disappearance, Kana had betrayed the organization and was imprisoned. 4 years prior, the government had secretly transferred leadership to the Hellfire Corps. Curious about the fate of others, Hisashi learned that those manipulated had been released, while those who had willingly joined remained. The leader of the Corps was Steve Ray, the world's number 4 hero known as Nightwatch. He had done remarkable things for everyone, Hawks explained. Hisashi, curious, asked about Steve's age. Hawks casually mentioned that he was 18, prompting Hisashi to nearly drop his onigiri in shock. The realization that someone could achieve such a rank at such a young age left Hisashi bewildered. Hawks continued, noting that Steve had reached that rank by the age of 17 and a half. Hisashi, still processing the information, decided to keep an eye on his children from a distance. He expressed pride in his quirkless son, believing he was on his way to becoming a great hero. Hawks then asked for Hisashi's full name, slowly connecting the dots. Hisashi introduced himself, and when Hawks inquired about his son, Izuku Midoriya, Hisashi confirmed it, still confused. Hawks concluded that given the current events, it made sense that like father, like son. It was over, the monster had been defeated. Izuku stood before it, reflecting on the drop. He noted that the rewards were impressive for such a formidable foe as he petted Tank. He obtained several valuable items, including a demon monarch's earring and an orb of avarice. The earring was an accessory that enhanced strength and vitality, while the orb doubled magic damage. Izuku contemplated how these items could benefit his friends, particularly Kaminari, who controlled electricity through a unique quirk. Determined to move forward, Izuku rallied his companions, instructing Igris and Iron on their next steps. He playfully called for Tank to give him another ride, excitedly waving his sword in the air as he ruffled Tank's fur. Inside One for All, the first user chuckled at Izuku's antics, while the others shook their heads in amusement. The fifth user joined in the laughter, remarking on how Izuku imitated a pirate while speaking like a knight. They all found his childlike enthusiasm endearing, despite Jin Woo's deadpan observations about Izuku's attachment to Tank. Izuku stood unfazed before an army of undead, commanding Igris and Iron to clear a path. He encouraged Tank to have fun with the soldiers while he focused on the boss. As he prepared for battle, he momentarily forgot that the vestiges could see him, leading to a brief panic. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious tone and urged his companions to get to work as the undead army advanced. With determination, Izuku charged into battle, taking down multiple opponents. Igris followed closely behind, eager to prove himself as a loyal knight. Soon, Izuku confronted the leader of the undead, who taunted him about his supposed kids. Izuku feigned confusion, pointing out the fallen corpses of the enemy army, leaving the leader stuttering in disbelief. He turned his head sharply in the direction of Izuku, only to find him missing. Confusion washed over him as he whispered, "What?" A voice echoed from above, asking if he was looking for something. He looked up to see Izuku standing on the tower, his intense glare sending chills down anyone's spine. The leader gasped in disbelief, stammering, "What are you?" just as Izuku vanished once more. A whisper, dangerously close to his ear, declared, "Your end." In the blink of an eye, the leader felt a flurry of strikes, leaving him incapacitated. Izuku smirked, commenting that it seemed even the undead could experience fear. He then turned to his companions, expressing excitement over their victory against the demons. He completely overlooked Igris and Iron, who slouched in disappointment for not receiving any praise. "Great work, guys," Izuku said, noticing their sudden stiffness. Igris knelt, and Iron followed suit. Izuku, feeling a bit awkward, reassured them that such gestures weren't necessary, a sweat drop forming on his brow. Sung Jinwoo observed the young boy with an impressed expression, acknowledging the intensity of his glare. The sixth member of their group nodded in agreement, affirming that the boy had performed admirably. The excitement was palpable as everyone cheered in unison, recognizing the boy's achievement. Meanwhile, in the real world, Izuku sat with Tank, Iron and Igris, reveling in their recent success. They had gathered a significant amount of resources from the echoing forest. As Izuku assessed his haul, he was surprised to find a necklace among the items. Despite his initial disappointment at not being able to summon the boss, he noted the necklace's impressive attributes. The Demon Monarch's necklace, an S-rank accessory that would enhance his agility and intelligence. He realized that equipping it with other pieces from the set would unlock even greater potential. As he contemplated his next move, a notification appeared, revealing that he had completed a quest by collecting an abundance of demon souls. This unexpected success filled him with excitement, overshadowing his earlier gloom. He quickly checked his stats, noting his level and the impressive gains he had made. With a choice of rewards before him, Izuku decided on the cursed random box, confident it would yield something useful. As the box opened, a world map materialized in his hands, marked with an X, in the UK, leaving him intrigued about its significance. Curiosity sparked among the group as one user inquired about the implications of their conversation. Sung Jinwoo elaborated on the nature of the universe and the powers that governed it, explaining that while he and others like him had a significant role, they were not the sole divine entities. He detailed how ancient energies, known by various names across cultures, had historically protected the Earth from otherworldly threats. The discussion turned to the barriers that had kept dangerous forces at bay, revealing the intricate balance of magic and energy that had shaped their world. Jinwoo recounted the events leading up to the first dungeon's appearance, illustrating how a cult had exploited vulnerabilities to allow the Beast Monarch's forces to infiltrate. As the group absorbed this information, they reflected on the historical context, connecting the dots between past events and the challenges they faced in the present. The revelations deepened their understanding of the ongoing struggle against the forces that threatened their existence. The Cold War was ongoing during that time, Nana reflected thoughtfully. Jinwoo reminded everyone that the supporting points were called sanctums, explaining that the assassins had chosen to hunt down the magicians and chi users exclusively. The first person pondered how such activities could go unnoticed. Jinwoo elaborated that during that era, powers like chi and magic were viewed negatively. Consequently, those who could wield such abilities lived in secrecy, often traveling to Kathmandu to learn magic, with various communities establishing hidden schools to teach chi usage in places like China, India, Britain, and Scotland. Banjo, eager to get to the point, asked how the map fit into the story. Jinwoo recalled Steve, Kaminari's sensei and the world's number 4, noting that he was not only the brightest fragment but also a user of both chaos magic and chi. He mentioned that the top hero in India was a magician who utilized chi. The group was surprised to learn that these two Indians were among the last practitioners of these arts. Jinwoo clarified that while Steve was one of them, he had noticed similarities between the number 1 Indian hero and several heroes from Scotland, Korea, the USA, and Russia. However, the highest concentration of these abilities was in Nepal, where the original school of mystic arts was located. He speculated that some survivors had fled Nepal when All for One's influence reached there. After All for One was pushed back centuries ago, the magicians returned to the Nepal-India border. Banjo, still impatient, pressed for information about the map. Jinwoo explained that the weapons they wielded were not the only ones. Many holy weapons were crafted using materials enhanced by chi and enchanted through mystic arts. One such weapon was renowned worldwide and linked to an ancient kingdom in Britain. After the loss of his wife, Jinwoo had dedicated his life to searching for these weapons until he fell into a trap set by an architect. Before that incident, he had discovered the ruins of that kingdom and the legendary weapon. The third person inquired if the map led to that weapon. Jinwoo acknowledged that the architect had shown a particular interest in swords. Izuku, eager to see what the second reward was, tapped Accept Reward. He received an increase of 20 stat points and felt excitement at the possibilities. He contemplated where to allocate the points, considering vitality for greater resilience or intelligence for enhanced abilities. After some deliberation, he made his decision. As he accepted the third reward, Izuku had low expectations for the hidden reward. When the box vanished, it revealed a scroll containing the recipe for holy water of life, a powerful potion capable of curing any disease or medical condition. Izuku's heart raced at the thought that his mother could wake up now, but he realized he needed 3 materials to create it. He had already obtained 2 but knew the last item was on the top floor of the dungeon. Looking upwards, he sighed, feeling the weight of his challenges. He resolved to become even stronger, determined to clear the obstacles ahead for his mother. 2 months passed as Izuku, Kaminari, Ichigo, and others trained relentlessly for the upcoming UA entrance exams. It was finally time for Izuku's rank evaluation, and he sat in the waiting area alongside several middle-aged individuals. One person sitting in front of him reassured him, noting that while some hunters and heroes had experienced drastic changes in their lives due to evaluations, such occurrences were rare. They explained that achieving a D rank or higher would attract the attention of scouts, as smaller guilds sought new members. Izuku felt uncertain about being recruited, considering himself just a middle schooler preparing for high school. The person marveled at Izuku's physique, commenting on his impressive height and muscles. Izuku attributed his appearance to his reawakening and rigorous workout routine, briefly shuddering at the memory of his daily tasks and the penalties he faced. He had been tempted to skip the tasks and include centipedes in his army, but their mana was corrupted, much like the bosses in the dungeon. A girl called for Izuku to come inside for his evaluation, emphasizing the significance of these revaluations for many individuals. Izuku entered the room as the lady directed him to the detector. She asked for his name, and he replied, Izuku Midoriya. She confirmed he was there for revaluation while checking the records and wondered why it was mostly E-rankers who came for revaluation. Here, please put your hand on the black crystal and wait, she instructed with a sigh. Izuku followed her instructions, but soon she noticed an error. Wait, let me ask my superior officers, she said, rushing off. She approached a man who was walking toward the desk. Sir, there's an error, she informed him, and he sighed. Where's Kotaro? He asked. He has gone to the washroom, she replied. That guy, leaving his post during busy hours, he muttered, though he realized he was doing the same. He moved to the desk, glanced at the screen, and his eyes widened in shock. What? He exclaimed, bewildered. What happened, sir? She asked, confused. Right, you don't know this. This means he's immeasurable. He might as well be Japan's 11th S-rank hunter hero, he murmured, astonished. Mara stood outside the regulation building with Best Jeanist when Jeanist heard voices. What's this commotion? He asked Mara. What commotion, sir? She replied. Sorry, it's just that due to my quirk, I can feel vibrations in my strings, which are indicating something big is happening, he explained, and Mara sighed. Probably some low ranker making a fuss again. Please wait here, I'll go check it out, he said, starting to walk when Jeanist followed. I'll come with you, I feel something interesting will happen, he insisted. Inside, they overheard scouts talking among themselves. Are you kidding me? An S-ranker, one exclaimed. I'm betting he has something in mind, but I'll still try, another added. I see, I suppose he is here, Mara said with a victorious smirk. Who? Jeanist asked. Oh, an interesting acquaintance, Mara shrugged. The next moment, Izuku greeted Mara with a cheeky smile. Yo, Mara-senpai, he said, prompting Mara to roll his eyes. Be happy that I'm tired or I would beat you up, he joked. Best Jeanist commented that they knew each other, and Izuku's eyes fell on him. Best Jeanist. Sorry, I'm just a big fan. We met a few months ago after a dungeon incident and have been running into each other since. After the 3rd time, I thought, forget being formal, Izuku explained, nearly slipping out a swear. You've got a sharp tongue there, Best Jeanist remarked, and Izuku offered an apologetic look. Sorry, it's just that being alone as a quirkless kid, I had to pick these things up to assert some dominance over others, he admitted, and Best Jeanist nodded. It was true that these behaviors didn't mean much, but among kids, they were often associated with delinquents, and others tended to leave them alone. Anyway, I heard you've been revaluated as an S-rank. I'd like to offer you a position in my guild, Best Jeanist said. Izuku sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, I'll have to pass on that, he replied as he walked past him, leaving many others shocked by his answer. Izuku sat next to his mother, who lay in a hospital bed connected to various pieces of equipment. Eternal slumber, a sleep no one could wake from, had begun when the gates broke out. Despite the changes in DNA due to mana, some people could not withstand strong bursts of it. Those vulnerable or surrounded by high mana levels entered a state where their cognitive functions ceased, falling into a sleep-like state from which they never awakened. Tests were ongoing to find a cure, but those affected remained on life support for data collection. "Don't worry, Mom, I'll save you soon. Just wait for me," he thought as he stood up and walked outside, determined to grow stronger. He spotted Mara. "Good morning, Senpai," he greeted as Mara joined him. "Hello, Hunter Midoriya," Mara replied formally. "I guess it's business then. Please tell me what I can do for you," Izuku asked with a mock-serious expression. "Well, working on that business face would be a start. For now, you just need to meet someone, so I would appreciate it if you could accompany me," Mara said, walking ahead. "Even when you're serious, you're still sarcastic," Izuku remarked, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. "I am just honest," Mara replied. "Yeah, right?" Izuku rolled his eyes. "By the way, did you clear that dungeon 8 months ago?" Mara asked. "No. I still don't understand what happened that day, but I plan to find out," Izuku said, his expression turning serious. They were now outside the hospital as Mara walked to a sleek GTR. "Wow, a Nissan GTR 45 2402. This one's awesome," Izuku exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you, I appreciate the compliment," Mara said with a smile. "You've got a really good car," Izuku admired the interior. "Let me take you to the headquarters of the Hunter and Hero Association," Mara said as he started the car. "Are you sure you want to drive?" Izuku asked, curious. Izuku observed Mara with a playful grin, noting how she seemed on the verge of dozing off. Mara responded with a light-hearted eye roll, acknowledging his teasing. Izuku found himself seated before one of Japan's most esteemed figures, known as the Silver Fong, Satoshi Hatake. He thought to himself that Satoshi didn't appear as old as he had expected. Satoshi greeted Izuku warmly, and Izuku felt a bit awkward in his casual attire, a t-shirt that his friend Kaminari had lent him. He apologized for not dressing more formally, but Satoshi assured him that he found the t-shirt clever. Curious about the purpose of his meeting, Izuku asked for clarification. Satoshi explained that they were there to discuss the results of the rank revaluation. Izuku's interest piqued, and he listened intently as Satoshi elaborated on the current state of the hero and hunter system, highlighting the balance of power among the top guilds and teams in the country. He mentioned the 10 S-rank heroes and hunters, including All Might and Endeavor, and expressed concern about maintaining this equilibrium. Satoshi requested Izuku to join the association, but Izuku declined. Satoshi, anticipating this response, sighed in disappointment and inquired if there was anything else he could do for Izuku. Izuku proposed an idea that could benefit both parties. He pointed out that the top guilds in Japan were often inherited rather than newly established, suggesting that it would be refreshing for the newest S-rank hero to create his own guild. This move could maintain the balance of power while also drawing public interest, which would enhance the Hero Association's image. Satoshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and guessed that Izuku had conditions attached to his offer. Izuku confirmed this and mentioned a legal clause that would allow him to apply for vehicle licenses, which Satoshi readily agreed to. Izuku then requested a license for forming a guild, and Satoshi chuckled, noting that the clause he referred to was broad enough to include guilds. Izuku was impressed by Satoshi's knowledge and felt encouraged by the progress they were making. Meanwhile, Kana lay on her prison bed, lost in thought, until a guard entered to inform her that all charges against her had been dropped. Confused but relieved, she was escorted to meet the head of the Hero and Hunter Commission. Upon meeting Satoshi, Kana expressed her surprise at the change in leadership. Satoshi casually acknowledged the previous president's shortcomings and confirmed her release from all charges. Kana was puzzled, recalling her serious accusations of treason and murder. When Satoshi asked her whom she had killed, Kana listed several individuals, including the HPSC leader and corrupt politicians. She explained the role of exterminator heroes, who specialized in eliminating threats to peace, but she felt conflicted about her past actions. Satoshi revealed that there had been discussions about her case, hinting at a plan involving Izuku and other notable figures. Kana was left wondering what this meant for her future. Steve was involved in this, Izuku thought, surprised. Since the meeting, Izuku and Ichigo had grown closer to Kaminari's brother figure during his brief stay in Japan. Hearing this news was shocking, as Izuku was unsure of Steve's influence within the Japanese Hero Commission. Silver Fong explained that Ms. Kana and several other heroes, including Hawks, were part of the Exterminator Hero program. Originally, these heroes had been trained for lethal control, but they had been manipulated into targeting those labeled as public enemies. This often led to tragic outcomes. Ms. Kana had taken matters into her own hands, eliminating the chairman and several corrupt individuals. After the chairman's death, the program had fallen into the hands of the newly formed Hellfire Corps, granting them access to old files. Silver Fong noted that for Mr. Steve's sidekick, it was not difficult to modify a file's timestamp. He added that it was thanks to Izuku that Ms. Kana would be released. Izuku had planted the idea in Nizu's mind, who then informed Steve. Overwhelmed with emotion, Steve had done everything he could to help. In a classified mission, Lady Nagant was ordered to eliminate the HPSC chairman, who had been found colluding with corrupt politicians and heroes. The order specified that she was to target 6 highlighted names on the list. Following this, she would infiltrate Tartarus to investigate a suspected mole. If no mole was found, she would be released and could choose to return to service or retire early. Kana felt tears welling in her eyes as she read the file, realizing she was finally free. She had always been strong, but this moment felt like a dream she had long given up on. Her life had only begun to improve after meeting Izuku. Satoshi mentioned that Izuku Midoriya and Steve Ray deserved credit for her release. He revealed that Izuku had been re-evaluated as an S-rank hero and had been approached by the Hero Commission regarding his future. Izuku had set 3 conditions for forming a guild, one of which was Kana's release. He had discussed this with Nizu, who relayed the message to Steve, the new head of the Exterminator program. Kana's heart swelled with gratitude, realizing how much Izuku had done for her. Now that she was free, Kana could either join them as a full-time hero or retire and enjoy the benefits that many former program members received. She was surprised to learn that most members had retired, as the program had been restructured into a Black Ops team operating in the shadows. While they could still take lethal action, it was discouraged. Those unable to cope with their past actions were offered a pension, reminiscent of a government job, despite being part of a private organization. Kana struggled to comprehend this new reality. Satoshi reassured her that the ideal of a hero was challenging, but they all did their best to uphold it. He acknowledged her past struggles and the betrayal she had faced, urging her to trust him, Steve, Izuku, Nizu, and the other heroes still fighting for justice. Kana hesitated, staring at the file. Satoshi encouraged her to consider joining a guild to inspire others. She expressed doubt about being accepted due to her past in Tartarus, even if it was for a mission. Satoshi mentioned that someone was actively seeking her for a new guild, teasing her about the identity of this person. Kana was puzzled, unaware that Izuku was in the process of obtaining his own guild license. Satoshi revealed that Izuku had been eager for her to join his guild, emphasizing how much he wanted her on his team. Izuku was sitting on the couch, working on a prototype that connected a communication device directly to Kaminari's nervous system, taking advantage of his conductive body. Ichigo and Kaminari were with him while Ochako, Bakugo, Jairu, and Tsukumo relaxed, roasting marshmallows over Shoto when the doorbell rang. Curious about who it might be, Izuku groaned as he walked to the door for the 12th time, having already dealt with food orders and marshmallows. He opened the door to find Kana standing there, a smirk on her face. His eyes widened and a grin spread across his face. He exclaimed with excitement that she was out, and Kana tried her best to stifle her giggles as she entered without waiting for him to say anything. Izuku had always admired her as a hero. He asked what brought her there, not that he minded, and added that he had a poster of hers he wanted her to sign. Everyone else stared in surprise, with Kaminari grinning like Izuku and Ochako pleasantly surprised, while Bakugo stood awkwardly, unsure of how to react, alongside Izumi and Shoto. Tsukumo and Ichigo smiled at Izuku, enjoying the sight of him acting like a fanboy. Kana plopped onto the couch, prompting Izuku to look at her in confusion. She mentioned that he had an open slot on his team, and he quickly realized what she was implying. Excitedly, he agreed that it was terrific to have a hero join them, but everyone else looked confused. Izuku mentioned that one of his conditions for this arrangement would be revealed in 2.5 days. Kaminari, acting childishly, insisted on knowing immediately, but Izuku playfully refused. Kamina pleaded with puppy eyes, causing Jairu to react dramatically. Kana put on sunglasses that appeared out of nowhere, and Bakugo complained about the brightness as he started to leave. Ochako asked Kana if she was completely free, to which Kana nodded, expressing her happiness by jumping up and hugging Izuku. She thanked him, playfully attributing her freedom to his efforts, unaware that he and Ochako were actually in a relationship. Izuku confirmed that Ochako was awesome, and Kana expressed genuine surprise upon learning they were dating. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed, and he excused himself to take the call. While he stepped away, Ochako and Kana engaged in small talk. When Izuku returned, he mentioned that he had to go as the association needed him. Kana affectionately ruffled his hair, and he pouted at the gesture. She teased him, and he huffed before walking outside, but she called out a sincere thank you, prompting him to turn and give her a thumbs up. Later, Izuku stood in front of Satoshi, asking why he had been summoned. Satoshi explained that they conducted combined missions with different countries each year to maintain friendly relations. He mentioned a recent mission with Indian heroes in the USA and noted that one of their A-rank heroes had to pull out at the last minute. He suggested sending Lady Nagant with Izuku, who raised his eyebrows in interest. Satoshi explained that he wanted Nagant to complete her first mission since her release and believed Izuku would benefit from seeing how guilds operated. Intrigued, Izuku agreed to ask Lady Nagant. He called her, and she told him to call her Kana. After explaining the mission, he entered the president's office, where they confirmed their participation. Satoshi informed him that since he wasn't officially S-rank yet, he would enter as a porter alongside Lady Nagant, who would be the S-rank hero. Izuku then asked if he could add one more person to the mission, wanting to train a younger friend. Satoshi considered the request, noting that kids weren't usually allowed, but if he was sent as an intern of an S-rank hero, it could work. He realized he himself was an S-rank, just not an active hero or hunter, and agreed to the addition. Meanwhile, Kajimaro was sitting with his parents at lunch when his phone rang. Since meeting Izuku and Ichigo, his life had improved significantly. Coming from a less affluent family, he had felt isolated in a school filled with powerful students. However, Ichigo's influence had helped alleviate the harassment from loan sharks, and Izuku's missions provided him with a steady income. They had become his first real friends, aside from Izumi, and he reflected on how well things were going. Answering the call, he greeted Izuku, who cheerfully called him Shadow. Kajimaro smiled, feeling pleased to finally receive a nickname from Izuku, especially since it was the English version of his name. Izuku responded, expressing his protectiveness over Izumi. Izuku, Kana, and Kajimaro stood together alongside a man with a half-burned face, held together by pins. Izuku felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place it. A figure approached them, introducing himself as Sun Ki-hoon, the leader of the Korean team. Kana introduced herself as Lady Nagant, the leader of the Japanese team, which included Dabi, Izuku, Kajimaro, and surprisingly, Mara. Cha Hae-in, the co-leader of the Hunters Guild, approached the group and inquired about the presence of two young members. Kana explained that Izuku Midoriya was there as a porter, trusted despite being an E-rank, while Kajimaro Masamune was an apprentice of an S-rank hunter, gaining experience in an A-rank dungeon. Cha expressed concern about the danger, but Mara reassured her that both had experience in multiple C-rank and B-rank dungeons, as well as an A-rank Red Gate. Cha Hae-in, possessing a unique ability to sense chaos energy, noticed that Izuku emitted a pleasant aura, which puzzled her. After a brief moment, she allowed them to proceed into the dungeon in just over 2 minutes. As the team gathered at the gate, Izuku carried an impressive amount of gear. He noted the strength of the team, with 11 A-rank members and 6 B-rankers, but understood that skill outweighed rank. A chill ran down his spine, reminiscent of his previous experiences. He exchanged a glance with Cha, who shared his unease. She decided to accompany them inside, expressing her desire to observe rather than be bored. Once inside, a healer reassured Izuku, saying not to worry as their leader was capable and they had an S rank with them. Izuku marveled at their strength, realizing the power of a well-organized guild. As they ventured deeper, they were suddenly ambushed by wolf-like creatures. Izuku recognized them as dungeon jackals. Sun swiftly dispatched them, while an A-ranker used her spell to eliminate the remaining threats. Confusion arose among the group regarding the presence of these creatures, as they were typically at the bottom of the food chain. Izuku explained that while some survived far from the boss, these were not among them, pointing out signs that indicated they were being raised as hunting dogs. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed around them, signaling the arrival of high orcs. The atmosphere shifted as the group braced for battle. The Koreans fought valiantly but began to falter until Kajimaru threw an exploding kunai, catching one of the orcs off guard. The explosion sent blood splattering, showcasing Kajimaru's ingenuity. Kana joined the fray, using a rifle that emerged from her elbow to take down another orc. Meanwhile, Mera demonstrated his power by freezing an orc with his quirk, Cold Eye, which allowed him to freeze his targets but came with the drawback of bleeding from his eyes. He then transformed his hand into sharp blades, piercing through the orcs' defenses. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of orcs began to overwhelm them, and the battle intensified as they fought to maintain their ground. Izuku and Cha were about to intervene when a large fire engulfed half the orcs at once. Izuku, confused, looked at the source, his eyes widening in surprise. Inferno hero Dabi was at the forefront, taking down orcs with ease while Kana and Kajimaru provided support. Inspired by Dabi's display, the Koreans began to fight back as Izuku slipped his shadows into the fray, gaining valuable experience. While others debated whether to advance or hold their position, Izuku and Cha observed from the sidelines. Cha asked why Izuku was participating in the dungeon. He explained that he had a sister to care for and needed a job, noting that being a hunter offered the best pay and training to become a hero. Cha nodded in understanding. As Dabi approached, he greeted Izuku, acknowledging him by name. Izuku recognized Dabi as Toya Todoroki and extended his hand for a shake. Dabi mentioned that his brother often spoke of Izuku, expressing pleasure in meeting him. Izuku hoped the comments were all positive as they began walking back to the gate. Inwardly, Izuku felt pride for Ki-hoon, who had acted like a leader by choosing to retreat rather than lead his team into danger. Suddenly, Sun shouted for everyone to stop as they reached the gate, which was completely red. The gate in front of them shone with a red hue, streaked with purple and surrounded by crackling lightning. Sun muttered that it wasn't just a red gate, it was a barrier, and he gulped nervously. Cha Heian urged the mages to break through it, but they hesitated, sensing the overwhelming power of the boss. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He wondered how he hadn't sensed the boss's strength before. If the boss could conceal his power, he would certainly be in S rank. As the mages worked, they suddenly cried out in pain, collapsing with blood on their faces. One mage stuttered that there were over 50 high orcs present. Ki-hoon turned to see the situation and felt dread wash over him, recalling their recent battle against 20 orcs. The puppet that stood before them introduced itself as Kargalgan. It spoke, revealing that it was the boss communicating through it. Kargalgan threatened them, stating that they could either talk or face dire consequences. A hunter protested, insisting they should escape with Cha Heian's guidance. Izuku admired the hunter's bravery as he urged Kana to leave. Kana agreed, but others were incredulous at the suggestion. Ki-hoon, though nervous, supported the idea of retreat. As they moved, Ki-hoon devised a plan for a surprise attack, instructing Izuku to escape and contact the guilds for reinforcements if necessary. Izuku, however, assured them that everything would be fine. Upon reaching the boss room, they found themselves surrounded, the setting resembling a grand arena filled with over 200 orcs, making them feel like captives. The boss welcomed them from his throne, and the tension in the room escalated. Every hunter felt an overwhelming sense of dread, except for Dabi and Kana, who remained composed. Cha-Heian calculated her approach while Izuku stood unfazed, recognizing that the boss's true threat lay in his army rather than his own power. Ki-Hoon, trembling, asked why they had been brought there. The boss replied with a sinister grin that it was for entertainment. In that moment, Kana attempted to shoot the boss, but he effortlessly blocked her attack with protective magic. The boss then used gravitation magic to lift her into the air, causing panic among the others. However, Izuku calmly caught her as she fell. Izuku prepared to take action, acknowledging Kana's comment that he was in charge. As an orc lunged at him, the others shouted warnings, but Izuku simply waved his hand, sending the orc crashing against the ceiling before it fell to the ground, crushed by his power. The boss acknowledged Izuku's skill but remained confident in his own superiority. Izuku rolled his eyes at the boss's arrogance, asserting that he would do whatever the boss claimed he couldn't. The boss laughed, questioning Izuku's confidence. Izuku admitted the boss was the strongest he had faced but declared that it was a poor matchup for him. As he revealed his true strength, a crushing pressure filled the room, causing Kana to smirk, recognizing Izuku's strategy to intimidate their opponent. With a commanding presence, Izuku summoned shadow soldiers from his own shadow, causing alarm among the orcs. Mera expressed a mix of fear and disbelief at Izuku's display of power, realizing the gravity of their situation. With a determined command, Izuku prepared to unleash his forces. Except for Tank, Izuku was their ride, and his shadow soldiers looked on with a mix of confusion and admiration as Tank cheered enthusiastically. A Korean hunter, bewildered and frightened, questioned what was happening. Mera, with a resigned expression, explained that they were witnessing the newest Japanese S-rank in action. Cha-Heian, taken aback, reacted with disbelief. Kajimaru advised her to stay back and ensure their survival, noting that she wasn't an active participant in the raid. Cha-Heian sighed in response, acknowledging the situation. Izuku glared at the boss, who glared back with equal intensity. The boss questioned whether Izuku planned to defeat him with such a small army. Izuku mockingly placed his hand on his chin, pretending to think, and then confidently replied that he did. A dark gust of energy surged from Izuku, creating a perfect circle around him as he activated his skill, Domain of the Monarch. He reflected on how he had acquired this power upon reaching level the shadow soldiers fighting in Castor's shadow had their stats increased by 50%. A frightened summoner exclaimed that he could only summon 3 or 4 soldiers at his best, while a girl commented on the terrifying aura emanating from Izuku. Kajima, standing nearby, sighed and told them they had no idea of the true extent of Izuku's power. Tank attempted to use his ability, Taunt, but it failed due to the boss's higher level, which only fueled his anger. The result of that anger was swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Igris reveled in the new gift Izuku had bestowed upon him. After clearing the tower dungeon, he had accumulated a significant amount of points and coins. While browsing through weapons, he discovered a sword that drastically increased his speed and granted him temporary invincibility for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes and no mana cost. Igris was now effortlessly cutting through orcs. Tank, on the other hand, was engaged in a fierce battle, reminiscent of a colossal clash between titans. The boss's eyes were fixed on Izuku, who was systematically taking down orc after orc. The boss assessed his forces, noting that while he had borderline S-rank Igris and high A-rank Tank, the rest of his soldiers were merely high B-rank or low A-rank, falling in battle with each orc they faced. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as Izuku turned to see many of his soldiers destroyed. Flame Dragon, and the boss taunted him, claiming weakness. Izuku shot him a death glare and retorted that his soldiers could regenerate as long as he had mana. The boss scoffed, insisting that Izuku would soon run out of mana. Izuku leaped toward the boss, sword drawn, ready for battle. He acknowledged that this opponent was stronger than the dungeon's previous bosses, who had glaring weaknesses. Determined, Izuku declared he would show his power as a necromancer and used his domain to resurrect the fallen orcs. With a smirk, he introduced his new army, leaving the boss wide-eyed in shock, realizing he was facing the Shadow Monarch. The boss commanded his orc to attack, and Izuku smirked at the prospect of a battle between generals. Igris swiftly intercepted the orc's attack, striking it down with a powerful blow. As the orc attempted to rise again, Igris vanished and reappeared behind it, delivering a decisive strike. The boss shouted in frustration, casting various spells on Izuku, but to his shock, the spells were dispelled due to Izuku's immunity. The boss, now fearful, questioned how Izuku had countered his magic. Izuku simply replied that he was a bad matchup for the boss. Taking out the red orb he had acquired, Izuku handed it to his strongest mage, declaring his intent to break through the boss's defenses. The mage began conjuring a massive fireball, but the boss was unable to complete his defensive chant before the fireball broke through and struck him. As the boss yelled in pain, Izuku smirked, confident in his victory. With limited mana remaining, Izuku braced himself for the boss's next move. The boss unleashed a series of powerful spells, growing in size and strength. Izuku, recalling his past encounters with giants, prepared for the fight ahead as he released all his shadows. The boss boasted about his superiority, but Izuku, ready to tap into his full potential, prepared to use 100% of One for All. He reflected on the risks involved, knowing that exceeding his limits would come with consequences. Suddenly, Izuku found himself not in the dungeon but in a familiar place where he had met Banjo. Confused, he called out to Banjo, only to be greeted by a feminine voice. Turning around, he was surprised to see Nana Shimura. Nana playfully pulled at Izuku's cheeks, causing him to blush as he protested that he was not a child. She reminded him of his age, and they quickly shifted to the main topic at hand. Izuku panicked, insisting he needed to return to the battle. Nana reassured him and explained that while he would receive her quirk, Float, he already possessed Dominator's touch, which would serve him well. Izuku expressed his thoughts on how Float would help him avoid awkward moves in battle. Nana then revealed that she was the only holder of One for All who had awakened, and she would grant him her ability, called Weak Eyes. Izuku was initially confused, thinking it meant he would need glasses, but Nana clarified that it allowed him to analyze opponents and find their weak spots. It was usually the head, but this time it showed exactly where on the head the maximum damage would be dealt. Nana encouraged Izuku to take that information and defeat the boss as she playfully pinched his cheeks. Izuku expressed his gratitude, wondering if he would meet them all again, recalling his pleasant encounter with Banjo. Nana reassured him with a hug, making him feel as if his mother were there, and a single tear slipped from his eye. He felt a rush of emotions, wishing for more time to talk with her. Nana comforted him, saying they had watched his entire life and that all the users were proud of him, reminiscent of the smile she used to give Tashinori. Izuku chuckled as the next moment he found himself back in his world. With One for All activated at 100%, he calculated his strength and speed, feeling the surge of power. He leaped forward, determined to strike the boss, thinking to himself that the mage would not be able to dodge this blow. In an instant, the boss's head was defeated. Everyone looked at Izuku with a mix of fear and respect, except for Kajimaru, Kana, and Cha-Hain. Izuku approached the fallen boss and whispered a command to arise. A large shadow appeared before him, kneeling. He noted the difference in the shadows he had encountered before and acknowledged that he should expect this from an A-rank boss. As the prompt to name the shadow appeared on his screen, he decided to name it Tusk. Kajimaru rushed over, excitedly hugging Izuku, who playfully told him he was getting a bit too friendly. Kajimaru blushed and let go, while Izuku chuckled and patted him on the head. Mera, on the other hand, questioned his life choices about joining the commission. Curious, Izuku asked Mera if he had enjoyed the performance. Mera, looking a bit pale, nervously smiled and said he just didn't want to get on Izuku's bad side. Izuku teased him about being scared, prompting Mera to acknowledge Izuku's strength with a strained smile. Izuku found it amusing and felt Mera pinching his cheeks, leading to a playful exchange about reporting to the chairman. Cha, confused, wondered if Izuku was really the one who had defeated the boss. Kana confirmed it with a smile, explaining how close they were, especially since Izuku had been the first to talk to him after a traumatic experience in a double dungeon. The revelation shocked the others, especially when Kana detailed how Izuku had made a sacrifice to save others, enduring a horrific injury in the process. The atmosphere grew somber as Kana recounted the traumatic events, leaving everyone silent as they exited the dungeon. Outside, Nana and Sung Jinwoo discussed the peculiar name given to Izuku's new ability. Sung, in a playful mood, teased Nana about it, prompting her to defend her choice. Their banter lightened the mood, contrasting with the earlier tension. As the group reached the outside, they spotted Izuku joking around with Mera, who appeared grumpy but had a hint of a smile. Izuku playfully advised Mera to get more sleep, to which Mera responded with a deadpan expression. Their light-hearted exchange continued, showcasing their camaraderie. Kana explained to others how Izuku had matured quickly due to his circumstances, having taken care of himself and his sister from a young age. The group reflected on his resilience and the responsibilities he had shouldered, deepening their understanding of him. Because Cha guessed correctly, Kana shrugged and explained that she was not there for herself but because he had helped her on a mission. Cha nodded in understanding and inquired about his parents. Kana shared that his mother was in eternal slumber, and she was unsure about his father. In an abandoned warehouse, Hisashi Midoriya stood before 20 individuals. Someone lurking in the shadows remarked that they were there to capture him. Hisashi confirmed that their quirk was too dangerous, especially since they could control numerous monsters from the dungeon, and he would have to put an end to them. The leader taunted him, claiming it would be difficult to finish him off as the others launched their attack. Hisashi took a deep breath and unleashed powerful flames from his mouth, keeping them at bay. The leader acknowledged Hisashi's strength as the thugs continued to charge at him, but he dispatched them with relative ease. The boss realized he needed to intervene and summoned a horde of monsters to attack. Hisashi recognized that capturing the boss would not suffice. Interrogation was essential. He charged forward with a punch enhanced by his quirk and scales, but the boss dodged effortlessly. The boss introduced his quirk, bestial strength, and struck Hisashi, causing him to cough up blood, his eyes widening in shock. The boss smirked, believing it was the end for Hisashi, but was taken aback when Hisashi smiled back at him. Hisashi revealed his awakened power, immortality, and explained that it was part of his quirk, Salamander. He could control and heat it, and it was already causing damage from the wound inflicted by the boss. As the temperature rose, the boss felt an unbearable heat and rushed to his phone to send a message, but he was cut off as his head exploded. Hisashi walked outside, scowling, frustrated that he couldn't interrogate the boss. He pondered what they wanted from Izuku. Today marked the day Izuku would officially become Japan's latest S-rank hunter. He was on his way to the association, riding in his newly purchased car, driven by Mera. Mera expressed his admiration for the car, to which Izuku enthusiastically shared how he had acquired it from a dungeon. Mera reminded him that the resources excavated could easily buy another car like it, but Izuku preferred to save for a Lamborghini or Bugatti. As they approached the association building, Mera noticed a crowd of reporters and asked what was happening. Izuku, confused, learned that it was also the day of re-evaluation. Meanwhile, Ichigo sat at breakfast with his family, while Momo glared at the TV. Concerned, Ichigo asked what was wrong, and Momo expressed her irritation with Kenji Kuro, a famous actor who had made unwanted advances toward her during a movie shoot. Ichigo, feeling protective, joined Momo in glaring at the screen, contemplating how to deal with the situation. Their father attempted to calm them down, but the tension remained. Just then, Izuku emerged from the crowd and approached the association entrance, only to be stopped by a bodyguard. The bodyguard questioned his presence, and Izuku, unfazed, tried to walk past him but was blocked again. Kenji urged the bodyguard to deal with Izuku quickly, but the atmosphere shifted as Izuku's serious demeanor radiated pressure that made the bodyguard and Kenji back away in fear. Mera arrived, declaring that he was from the association and that Izuku was with him. Izuku quipped about Mera's delay in helping him, and Mera admitted he enjoyed watching Izuku intimidate others. Satoshi Hatake then appeared at the entrance, greeting Izuku warmly. Satoshi reminded Kenji that while he had permission for the press conference, he should not act as if the place belonged to him. As Satoshi entered with Izuku, He instructed Mera to ensure that Kenji and his crew could not follow, to which Mera groaned in response, feeling underappreciated. Izuku was convinced that Satoshi was well compensated for his work, which made Satoshi chuckle. Mera, standing nearby, muttered something under his breath as more guards gathered behind him. He informed them that they needed to find out who had disrupted their plans, as Kenji was visibly upset about the situation. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Momo were laughing heartily, their parents joining in the amusement. Momo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed how cool the situation was, while Ichigo noted the fear that had crossed Kenji's face. The parents shared a collective thought, wondering about the identity of the person who had caused such a stir. Bakugo and his mother cheered in front of the screen, with his mother whistling in approval. Masaru couldn't help but wonder if Bakugo had been influenced by the events unfolding. As Izuku and Satoshi approached the testing area, they were greeted by Hawks. However, Hawks was taken aback by the intense aura emanating from Izuku, causing him to sweat. He asked if something was wrong, but Izuku couldn't contain his laughter, much to Satoshi's amusement. Satoshi remarked on Hawks' unusual stuttering, while Hawks acknowledged that Izuku's intense gaze could instill fear in nearly anyone. Best Jeanist observed from a distance, finding the scene quite entertaining. Hawks, still a bit unsettled, complimented Izuku, who blushed at the praise. He shyly asked if he could get an autograph now, having missed the chance previously. Hawks felt a surge of determination to protect the moment. He happily agreed and took the notebook Izuku produced from seemingly nowhere, marveling at the anime logic behind it. After receiving autographs from both heroes, Izuku made his way to the testing area, where an official awaited him with a clipboard. The official requested a demonstration of Izuku's abilities to determine his class. Izuku confidently introduced his strongest shadow soldiers, causing everyone present to feel a wave of shock. Hawks realized that Izuku had significantly increased his power since their last encounter, understanding that he could grow even stronger. The official, visibly impressed, declared Izuku an S-rank hunter, suggesting he could become another national hunter for Japan. Izuku acknowledged this and mentioned he needed to meet with his girlfriend and sister. As he opened the door to leave, bright lights flooded the area, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, Momo and Ichigo were watching the news, which featured Kenji's press conference. They heard reporters discussing a new S-rank hunter, and excitement filled the room as they learned that Izuku Midoriya had achieved this rank. Momo gasped in amazement, while Ichigo beamed with pride. At the same time, Shoto and his family were gathered around the dinner table when the announcement broke. Shoto and Tuya jumped up in celebration, only to quickly remember their manners and sit back down, leaving their family confused by their sudden outburst. Izumi and Kajimaru enjoyed breakfast at a restaurant when they were interrupted by Ochako, who waved at them enthusiastically. Kajimaru was startled, while Izumi jumped up to hug Ochako. As they introduced themselves, Izumi playfully teased Ochako about her brother, causing her to blush. Ochako's parents expressed their delight in meeting Izumi and Kajimaru, and they invited them to join their table for breakfast, assuring them it would be no trouble at all. "I wanted to treat my family, and you're a part of it," Ochako said with a grin. Izumi nodded in agreement as Kajimaru smiled. "All right then, I'll get going," he said as he turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Ochako asked, raising an eyebrow. "WL. Back home," he replied hesitantly. "Nope. You're joining us," she said, and her parents and Izumi nodded in agreement. "Really? I don't want to intrude," Kajimaru said, feeling uncertain. "When I said family, that includes you too," Ochako stated matter-of-factly, making Kajimaru feel extremely happy. "Let's go," Izumi said, wrapping her hand around his. "Good. Is that Izuku?" Kajimaru exclaimed as he noticed the news report. "We have just discovered that Japan has finally found its 11th S-rank, the previously E-ranker Izuku Midoriya." Kajimaru was taken aback. "You've been dating an S-ranker." Izuku, meanwhile, was feeling a bit awkward as he stood with a sweat drop while Hawks chuckled beside him. "Don't worry, I can fly you," Hawks offered. No, I don't think that's necessary," Izuku replied with a smile before he suddenly vanished. Hawks was left in shock, watching as Izuku waved goodbye from across the street. He thought to himself, if he joins the dark side, we're doomed. Izuku then got into the car and took out his phone to dial a number. Hey Izumi, where are you? He asked when she picked up. Oh, that's great. I was planning to treat you. Because, yeah, I guess the news travels fast. Anyway, wait there, I'll be there in 5, Izuku said as he got into Mara's car. So where to? Mara asked. Just drop me off at the restaurant. I'll leave my car here since I have to come back tomorrow to start learning how to drive, Izuku explained, and Mara nodded in understanding. Alright, I have some work there, luckily, Mara replied as Izuku's phone buzzed with incoming messages. Demon, just 5 minutes and people are already pouring in messages, he muttered. Upon entering the restaurant in a hoodie, Izuku quickly spotted Ochako, Izumi, and Kajimar. However, when he noticed who else was with them, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Am not ready for this, he thought, contemplating whether to run away. You're the news S-rank, man up a little, Mara said from behind, prompting Izuku to shoot him a glare. You don't have a girlfriend, so you don't know my struggles, he replied with a pout as he made his way to the table. Okay, Izuku, you can do this, he encouraged himself as he placed a hand on Ochako's shoulder. Hey Oka, he stuttered as she turned to look at him. Her eyes widened, and she pulled him down to give him a quick kiss in front of her parents, causing him to blush deeply. Ah, so you're the boy who stole our daughter's heart, Ochako's mother said warmly. Hello Mrs. Uraraka and Mr. Uraraka. Izuku stammered, his face flushed. Brother, you turned into a tomato, Izumi teased, trying to hold back her laughter. Stop, he muttered, sinking deeper into his chair. He's so shy, Ochako's mother giggled. Oh, trust me, Mom, he isn't like this. He just gets flustered around me, don't you, Izuku? Ochako teased playfully. Stop teasing me, please. Izuku murmured, feeling embarrassed as the adults chuckled at his reaction. Nah, I don't think that's possible, Izumi said with a teasing grin, while Ochako and Kajimaru giggled in agreement. Ochako's parents smiled at the playful interactions, while Izuku continued to pout. Meanwhile, far away, Hisashi stood watching them with a sad smile, unaware that Izuku had noticed him. Why are you here after so long? Dad? Izuku thought, feeling a mix of emotions. Izuku Midoriya was in awe. He was finally inside UA, taking in everything around him like a child in a candy store. Nizu had informed him that he wouldn't need to take an entrance exam due to his rank and connections, so he was currently exploring the compound with Shota Aizawa, the pro-hero known as Eraserhead. Aizawa, with a lazy demeanor, urged him to keep moving, internally wishing for some rest. Izuku, feeling a wave of emotion, explained how he had dreamed of this moment his entire life, despite the odds stacked against him. Aizawa, recalling his own youth, nodded in understanding. Izuku shared his struggles of being quirkless and feeling undeserving, but he was determined to prove his worth, not through power, but through his dreams. Aizawa noticed a silhouette behind Izuku, reminiscent of someone from his past. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku's determination but cautioned him about the challenges ahead, hoping he wouldn't lose his spirit. Izuku expressed that despite the discouragement he faced, he always found the strength to push forward. Aizawa smirked at Izuku's enthusiasm, teasing him about his emotional speech, while Izuku playfully pointed out that Aizawa had started the conversation. As the entrance exams began, students gathered at various test centers. Izuku's friends Ichigo, Kaminari, Jiraiya, Ochako, and Bakugo were together, confidently tackling the written test. Kaminari felt grateful for Izuku's guidance, while Ochako acknowledged that without him, she might have struggled. Jiraiya hoped for the best for their classmates, Yamamo and Todoroki, who were taking their own test. Shoto, excelling effortlessly, wondered why the challenges weren't tougher, while Momo, drenched in sweat, questioned what Izuku had put them through. When it was time for the practical test, excitement filled the air as Ochako and Jiraiya rushed into their venue, eager to find and defeat the robots. Present Mike encouraged the students to dive into action, and soon, Ochako and Jiraiya were on a rampage, scoring points rapidly. Nizu observed the distribution of scores, noting that many points were being earned by Bakugo, Kaminari, Ichigo, Ochako, and Jairu. Izuku cheered for his friends from his seat, feeling proud. As the test progressed, Aizawa sensed something unusual outside and opened a window to investigate. Although he couldn't see the figure, Izuku, with his enhanced senses, detected a strange presence on a nearby building. Aizawa and Izuku exchanged a knowing glance, and with a silent agreement, Izuku moved swiftly, unnoticed by others. Nizu and All Might were aware of the tension, but Izuku and Nizu reassured All Might that it was nothing to worry about, even as his concern grew. Izuku, feeling the need for fresh air, suggested a walk to Aizawa, who was hesitant but intrigued by the idea. The fun was just about to begin as Izuku smiled at her. He reassured Midnight that he just needed to stretch his legs for a moment, and Aizawa grumbled but agreed. Izuku called for Aizawa to come closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. With a mental command of shadow exchange, they suddenly found themselves on top of a building. Aizawa was surprised and questioned what had just happened, while Izuku looked at him seriously, indicating that they would discuss it later. They both turned to the figure they sensed nearby, who stood still for a moment before bursting into laughter. Izuku asked who she was and why she was there, and the woman revealed herself with a wicked smile. "Oh, so I've been discovered. Look at this stunning young boy and his companion," she said, her tone dripping with mockery. Izuku's eyes sharpened as he glared at her. He muttered to himself that Baba Yaga was here, and her smile widened in response. She seemed pleased that he recognized her. The moment the snakes attacked, Aizawa activated his quirk while Izuku drew his sword, swiftly dispatching the giant bees that came at them. The woman, noticing Aizawa's quirk not working, looked at him with a mix of surprise and disdain. Izuku, now colder in his tone, pressed her for answers about her presence. The woman responded with a cheerful tone, asking if he stalked her or loved her, suggesting they hit the nearest hotel. Izuku dismissed her comments, explaining that he was simply aware of her notoriety as a dangerous criminal known for her horrific actions. He noted her age and background, mentioning her reputation as a Russian villain who had gained infamy for her cruel deeds. As he summoned his shadow soldiers to restrain her, she dismissed their efforts, stating that she had no interest in playing anymore and needed to report to her superior. In an instant, she transformed into a swarm of insects and vanished. Izuku reflected on Barbara Belov, the successor of Croatia, the queen of insects and the monarch of plague. He was unaware of the significance of this encounter but knew it would lead him to discover his own purpose. He turned to Aizawa, stating that he needed to send messages to two important individuals. Questions raced through his mind about Barbara's intentions and her connection to Japan. He quickly sent messages to the president of the Hunter and Hero Association, as well as to Steve Ray. Almost immediately he received a response from Steve, advising him to remain calm and focus on obtaining his hero license. Steve warned that something significant was unfolding and that they might need to prepare for a major confrontation in the near future. Izuku realized it was time for the final level of the tower. Meanwhile, Steve was in his office, reviewing a file that contained the names of several individuals, including Barbara Belov. He pondered why they were becoming active and recalled the rumors about a certain teacher at UA. He hoped they hadn't recognized Izuku, as he knew he was a target due to his connections. Back at the living room, Izuku sat on the sofa while others celebrated their recent performance. He announced that he needed to leave, prompting surprised reactions from his friends. He explained that he might be gone for a week, wanting to depart as soon as possible to return before they received any letters. Bakugo grunted in agreement, while Ochako pouted, expressing her disappointment at his departure. Izuku reassured her that he would spend time with her upon his return, even suggesting they could go on dates. Ichigo and Izumi, who were playing cards, chimed in, feeling left out. Izuku promised to take them to a newly opened restaurant, which excited them. However, Ichigo hesitated, concerned about the restaurant's cost. Izuku reminded him that as hunters, they didn't need to worry about expenses. He encouraged Ichigo to check his bank account, which he had forgotten about. After some confusion about their earnings, Izuku explained that they earned significantly more under guilds than in private raids, and that their earnings were shared equally among them. Izuku reminded Ichigo that they had participated in several high-rank raids, to which Ichigo nodded in understanding. Izuku then said his goodbyes and stepped out onto the balcony, disappearing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared atop a building a short distance from his apartment. He called out for Igris, Tank, and Iron, along with the ice bears and trolls, who emerged from the shadows. Izuku addressed the three, who had been Tusk's bodyguards, with a serious expression that made them uneasy. He instructed them to protect his sister and emphasized the importance of their task. They nodded vigorously in response. Next, he directed the rest of the shadows to disperse and blend into the shadows of everyone present, not for protection but to assist if anyone found themselves in danger. He explained that reducing their mana would alert him, allowing him to switch places with them if needed. After issuing his orders, he instructed Igris, Tank, Iron, and Tusk to return to his shadow and stay alert, mentioning a persistent stalker. As Izuku began walking, Steve was out for a stroll when his heightened senses detected unusual sounds coming from a shady alley. Curious, he approached the source of the noise and discovered it was emanating from an abandoned building. He jumped over the wall and was taken aback by the sight before him. A girl, no older than 17, held a bird in her hand, seemingly in distress. Izuku stood in front of the tower, aware of his father's presence nearby. He knew he couldn't open a dungeon in plain sight, so he decided to confront the situation directly. He called out to his father, questioning why he was lurking instead of coming out into the open. The girl, panicking, backed against the wall, pleading for Steve to stay away. He recognized her as the infamous Himiko Toga, a name that had recently made headlines due to her trouble past. As he approached her cautiously, he reassured her that he meant no harm and that she would be safe. Toga, overwhelmed by her emotions, expressed her fear of hurting others and broke down in tears. Steve moved closer and embraced her, trying to provide comfort. Despite her initial resistance, she bit into his collar, drawn by her instincts. Steve remained calm, knowing he was resilient and could handle the situation. He told her it was all right and that she could have his blood, promising they would talk once she calmed down. Hearing those words for the first time, Toga looked at him with a glimmer of hope. She asked if he truly meant it, and he nodded, noticing her weakened state. He picked her up, realizing she needed rest. Meanwhile, Izuku faced his father, trying to mask his emotions. Hisashi stammered, attempting to ease the tension, but Izuku pressed for answers about his absence. Hisashi explained that he had been caught in a facility and had only recently returned. He expressed regret for not being there when they needed him, and tears streamed down his face as he apologized. Izuku, feeling a mix of anger and sorrow, punched his father in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. He demanded to know where Hisashi had been all those years, recalling how their mother had reassured them of his love. Hisashi admitted he felt unworthy to return after witnessing how much Izuku and his sister had grown without him. As they shared their emotions, Izuku hugged his father tightly, expressing that he might not have punched him if he had come back sooner. Hisashi reiterated his love for both of them, assuring Izuku that he had always been proud of him and his sister. "I'm sorry," Izuku said, wiping his tears and forcing a bright smile. "It's all right. You said it yourself, you were kidnapped," Hisashi replied, his expression turning serious. "Listen, Izuku, I'm going to tell you everything about myself and your mother that you don't know. Just listen patiently." "So, you guys were part of a group that dealt with villains?" Izuku asked, trying to piece together the information. "Yeah," Hisashi confirmed. "Was Kana-senpai involved?" Izuku inquired. "Not exactly alongside her, but she was in the same program," Hisashi explained, and Izuku nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. Though I can't imagine Mom killing villains," Izuku thought, recalling memories of his mother. "She didn't kill, mostly. She was more involved in interrogation," Hisashi added, shivering slightly at the thought. That oddly makes sense. So, I'm going inside the dungeon. What do you want to do?" Izuku asked, reflecting on their earlier conversation. "Well, I could accompany you, if that's not a problem," Hisashi said, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Izuku chuckled to himself, recognizing where he got his awkwardness. "Nah, it's fine with me. Though I don't know if the system will allow it, he muttered as a notification appeared. The player cannot take people with him in the dungeon. Looks like you can't come with me. But I've got a job for you, Izuku said, noticing his father's serious demeanor. There are a few suspicious activities happening lately. The villainess I encountered, the murder of an A-rank hunter, and more. I want you to investigate it along with Steve, Izuku instructed, and Hisashi nodded in agreement. And when I return, we'll talk to Izumi, and I won't take no for an answer, he added, causing Hisashi to gulp nervously. Trust me when I say that even if you hide in the darkest corner of the world, I'll find you and bring you to her. Now chop chop, I need to get to work, Izuku said, turning toward the building and entering the key. Why am I being parented by my own child? Hisashi thought, shaking his head. Izuku entered the Demon Castle's dungeon, mentally preparing himself for the challenges ahead. He summoned Igris, Tank, and Iron. You three scout the shadows. And you, big guy, provide support, he instructed Tusk, who nodded in understanding. Good. Now let's get to work. Steve stood next to a sleeping Toga in his office, contemplating the legalities of her situation. He opened a folder on his laptop, reviewing the case files. As Toga stirred, she looked at him nervously. Where are we? She asked. This is my office. I'm Steve Ray, nice to meet you, he replied with a smile. Toga, she stammered, attempting to smile back but ending up with a funny expression that made Steve chuckle. You're just really cute, he said, realizing what he had said, and both of them blushed. Anyways, I was looking into your case. Don't worry, you're not going anywhere unless you want to, he assured her, and Toga nodded. So, what do you want to do? Steve asked, meeting her gaze. I don't know. I left school a few months ago after I ran away. I always wanted to be a hero, but everyone told me I couldn't, she confessed, tears welling in her eyes. That's not true. Your quirk is perfect for an espionage hero. With a little therapy and training, you'll be great, he encouraged, and Toga's eyes widened in surprise. I can be a hero? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Of course. You'll be a great asset. You just need to incapacitate someone and take a little of their blood and voila, he explained, noticing her skepticism. How did you know what my quirk is? She asked, confused. Well, you transformed into me and I do have your files open, Steve replied, his expression deadpan, causing Toga to sweat drop. Alright. So, what do you say? Want to become a hero? Izuku prepared himself with protective items against fire, equipping a wind robe and a nameless ring with water magic abilities. A quest notification appeared. Again, he muttered, reading the details. Regular quest. Collect demon souls. 2. The Demon King Baron lives on the top floor of the tower. Defeat him and collect his soul. Rewards. 1. Rank Ruined Stone. 2. Bonus stats 30. 3. Undisclosed rewards. Okay, so this is the 76th floor, he said, observing the large monsters around him. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is really fun, he exclaimed, jumping around and defeating one monster after another. He defeated several demons, gaining experience points with each victory. The system's going to crash with how many we're defeating, he thought, exhilarated by the challenge. The next day, Hisashi watched Izumi from a distance when she suddenly turned and looked directly at him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. She smirked before returning to her business. Did she see me or was it something else? Nah, I'm just worrying too much, he thought, nervously gulping. Meanwhile, Izuku was on the 80th floor, grinning smugly. My plan to split up worked efficiently. 5 difficult floors cleared in about 20 hours. Time to keep pushing, he thought, feeling his mana drop. Wait, very strong demons. Alright, where? He wondered as he jumped up, realizing that his teams with Tank and Iron had been attacked while Tusk and Igris remained unscathed. Izuku pondered whether they were selecting their targets based on weakness as his mana continued to diminish. He heard a command to head towards Iron and, upon arrival, witnessed his army engaged in battle against another force. The opposing army consisted of demon knights and a demon noble, which explained their struggles. In an instant, Izuku vanished, appearing before a demon knight, whose head was already airborne. He swiftly dealt with the other two demon knights, while his shadows overwhelmed the remaining army. Izuku reflected on the situation, realizing that he had his answer regarding whether demons experienced fear, as he observed the demon noble trembling. He seized its face and prepared to strike when a voice interrupted him, pleading for mercy. It turned out to be a human-looking demon, who revealed her identity as Essel, the eldest daughter of the Radairu clan. She expressed regret for the conflict, claiming they were merely defending their territory from humans. Izuku questioned her sincerity, noting the contradiction in her plea for forgiveness after attacking his soldiers. Essel bowed deeply, insisting they had committed a grave sin and were only trying to protect their land. She offered to lead him to the entry permit for the next floor, provided he ensured the safety of her and her clan. Izuku considered her offer but activated his bloodlust skill, creating an atmosphere of tension. Essel trembled under the pressure, desperately assuring him that she was not lying. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku turned away with a smile, leaving Essel bewildered. He instructed everyone to retreat, causing his shadows to dissipate, which only added to her confusion. She questioned why he had recalled them, fearing she might attack him, to which he simply smirked, suggesting he could eliminate her first. As they continued, Essel explained the structure of the demon clans and their territories. Izuku inquired about their tendency to kill humans, and Essel admitted that they felt an uncontrollable urge to do so, though she did not feel it around him. Suddenly, she collapsed, coughing up blood, prompting Izuku to rush to her side. He realized that something was preventing her from speaking freely about the monarchs and their influence over the demons. When Essel regained consciousness, she was surprised to find Izuku beside her. He pointed out that the demons had tried to kill him, yet he had protected her. Grateful, she thanked him, still in disbelief. Izuku asked how long it would take to reach the location of the permit. Later, Izuku sat with the demon clan leader at a table, having unintentionally intimidated him and his soldiers. The leader reluctantly agreed to allow Essel to guide Izuku, prioritizing the safety of his clan. Despite his pride being hurt, he muttered that he did not care what happened as long as they were safe. Izuku, feeling angered by the leader's indifference, requested to leave immediately. As they progressed through the floors, Izuku received a notification that a demon noble wished to join his party, allowing them access to higher levels. He accepted the request, instructing Essel to avoid participating in battles, to which she responded eagerly. Izuku cleared the subsequent floors with ease, but when he discovered that the demons were hostile to each other, he swiftly dealt with them. Meanwhile, Essel grew closer to him. Just as he was about to advance to the next floor, two notifications appeared, announcing that Knight Igris and Knight Tank had requested permission to rank up. Excitedly, he granted their requests, noting that their new ranks made them as powerful as S-rankers. Essel approached him, expressing concern about the upcoming floors, which were managed by top noble clans known for their strength. She suggested negotiating, but Izuku smirked, questioning whether she would negotiate if he were weaker than her clan. Her eyes widened in realization of the implications. Essel looked at Izuku with wide eyes as he spoke about making her clan the most powerful. She was confused and asked why he was looking out for her clan, correcting him that it was Radairu. Izuku simply stated that he had taken a liking to her, causing her to blush. He explained that she reminded him of his sister and a friend, and he had always been friends with dorks, which made Essel pout in response. She insisted that she was not a dork, prompting Izuku to chuckle. 2 days later, Hisashi was keeping a watch on Izuku's friends and Izumi. He had contacted Steve, and they were investigating the strange events occurring around them. Hisashi felt an urge to spy on others, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, a fork struck the tree just inches from his face. Izumi, from the kitchen window, called out to him, revealing that she knew he had been watching her. Hisashi felt a rush of panic, realizing he was unprepared for this encounter. Essel gazed at Izuku in awe as he had defeated every clan in their path, reaching the 98th floor. Izuku told her she could go back, but she looked down, feeling unnecessary. She questioned if she was no longer useful to him, and Izuku, confused, reassured her that it wasn't about that. He simply wanted to protect her from harm. Essel expressed her desire to accompany him and witness his achievements, and Izuku was taken aback by her determination. He noticed the fear that once filled her eyes had nearly vanished and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed to let her join him. Meanwhile, Izumi was hugging Hisashi, tears streaming down her face as he looked down in shame. He apologized, and she reassured him that it was all right even though he had claimed to be captured. Curiously, he asked why she had believed him so readily, and she pointed at his shadow. Hisashi noticed 2 eyes and a mouth in his shadow, which smiled at him, realizing that a soldier had been left behind. He muttered about the soldier's intelligence, causing Izumi to giggle. Now on the 100th floor, Izuku sensed an incredibly powerful presence. He turned to see a small speck in the sky that grew larger until it revealed itself as a snow-white dragon with someone riding on it. As the demon landed, a notification appeared, "Baron, the Demon King." Izuku felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, recognizing the overwhelming force and bloodlust emanating from Baron. Essel trembled, feeling the intensity of the moment, and Izuku knew he had to confront the Demon King. Izuku was sweating but smiled, feeling a rush of excitement as his army emerged from the shadows. He focused on the dragon, his worries replaced by the thrill of the challenge ahead. He was eager to capture the wyvern. Suddenly, he spotted something else that thrilled him even more: 2 Cerberus. He shared his discovery with Banjo, explaining that he had encountered a larger version of the guard in the Chaos world, which had led to this moment. As Baron summoned his demon army, Izuku commanded his allies to engage. With One for All activated, Izuku charged towards Baron, sword in hand. Baron blocked his attack, but Izuku relentlessly swung his sword, forcing Baron to retreat. Just as Izuku paused, Baron retaliated with a powerful kick and punch, sending him flying. Izuku, feeling the impact, wiped the blood from his mouth, realizing it had been a long time since he had faced such a challenge. Essel watched anxiously as Izuku threw his sword at Baron, hitting him, only for the sword to return to his hand. She marveled at his abilities, while Izuku strategized to deal with the swift wyvern. He quickly shot towards the wyvern, aiming for its wing, but Baron blocked him with a smug grin. Izuku smiled back, unleashing his full power with a mental shout of, "One for all." 100% Detroit Smash. The force of his attack blew a hole through the wyvern's chest, shocking Baron. Essel was captivated by Igris's graceful movements, but her attention was drawn back to Izuku's impressive display of strength. Baron, furious, charged a lightning spell and shot it at Izuku. Tusk seized the opportunity, using a flame spell to counter the attack, resulting in a clash of elemental forces. Meanwhile, Cerberus and Tank engaged in a fierce battle, both beasts showcasing their incredible power. As Baron landed, Izuku grinned, feeling confident now that he was on the ground. He taunted Baron, who glared back at him. Suddenly, Baron swung his sword, summoning a thunderstorm, catching everyone off guard. Sung Jinwoo exclaimed in surprise, recalling that Baron hadn't displayed such power when they entered the dungeon. The first user reassured them that they could unlock more abilities if Baron were to fall, though concern lingered in the air. He would prefer not to see him die at all, as he would still feel the pain. Meanwhile, Izuku experienced a tremendous shock when a lightning bolt struck him, sending him flying backward. He thought to himself that he didn't have much left and needed to finish this quickly. Using speed and critical strike alongside One for All, he boosted his speed as much as possible, closing in and slashing at Baron multiple times. However, Baron quickly recovered and punched Izuku in the face, sending him back. Izuku realized he only had 1,000 health left and needed to land a decisive blow. He readied his sword, but Baron threw a lightning spear at him, which Izuku managed to dodge. However, Izuku was not the only one with a mage in his ranks. One of Baron's mages had stealthily set up a Manasking Swamp spell where Izuku stood, and now his mana was being drained as he stood paralyzed. He thought in panic that this wasn't a status condition, so his skills couldn't negate it. His eyes widened as he saw the lance returning toward him, and everyone inside One for All watched helplessly as Izuku closed his eyes. He felt he needed something, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Essel pierced by the lance, standing in front of him with a smile. Izuku's eyes widened in realization of what had just happened. He was unaware of the overwhelming anger and sorrow radiating from him, which his shadow soldiers sensed. The next moment, a mass of tentacles burst from his back, impaling and defeating Baron before he could react. The black whip continued to lash out, destroying the demon army and his own soldiers. He couldn't comprehend why she had done it. Essel explained that her body moved on its own before she could think, tears streaming down her face, yet her smile remained. Izuku felt his own tears flowing, gripped by fear. He insisted that he must have something to heal her, that he could craft the potion, but Essel told him it was too late. She thanked him as he stood frozen in place. She recounted how she felt happy when he reminded her of his sister, when he expressed his fondness for her, and when he promised to protect her. She revealed that demons never cared for anyone, living only for themselves, and she was glad to die for him. As she coughed up blood and fell to the ground, Izuku cried out in despair, and the air around him began to swirl, forming a tornado filled with mana. He pleaded for her to arise as a notification of the soul being cursed appeared. His skill, indomitable will, activated, reversing his status. He purified her soul, and as he looked up, he saw Essel standing before him, confused, as a notification popped up indicating he had successfully extracted a shadow. Sung Jinwoo was speechless, muttering in disbelief that Izuku had actually purified the soul. Others looked at him in confusion as he explained that the beings in the system dungeons were not truly alive, but Izuku had managed to imbue some of his own soul to purify her. Essel, bewildered, asked where she was, and Izuku, still in shock, called her name. She thought she had died, but he explained that he had brought her back as his shadow soldier. As she felt the warmth of her new existence, she expressed her gratitude, realizing why Izuku's soldiers served him so diligently. He asked her if she wanted to continue like this or if he should release her. Essel smiled and declared her desire to help him in any way she could. Izuku smiled back, and as another notification appeared, he learned that the quest to collect the demon's souls had been completed, resulting in multiple level-ups. He felt a surge of power as he walked toward the items that had dropped. He found a demon monarch's ring, a demon king's longsword, and a vial of purified blood from the demon king. Excitedly, he equipped the ring, noting the significant boost to his stats. As he held the vial of purified blood, he realized it still contained poisonous substances and would require specific materials to neutralize the poison for crafting. Essel asked if he was all right, and he assured her he was just trying to craft an item, to which she perked up, confident in his abilities. The success depends on the concentration of mana one possesses. Therefore, even if it doesn't actually require mana, having more mana increases the chances of success, Essel explained as Izuku's eyes widened. He thought about putting the 20 points straight into intelligence, knowing that he needed more mana, and ordered the system to allocate the points. He confirmed the creation of the item, Holy Water of Life. As the crafting process began, he felt a rush of excitement. "Wow, Essel, you were right. Thanks," he said, smiling as she blushed in response. "Thank you, Izuku. I am glad I could be of some use," she replied, bowing slightly, which made Izuku chuckle. "No need for the formalities, just call me Izuku," he said as the countdown reached 0, signaling the completion of the crafting process. The item was successfully created, and he obtained Holy Water of Life. "I did it," Izuku muttered, staring at the vials in awe. "Yes, you did, Izuku," Essel said, her gaze fixed on the vials. This was her first time witnessing such an item, but she immediately recognized its significance, knowing it was made from the purified blood of a monarch, a legendary item since the time Baron had fallen. Turning his attention to the Cerberus and Wyvern, he noticed the Wyvern being dragged by iron, while Tank carried the Cerberus over his shoulder, its 3 heads appearing to be in disarray. "You didn't have to be so rough with it, Tank," Izuku remarked, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as Tank offered a sheepish grin. "Arise," Izuku commanded, and 2 shadows emerged from the Cerberus's body. Level 1 Elite Knight. Level 1 Elite Knight. He was prompted to name his soldiers. "Well, Cerberus will stay as Cerberus. Or Fluffy. Yes, Fluffy. You're Fluffy," he exclaimed excitedly as the dog barked happily. Kaisel, he decided as the dragon bowed its head in acknowledgement. Good. And everyone my shadows. Good work, Izuku praised, and the shadows bowed in response. Alright, now time for quest rewards, he muttered as a screen appeared before him. Quest, collect demon souls 2 has been completed. Reward 1, top tier rune stone. Reward 2, bonus stats 30. Reward 3, undisclosed reward. He received a top tier rune stone containing the skill Shadow Shot. Shadow Merge, he muttered, breaking the stone. Shadow Shot level 1. Job specific skill. No mana required. When activated, the user can fire any attack into a shadow, and it will hit the target as long as there is a shadow present. This skill can be used 3 times before requiring a cooldown of 4 hours. Curious, he focused on the body of a demon, and an X appeared above it. He thought about firing an attack into the shadow and threw his dagger into his own shadow. The next moment, the dagger emerged from the demon's shadow and struck it. Oh, so cool! Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Igris nodded, while Essel looked on, slightly confused yet intrigued by Izuku's childlike enthusiasm. Alright, let's go back. I'll deal with the other rewards later, Izuku said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Alright, everyone, return to my shadow, he instructed, and the soldiers returned to their respective shadows. Exchange, he muttered, and he found himself back in his neighborhood. What was that? Kano wondered, sensing a wave of mana. She speculated that the kid might have returned and resumed her conversation with the president of the association. What is that mana? Endeavor muttered, likely suspecting it was Hawks and Miruko training. It's good to be back, Izuku said with a content smile as he looked toward his house. He recalled his mother's words about staying strong and how his father would eventually return. It was time for a change. His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. I forgot to silence it, he cursed, hoping it hadn't alerted anyone. Picking it up, he heard Ochako's voice on the other end. Deku-kun, she said, prompting a sigh from Izuku. Hey Oka, I just came back from the dungeon. Your timing is a bit off, he chuckled, and she responded with a nervous laugh. Sorry about that, I just missed you. I felt like you were in trouble or scared, she said, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. I am actually very nervous right now. Are you sure you don't have psychic powers? He asked, and Ochako chuckled again. Nope. So, what happened? She inquired, and Izuku sighed, sharing his experiences with her. Well, I trust you in your awakening, Deku-kun. You've accomplished impossible feats before. Remember how you defeated that assassin-class guy? He was an A-rank experienced killer, and you were only at B-rank back then, inexperienced. Then you also cleared that red gate. Ochako expressed her cheerfulness, noting that Izuku always knew how to lift her spirits. She playfully mentioned that she wanted cuddles since it had been over a week since they last shared one. Izuku, blushing, agreed to her request, but only after he introduced her to his mother. He ended the call and approached Inko, taking a deep breath and hoping for the best. Izuku sat beside Inko, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, color began to return to her face, filling him with hope. He looked on expectantly, but when no signs of awakening appeared, he lowered his head, pleading silently for her to wake up. Suddenly, Inko stirred and sat up, looking perfectly healthy as if nothing had happened in the past few years. Izuku's eyes widened, and tears began to stream down his face as he muttered her name in disbelief. Inko smiled at him, noting how much he had grown, which caused him to break down in tears. Inside One for All, Sung Jin-woo felt tears rolling down his cheeks, experiencing a wave of emotion he hadn't felt in a long time. Nana commented on his unexpected display of tears, to which Jin-woo responded that it was relatable, recalling his own past experiences. Banjo, too, was visibly emotional, prompting the 6th user to inquire about his feelings. Banjo muttered that he was reminded of something from his past, memories of his mother's screams and promises made long ago. He hoped the 9th was strong enough, residual energy sparking around him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Inko placed her hand on Izuku's head, acknowledging the hardships he had faced. She asked how long he had been through this struggle, and he replied that it had been over 5 years. Inko expressed her sorrow, but Izuku reassured her with a smile, telling her not to be sorry. He shared that his sister Izumi was doing well and had grown into an amazing person, which filled Inko with pride. She expressed her belief that her children would thrive even in her absence, and Izuku agreed, crediting their parents for their upbringing. He then revealed that their father had returned after being captured, which surprised Inko. Izuku explained how their father had escaped and defeated those who had taken him. Inko chuckled, recognizing the familiar traits of her husband. Curious about what Izuku had been up to, Inko asked how she had awakened. With a mischievous smirk, he teased her, keeping the details a secret. Inko playfully pulled his cheeks, marveling at how much he had grown, and Izuku winced at the affectionate gesture. He mentioned having a wonderful girlfriend, which made Inko swoon with delight, though she hoped the girl was kind. Izuku assured her that Izumi approved, which made Inko giggle. As doctors approached, Izuku promised to talk later and jumped out of the window, hovering outside as if sitting on air. Inko was taken aback, realizing that her son was not quirkless as she had thought. Just then, doctors burst in, announcing that a patient had awakened from eternal slumber and needed to contact the senior doctor immediately. The excitement in the room escalated when they learned that the patient was Inko, the mother of the newest S-rank hunter, Izuku Midoriya. Meanwhile, Steve wore a deadpan expression as he shopped with Toga, feeling exhausted. Despite his immense stamina, he struggled to keep up with her enthusiasm as she excitedly pointed out a perfume store. He reminded her that they were on a budget, but Toga insisted on saving money. Steve, however, explained that his wealth from owning Hellfire Corp., which managed hero merchandise and research and development, was substantial. Toga was astonished to learn the extent of his wealth, but Steve downplayed it, noting that other heroes had even more. Toga teased him about flaunting his wealth, reminding him that money wouldn't help him with girls. Despite their playful banter, it was clear that their friendship was strong, with Toga determined to make the most of their day together. Toga advised Steve to learn some restraint, suggesting it might benefit him in the future. Steve listened, his head drooping like a sad puppy. Toga teased him, calling him a drama queen, but her words were interrupted by the ringing of Steve's phone. The caller was Rudra. Steve excused himself, walking to a corner to take the call. Toga wondered what it could be about, recalling Rudra's mention of harbingers and monarchs. The past few days had been surprisingly good for her. She felt free to express herself without suppressing her bloodlust, though she tried not to drink blood to avoid causing Steve any discomfort. Toga had started therapy 3 days ago, along with her hero training under Steve. She was receiving home tutoring since she had missed a year of schooling, and Steve was the perfect mentor for her, especially since he was already guiding Kaminari and planned to take on another student the following year. However, in their excitement, they had overlooked one detail: Toga had no clothes. By the second day, she found herself wearing Steve's clothes, which she found comfortable. Now, they were on a mission to get her some proper outfits. Steve returned with a serious expression, causing Toga to look at him with concern. He mentioned they might need to cut their trip short, and when she inquired about the reason, he explained he had some leads and was supposed to meet someone at a cafe. He invited her to join but warned that they would need to sit at different tables due to the confidential nature of the conversation. Toga eagerly agreed to go with him. Upon arriving, Steve expressed his displeasure at the choice of a maid cafe for their meeting. Toga playfully questioned his reaction, and Steve explained that Rudra's meeting spots were often strange, hinting at past experiences that made him uncomfortable. Toga teased him about it, and Steve, flustered, muttered something about a strip club and a spanking cafe, causing Toga to giggle. They soon found themselves sitting across from a tall, dark-skinned boy who was still under 18. Toga sensed the tension in the air as Steve and the boy engaged in a silent staring contest. Suddenly, the boy burst into laughter, which made Steve blush and look down in embarrassment. The boy introduced himself as Rudra Ferriera, also known as Techbuster, extending his hand for Toga to shake. She recognized him as Steve's sidekick and jumped in excitement, causing Rudra to grin mischievously. Steve, overwhelmed by the situation, banged his head on the table in embarrassment. Toga learned that Steve and Rudra had been friends since childhood, which thrilled her. She hugged Steve, exclaiming how cool it was that they were childhood friends and expressing her desire to be part of that bond. However, the mood shifted when Toga asked about their families, and Rudra revealed they had both grown up in the same orphanage. Steve expressed his disdain for that part of their past, mentioning how satisfying it was to set that place on fire, leaving Toga wide-eyed in surprise. Meanwhile, it was time for Inko to be discharged from the hospital. Izumi hugged her mother while Hisashi smiled nearby. Izuku stood in the corner, content with the scene. Hisashi approached Izuku, suggesting they take a walk to give the others some space. Izuku happily agreed, throwing his arms around his dad's neck. Hisashi reminisced about how quickly his children had grown, shedding a few anime-style tears. Izuku, however, reminded him that they had grown at a normal pace, teasing his father about his past troubles. Hisashi, still feeling the weight of his own experiences, acknowledged Izuku's hardships, noting that he had faced bullying and lived without a guardian for much of his childhood. He praised Izuku for his resilience, recognizing the challenges he had overcome, including freeing Kana and helping many others, all while supporting his sister's dreams. He expressed his gratitude for everything she had done for the family as Izuku looked at him. He explained that he felt compelled to help his amazing sister and parents, emphasizing that helping others was simply part of who he was. With everyone finally back together, he believed that what had happened in the past didn't matter as much as what lay ahead. Izuku was taken aback by his maturity, jokingly wondering if he was actually a 40-year-old man who had been transported to their world to start a harem. The father reacted with surprise, reminding him to watch his language. Steve quickly regretted his words as Toga stared at him, prompting Rudra to suggest they clarify the situation. He took a sip from his cup before beginning to summarize his past. He recounted how his parents had died in a car crash when he was just an infant, leading him to an orphanage where he endured harsh treatment. The orphanage, he revealed, was a place of torment for quirkless children, where they were branded and forced to work under brutal conditions. He managed to escape at the age of 4 and was taken in by Sir Hellfire, who trained him and helped him awaken his quirk. At 6, he and his mentor confronted the people responsible for the orphanage, setting it ablaze after ensuring everyone was out, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. As Toga processed this heavy information, Rudra suggested she take a walk to gather her thoughts while they discussed their confidential matters. Toga, feeling overwhelmed, hugged Steve before leaving the cafe, tears in her eyes. She reflected on the significance of his carefulness regarding his clothing and the scar on his neck, realizing it symbolized his past as a quirkless individual. Once Toga was out of sight, Steve turned to Rudra, who was scanning their surroundings. He requested that their order be delayed until Toga returned. The maid acknowledged his request, and Steve turned away, uninterested in the conversation about the cafe's theme. Rudra reassured Steve that their discussion was not meant to embarrass him. They shifted focus to their investigation, with Rudra revealing that they had tracked 4 monarch candidates involved in suspicious activities in Egypt, Mexico, and North Pakistan. He expressed concern over the recent appearances of Barbara Belov in Japan, suggesting they were after ancient artifacts tied to the rise and fall of civilizations. Steve noted that these civilizations had mysteriously collapsed at their peaks, and Rudra elaborated on the belief that artifacts had played a role in their downfalls. They concluded that these artifacts were likely connected to the monarchs or deceptive gods, and rumors of artificial beasts circulated among the people. When Toga returned, she noticed the serious expressions on Steve and Rudra's faces. She inquired if their important discussion was over, to which Steve responded affirmatively, eager to enjoy the rest of the day. He stood to pull out her chair, and Toga attempted to lighten the mood with a compliment. Rudra commented on Steve's unusual behavior around her, suggesting she must be special to him. Toga blushed at the implication and felt a sense of determination regarding the monarch's plans, vowing to protect what was precious to her. Meanwhile, Izuku observed his family having dinner together for the first time in many years, feeling a deep sense of commitment to protect this newfound happiness, even if it meant sacrificing everything. The first arc came to a close. for being unable to save you," he muttered as he walked towards the end of the tunnel. It was finally time. The moment Izuku had dreamed of countless times. It was the first day of UA. Izuku excitedly announced to his family that he was leaving, and both his parents chuckled at his enthusiasm. Inko remarked that while she initially thought he had changed a lot, he still seemed like the same 4-year-old boy. Izuku blushed at the affectionate pat on his head. He responded that no matter how much he changed, his dreams would remain the same, and Hisashi encouraged him with a supportive pat on the back. Izumi expressed her confidence that he would get into UA, even if he was quirkless, and they shared a warm hug before he stepped out. As he walked toward the exit of the apartment, he smiled contentedly, feeling grateful for his family. He quietly reflected on how nice it felt to have them all together. Just then he spotted Kana in casual clothes and greeted her with excitement. She smirked and teased him about his affection for her, but he brushed it off, reminding her that she was his sister and that Ochako understood their bond. Kana explained that she would be accompanying him to UA for some important discussions regarding their guild, as they needed to recruit more members due to the influx of students joining hero schools. Izuku pulled out his car keys, noting that it would be hard to talk while driving. Kana, with a smug grin, revealed that they had a personal chauffeur, leading to Mera's frustrated complaint about being treated like a driver. Meanwhile, Kaminari was in a panic with Ichigo as they searched for their uniforms in their shared apartment. Kaminari shouted in frustration about missing socks, while Ichigo echoed his sentiments, both of them navigating through the chaos of their messy living space. Bakugo, trying to calm himself, muttered about the limited edition hot sauce he had bought, only to discover it was missing. He shouted in frustration, demanding to know where it was, while Masaru simply put on his noise-canceling headphones, trying to block out the chaos. Ochako stepped out of her house, ready to head to UA, and was greeted by Izuku, who invited her into the car. She happily responded to his greeting, and they shared a quick kiss before Kana interrupted, teasing them about being too public. Finally, the group arrived at UA. Izuku told Ochako to go ahead while he met with the principal, Nizu. After a brief exchange of greetings, Nizu revealed that All Might would not be teaching that day, which caused Izuku to mentally facepalm. Nizu then shared troubling news about multiple corpses found in Cuba, suggesting that they were part of human experiments targeting hero schools to find candidates strong enough to endure the process of acquiring multiple quirks. Izuku's expression hardened with determination as he listened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Nizu requested that Izuku protect his classmates if necessary, acknowledging his strength. Izuku promised to do so, and Nizu encouraged him not to take on too much pressure, reminding him to enjoy his school years. As Nizu prepared to leave for orientation, he noted that Izuku might not see him there, given Aizawa's tendencies. Steve was panting, his vision blurry and his head spinning. He wondered if he was bleeding, questioning his healing factor as he struggled to get up. A voice behind him remarked on the fall of the mighty hero, but before he could respond, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. In the present, Ochako yelled at the gate of Class 1A, calling out to Deku, who was late. He apologized, mentioning he had been chatting with a rat, which earned him a playful jab from Kaminari about his tendency to rhyme. Izuku blushed at the nickname, while their classmates, including Ochako, Shoto, Ichigo, Momo, and Bakugo, snickered at him. Bakugo protested against the nickname, which they had heard from Inko during their first meeting with her a few weeks ago. Despite their initial nerves, they found her to be quite nice. Inko had been thrilled to see her son with so many friends and a lovely girlfriend, which made everyone feel a bit awkward but also amused. As the class buzzed with excitement, they whispered about a new S-rank hero, speculating on his manliness and cuteness. Toru, the invisible girl, exclaimed her admiration, prompting a playful response from her friends. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the chatter, surprising everyone except Izuku. Aizawa, their teacher, emerged from his sleeping bag, instructing the class not to waste his time and to change into their gym clothes for a meeting on the ground. As the students hurried to comply, Jiro arrived late, breathless and apologetic. Aizawa dismissed her with a nonchalant remark, and Izuku gleefully reminded Shoto of their bet regarding who would arrive last. Momo urged everyone to focus and get to the ground, while the rest of Class 1A looked bewildered by the sudden rush. As they gathered, Izuku chuckled at a compliment about his physique, noting that everyone in their group was training hard to become heroes. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when Aizawa announced the start of the quirk assessment test. When one student questioned the lack of orientation, Aizawa explained that UA allowed teachers the freedom to teach in their own way, which meant no orientation for them. The invisible girl excitedly exclaimed about the fun, but Aizawa's response hinted at a more serious tone. He warned that the last student to finish would be expelled, leaving the class in stunned silence. Aizawa emphasized that life was unfair, and as future heroes, they needed to be prepared for the harsh realities they would face. The mood shifted from lightheartedness to a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The class responded affirmatively to Aizawa's challenge, ready to prove themselves. He made it clear that while failure was an option, not giving their all was unacceptable. As the assessment began, Aizawa was surprised by the results. Even the lowest score from Toru was higher than the average from the previous year. He noted that this class had potential, showing them the results with a mix of pride and relief. When Toru expressed her despair over her score, Aizawa revealed that the expulsion threat had been a strategic ruse, leaving the class in shock but also relieved. He acknowledged their efforts, ensuring that they understood the importance of hard work and dedication. Izuku expressed his concern that Toru Hagakure might think her success was due to luck rather than her own abilities, prompting Aizawa to sigh. He began to explain that he would have expelled her if he hadn't seen potential in her. Despite being the last in the test, Toru had managed to score high enough that, had she participated the previous year, she would have ranked in the top 5. Momo was surprised to learn that Aizawa had genuinely considered expulsion. Aizawa then instructed the students to return to class, reminding them that this was just the beginning and that the next 3 years would be challenging. A few days earlier, Hisashi was at his laptop, reviewing recent criminal activities when he received a call from Steve. Steve, sounding tired, informed Hisashi that he was preparing for a mission and needed to get to the point. He mentioned a case involving the murder of an A-rank hero, which was unrelated to any similar cases Hisashi had been compiling. Steve revealed that the hero had been investigating a shady Yakuza deal, indicating that organized crime was still a problem in Japan, contrary to popular belief. Hisashi learned that a drag ring had recently been busted, and the Yakuza had become more discreet. The mission was to eliminate the biggest threats before they could react. In the present, Trickster reported that he had infiltrated the enemy base but that their presence had been detected, compromising the mission. Hisashi urged him to locate the hostage, and Trickster revealed that the hostage was a 6-year-old girl. He also mentioned disturbing information about a human experiment involving her blood, which caused Hisashi's anger to boil. They needed to save her, but rushing in would only complicate matters. Just then, Trickster's cover was blown, and he had to flee the facility while being pursued. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A were enjoying their day, despite the challenging studies. They were excited for hero training and speculated about who their teacher would be. Kaminari hoped for a veteran pro, while Ichigo expressed a preference for someone like Aizawa. Mina recalled their frightening experience with Aizawa, but Denki insisted that trauma builds character. As they chatted, Izuku smirked, knowing who their teacher would be. Suddenly, All Might burst into the room, announcing his arrival in a dramatic fashion. The class cheered, but Izuku noted that it was not a normal entrance, causing All Might to sweat drop. All Might introduced himself as their heroics teacher and announced that today's class would be battle training. He explained the curriculum, which included combat under various scenarios, search and rescue tactics, mobility, and combat skills. He acknowledged his own reliance on brute strength and introduced Lady Nagant as his co-teacher, prompting whispers among the students about her reputation as a formidable hero. As the students expressed their admiration for Lady Nagant, All Might reminded them to focus, signaling that it was time to begin their training. They were heading to ground beta quickly. All Might, in his typical enthusiastic manner, called for everyone to change into their hero costumes. The excitement was palpable as everyone donned their outfits, except for Izuku, who was still missing. Ochako wondered where he was, wanting to ask for his opinion on her costume. Just then, Izuku emerged in his attire, prompting Bakugo to comment on his look, suggesting it was a bit edgy. Izuku insisted it wasn't. Hisashi had intercepted a strange creature following Trickster. It resembled a muscular figure with a bird-like head. Hisashi recognized it immediately. It was a Nomu, but this one was different from the others he had encountered. It seemed stronger, possessing high A-rank strength, but with its regeneration abilities, it felt as powerful as an average S-rank. He instructed Trickster to head to the meeting point while he dealt with the creature. Trickster felt a wave of dread as he sensed the Nomu's deadly aura, but that feeling shifted when Hisashi unleashed his own presence, causing the Nomu to react in fear. The training session began with the announcement of team pairings. Izuku was paired with Ochako, who was thrilled, while Bakugo teamed up with Ida. As the matchups were revealed, Izuku and Bakugo exchanged grins, though Ochako reminded them that the match would take place indoors. Izuku assured her that they would rely solely on their skills, with no outside help. Meanwhile, Steve found himself in the jungles of the Amazon, confused about his location. He recalled that a tunnel filled with rejected Nomu subjects began near the Peru-Brazil borders. It was more of a dumping ground for failed experiments, and he had stumbled upon it during a battle. The sight of numerous corpses and half-dead individuals disturbed him deeply. As he approached a building, he communicated with his team, indicating he had found something significant and needed to address it before proceeding with their mission. Back in the training facility, Izuku and Ochako prepared to enter. Bakugo, confident in their abilities, dismissed concerns about safety. He was eager to embrace their roles as villains, ready to cause chaos. As they entered through a window, they moved stealthily towards the stairs. Suddenly, a pin fell from the ceiling, and Izuku quickly pulled Ochako to safety just as an explosion rocked the area, destroying the stairs. They realized their opponents were not holding back, and Izuku strategized their next move, asking Ochako to help him manipulate the debris around them. Bakugo, standing near the wreckage, anticipated that Izuku would take the alternate route they had set up for him. Bakugo observed that he and Ida might use gravity to come from their current position, though it would leave them more exposed. Just then, they were struck by some floating debris from the door on the other side. Bakugo wondered what Ida was doing as he rushed out of the room, only to find Ida being bombarded by the debris. A grin spread across Bakugo's face upon realizing they were both present. He dashed toward Izuku, who was darting around as if playing tag with Ida. Ida called out for help, just as Izuku used a wind attack to break a nearby pillar next to him. Bakugo muttered in frustration about Izuku's speed as he propelled himself forward with an explosion, chasing after the floating Izuku. In a reflexive move, Bakugo threw a right hook, but Izuku dodged it with a grin, grabbing Bakugo's hand and tossing him toward Ida, who was charging at them. Both boys tumbled to the ground. Quickly recovering, Bakugo rushed toward Izuku, who stood grinning a short distance away, doing nothing. Bakugo was puzzled by Izuku's behavior. Just as he was about to unleash an explosion, their comms crackled with All Might's commands, declaring that the hero team had won and to halt all combat. The class was left in shock. Bakugo had used capture tape to secure mini-grenades from his costume and had blown up the entire staircase. Meanwhile, Izuku had cleverly used floating debris to distract the villains, making them believe Ochako was with him while she floated up the destroyed part of the building and entered the room just as Bakugo exited. The bewilderment in the room was palpable. Ichigo expressed his confusion, stating that everything had happened too quickly. Kaminari was surprised that instead of the usual chaotic fighting, they had employed strategies. Ichigo noted that while Izuku had always been the strategist, he was more surprised that Bakugo had used his brain, even if it involved explosions. The rest of the class simply stared in fear at the half-destroyed building. Meanwhile, Toga and Rudra watched as Steve was voraciously eating. Toga questioned what she was witnessing, while Rudra calmly ate his meal. He explained that Steve tended to eat a lot when he was angry. They were in a restaurant in Delhi, a day after their excursion in the Amazon, and Toga wondered about the events that had transpired. A day earlier, after disconnecting the comms, Steve had stormed into the facility, destroying the entrance. A guard shouted in confusion, unable to see through the dust cloud created by the explosion. As the guard reached for his holster, he found it missing and heard a voice taunting him before everything went dark. Another guard, noticing the commotion, attempted to use his fire quirk, but Steve swiftly incapacitated him. The remaining guards, caught off guard, were overwhelmed by Steve's speed and power. He entered a weapons storeroom, setting explosives before making his escape, confident that the ensuing chaos would leave the experimentation room unguarded. As alarms blared, Steve navigated through the facility, using EMPs to disable cameras and create distractions. He located the server room, where he replaced a drive with his own, uploading crucial data while erasing everything else. With the lights flashing red and alarms sounding, he made a hasty exit, sealing the room to prevent anyone from accessing it. In the control room, chaos erupted as scientists panicked over the loss of their research. Steve confronted them, and in a swift motion he incapacitated one of the scientists, leaving the others in shock. Back in the present, Toga pieced together the events and noted the blood on Steve's face and shirt. Steve confirmed that he had uncovered significant information about the production of Nomu, dead drones with multiple quirks being created and distributed to various locations. As he took a bite of his food, Toga struggled to figure out how to eat her dish. "This is concerning." Steve, with his mouth full of food, mentioned that he had found the successor of Baron, the monarch of White Flames, who was apparently in Japan. Toga, curious, asked how they were supposed to eat the food. Steve advised her to copy them and stop making a mess, wiping the food that had somehow ended up on her nose. It was the second day at UA, and after a previous incident involving reporters, which Izuku and Nizu knew was not the full story, the class was waiting for Aizawa to arrive. In an unexpected turn, Aizawa crawled to the front of the room in his sleeping bag. He mumbled that they would be heading to USJ, prompting Mina to cheer excitedly. However, Aizawa corrected her, stating they were going to the unforeseen simulation joint, not Universal Studios Japan. Disappointed, Mina expressed her wish to go to Universal Studios. Aizawa then informed the class that they would be doing rescue training with Space Hero 13, which excited Ochako, who was eager to meet her favorite hero. Aizawa instructed Midoriya to meet Nizu before heading to USJ with Nagant, to which Midoriya agreed. In Nizu's office, he was sifting through documents while Midoriya sat in front of him. Lady Nagant was perched on the windowsill, her legs dangling. Nizu explained that he and the head of the Hero and Hunter Commission had discussed Midoriya's status. With the power balance between guilds disrupted due to the disappearance of Salamander, Midoriya's father, and the execution of the previous commission president, they decided it would be beneficial to grant him a provisional hero license. Midoriya was stunned by the news. Everyone was excited about the upcoming training, especially Ichigo and Kaminari, who had heard stories about USJ from other UA students. While USJ primarily served to train Hero Course students, the support course frequently visited to maintain the facilities, which featured intricate machinery. They shared their excitement about the various zones, including the snowy area and the embedded flamethrowers. Azui commented on their enthusiasm, and Ichigo explained that while dungeons were great for battle training, hero training focused on saving others, which was a different experience. Kirishima, feeling less impressive with his hardening quirk, was reassured by Kaminari, who noted that mastering it could make him an unbreakable shield. They all laughed at Tsuyu's comment about Bakugo's personality, which was less than charming. Izuku was still in Nizu's office, waiting for All Might, who was busy dealing with criminals. Suddenly, he realized something crucial about the alarm system that had been switched off after the breach. He rushed to Nizu, expressing his concern that the alarm was connected to other defense measures, including those blocking teleportation quirks. This revelation alarmed Kana, who joined Izuku in rushing to the teacher's office. Meanwhile, Steve was indulging in an enormous breakfast, with Rudra and Toga watching in disbelief. Toga was amazed by his ability to eat so much and expressed a desire to learn his secret. Rudra explained that Steve had a fast metabolism. Steve then informed them that they had an important mission ahead, which involved traveling to a pyramid in Egypt. He explained that a recent earthquake had revealed a ravine near the Valley of Kings, where the tomb of Ramses VII had been discovered, except it was a dungeon. Rudra was shocked to learn that a team of S-rankers had entered but had not returned. Steve insisted that they needed to go alone, which upset Toga, who wanted to join. However, Steve explained that the mission was too dangerous, and he could not risk her life. Toga reluctantly agreed but insisted they return safely. With a mix of determination and humor, Rudra and Steve prepared for their journey into the world's oldest dungeon. "This is so amazing," Ichigo thought, looking around like a child visiting a chocolate factory for the first time. Kaminari shared the same excitement, both of them wide-eyed and filled with wonder. Momo giggled at their enthusiasm, while Jairu smirked and remarked that this was something one didn't see every day. Ochako, starstruck by her favorite hero, muttered in awe about the number 13. As the gathering began, the speaker welcomed everyone and started counting, 1, or 2, or 3, or 7. The crowd reacted with surprise at the sudden increase in numbers. The speaker continued, explaining that her quirk was Black Hole, a powerful ability that could be extremely dangerous if misused. Ochako interjected, reminding everyone that the speaker used her quirk to save lives, which sparked a hint of jealousy in Aoyama. The speaker acknowledged the potential for destruction, emphasizing that many in the room had similar quirks. She explained that in a superhuman society, such powers were regulated, but one wrong move could lead to tragedy. She reminded the students that they had already tested their limits with Aizawa's assessments and that their training would focus on saving others. The reality of a hero's job was not always clean, and they might witness or even cause loss of life in their efforts to protect the innocent. However, she stressed the importance of never giving in unless absolutely necessary, urging them to prioritize saving over fighting. With great power came great responsibility, and they were there to learn how to use their abilities for good. The students responded enthusiastically, eager to embrace their roles. Aizawa then inquired about All Might's whereabouts, prompting laughter among the group. 13 whispered that All Might had overworked himself, and Aizawa sighed, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. Kirishima, excited, noted that they had even prepared fake villains, unaware that Bakugo, Kaminari, Ichigo, Ochako, and Jairu were already in fighting stances. Aizawa corrected him, stating that they were real villains. As Mike pointed to a panel on the wall, Izuku pressed a button, causing columns labeled with their class names to emerge. The door of the 1A column disintegrated, and Izuku's expression turned serious. He realized they were aware of the USJ incident and felt a rush of adrenaline. He struggled to connect with his shadow, feeling a sense of urgency as he summoned Kaisel. Kana jumped onto its back, and Izuku commanded it to fly. Meanwhile, in a private jet, the Vice President of India sensed something was amiss with their flight path. His quirk allowed him to pinpoint coordinates, confirming they were off course. He alerted the pilots, who assured him that their equipment indicated they were on the right route. Just then, they entered a cloud and emerged to see another plane heading directly toward them. The pilot's alarm was cut short as the two planes collided midair. Back with Izuku, he continued to struggle with his shadow connection. Frustrated, he yelled as he summoned Kaisel, urging Kana to get on. Rudra, feeling exasperated, commented on the time spent eating, only to be interrupted by a shocking news report. The screen displayed that the Indian vice president had died in the plane collision, and a British delegate at the UN conference had been assassinated. Steve, feeling the weight of the situation, urged everyone to leave as Toga sat in shock. The news of a suicide bombing near the Geneva headquarters added to the urgency. Steve received a call regarding the unfolding crises and quickly agreed to join the World Hero Association in Antarctica, emphasizing the need for discretion about his abilities. He assured them he would arrive shortly, requesting accommodations for Kana. Meanwhile, in a classroom at Sumai, Izumi urged Kajimaru to pay attention as he stared out the window. Below, in the school's basement, blue lightning flickered as a hooded figure emerged. A guard confronted the stranger, demanding to know their identity, but the figure continued walking, seemingly unfazed. "Nuisance," he muttered as his hand stretched, a mouth forming in his palm that expanded and consumed the guard. "Now, activate," he said while leaping over the wall, careful not to trigger any alarms. At that moment, a gate appeared in the dungeon, opening and shattering instantly. Everyone was tense. Aizawa stood on guard with 13, while Kaminari, Bakugo, and Ichigo positioned themselves behind him. Todoroki, Ochako, and Jairu were protecting the class from the rear, and the rest looked equally anxious. Where is he? All Might, the symbol of peace. A man with hands all over his body questioned as villains continued to pour from the portal. Aizawa observed the villains while adjusting his goggles. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags, I guess, he muttered. Sensei, these are unfavorable circumstances. I suggest you accept assistance from us students who have experience in dungeons, Ichigo said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fool, this is no place to act rashly. Focus on getting out. Aizawa replied. That's not possible, Sensei. No signal can be sent outside. I tried using my quirk. It feels as if all our connections to the outside world are cut, Kaminari informed Aizawa, who gritted his teeth. It's true, Sensei. I tried using sound waves to echolocate, but it's as if there's a barrier around the facility. We are stuck inside, Jairu added. All right. 13, Uraraka, and Todoroki, you stay back and protect the class. Bakugo, focus on the slower villains. Ichigo, use your snakes to attack from a distance. Kaminari and Jairu, ensure that anyone who gets past me and Bakugo is dealt with. When I give the signal, take your positions. And be wary of the warp gate, Aizawa instructed, and the others nodded in agreement. As of now, you're allowed to use your quirks to defend yourselves. Shigaraki, do not forget that our job was to isolate the students and strike a blow against UA and Hero Society. It's for the best that Izuku Midoriya and All Might aren't here, the warp gate said. Dinanit, we had such a great toy, but now we can't play, the blue-haired guy, identified as Shigaraki, complained. I went to such lengths to destroy the symbol of peace, and he isn't even here, he ranted, while a hooded figure remained in the background, sitting quietly. Izuku clicked his tongue in frustration. USJ was surrounded by a large barrier, and he and Kana stood outside it. This is troublesome. It's an artifact, and at least an A rank at that. He muttered while activating Nana's awakening, trying to discern a weakness in the barrier. What should we do now? Kana asked, swallowing hard. We need to find a way to break it, or else we'll be in serious trouble. I know. But to do that, we need to locate the artifact, which could be inside. If that's the case, it will take a lot of time to break it. There is a relatively faster way, and that's to destroy it by overloading. But that will take time too, he said, contemplating another approach. Wait, the barrier is supported by 7 veins of mana. This means we need to find the point farthest from them and attack there. That could breach it. Aizawa and Bakugo charged toward the villains as Aizawa's capture gear shot out, grabbing and throwing them into one another. Idiots! He's Eraserhead. He can erase your quirks just by looking at you, a villain shouted before Bakugo blasted him. Focus on your opponent. Bakugo yelled, blasting another villain in the face while kicking one down. Diamond, nice work, heroes, someone remarked. Hey, can you erase the quirks of us heteromorphs too? A blue rock-like guy with 4 arms yelled as he attacked Aizawa. Nope, but I can take you down. Aizawa shouted, landing a punch on the guy's face, then roundhouse kicking 3 others behind him before throwing the first guy into them. Statistically, you all manifest your powers in close combat, so I took precautions, he said as he walked toward the others. That's so cool, Eraserhead. That's why you're my favorite hero, someone exclaimed. Kurojairi, do it, the person casually sitting behind the hand guy and the mist instructed. Right? Kurojairi muttered as he disappeared and reappeared behind the students. Be careful, before Ochako could finish her warning, the mist had already engulfed everyone, separating them. Dimenit. Kaminari yelled as he, Jairu, and Momo were transported to the mountain zone. This is a pinch, he muttered. What's scared? Jairu asked with a nervous grin as she looked around. Talk about yourself. I'm just disappointed that I forgot my weapons, Kaminari replied while Momo created a staff. Kaminari-kun, what do you need? Right, Momo-san, I need a wooden katana with conducting wires in between. That way, I can use my electricity without harming anyone, he explained as Jiru held back their opponents with her quirk. All right, she said as a wooden katana materialized from her back. Ochako was engaged in a fierce battle alongside Ojiro and Kirishima against a group of villains in the collapse zone. While Kirishima and Ojiro fought off one or two thugs, Ochako was taking down enemies one after another, using her gravity quirk to crush, slam, and break her opponents. She's kind of scary, both boys thought as they battled their own foes. Tsuyu fought alongside Ichigo against water-based villains. They found it relatively easy to handle them due to Tsuyu's skills and Ichigo transforming his arms into snakes to poison their enemies. Damn it! These kids are way more skilled than we thought. A villain yelled as he suffered from the effects of the poison. Alright Toga, Rudra, grab onto me, Steve instructed, looking at them both as Rudra placed his hand on Steve's shoulder. Toga grasped his hand, curious about what was about to happen. Alright, brace yourselves, he said, and with a blue flash, they all vanished. In Antarctica, a guard scanned the area with binoculars, receiving word that Steve Ray would be appearing any minute. As he looked, a blue flash materialized, revealing 3 people appearing out of thin air. DMN. This is so cool, the guard muttered as he signaled the personnel assigned to assist Steve. Welcome, Sir Steve. We were expecting you. Others will arrive within the next 3 to 7 hours. The meeting is scheduled for 11:30 a.m., around 10 hours from now. Let me show you to your lodgings after a security check, of course, a butler in uniform said, and Steve nodded. Bakugo was struggling badly. One moment they were winning. The next, a large bird-like creature struck him, nearly breaking his right hand. Frustration surged through him as Aizawa focused on the creature with his quirk activated, muttering about how he was certain it was working. The blue-haired villain, known as Hand Guy, taunted Aizawa, revealing that this Nomu was designed to defeat All Might. He commanded the Nomu to attack. The Nomu lunged forward, delivering a blow that knocked the wind out of him. Bakugo, fueled by anger, charged in with a powerful kick followed by an explosive blast aimed at the creature's face. As he retreated, Shoto unleashed a wave of ice that encased the Nomu's legs. Shoto explained that he had rushed to the scene after dealing with his own enemies, panting from exertion. Just as the Nomu began to regenerate its legs, Ochako descended from above, landing a punch that created a shockwave, shattering the ground around them. The blue-haired villain laughed, claiming that the Nomu was stronger and that their attacks would be ineffective due to its shock absorption. Ochako, determined, dodged a punch from the Nomu, but the villain's words cut deeper as he suggested that defeating a student would be a significant blow. His declaration was met with nervous murmurs from his comrades, who questioned the severity of his intentions. Before they could voice their concerns, Shigaraki silenced one of them with his quirk, leaving the others in stunned silence. With a chilling command, Shigaraki ordered the attack to resume. The Nomu charged at Ochako again, only to be frozen once more by Shoto. Bakugo and Ochako understood the urgency. They needed to exhaust the Nomu's regeneration. They coordinated their efforts, with Ochako landing another punch that shattered the frozen parts, while Shoto followed up with a wall of fire, and Bakugo unleashed a powerful blast. Shigaraki directed the Nomu to target Shoto, who found himself momentarily paralyzed by fear. Just as the Nomu was about to strike, Aizawa tackled Shoto out of harm's way after dispatching the last villain. Hand Guy, frustrated, attempted to freeze Bakugo with his quirk, but Bakugo realized he was still free. Before he could act, Ochako delivered a fierce punch that sent him flying, injuring him. The Nomu retaliated, striking Ochako, who cried out in pain. Just then, a thunderous noise shattered the glass ceiling of USJ, revealing someone floating above. Izuku had arrived, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with an overwhelming killing intent that froze everyone in place. The air grew thick, making it difficult for the villains to breathe. Shigaraki stuttered nervously as Izuku appeared beside Ochako, who was injured. In an instant, the formidable Nomu that had caused so much trouble was reduced to a mere splatter on the ground, its remnants left behind. Izuku placed a hand on Ochako's head, summoning a healing mage from his shadow to mend her injuries while glaring at the villains with fierce intensity. The tension in the air was palpable as Izuku's presence commanded attention. Meanwhile, Izumi and Kajamaru were in class, with Izumi focused on her studies while Kajamaru's mind wandered. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to the door. A guard burst in, warning of a dungeon break in the basement. Just then, a large club swung down towards him. Izumi shouted a warning, but the guard was frozen in fear as the teachers and students braced for impact. After a tense moment, a loud thud resonated through the room. They opened their eyes to see an orc lying on the ground, a hole in its forehead, with Kajamaru standing nearby, crossbow in hand. Kajamaru rallied the students, urging them to move as he dodged another orc's swing, shooting it in the groin. He formed a katana using Todoroki's quirk, igniting it to slice off the head of another orc. However, more orcs approached, and Kajamaru felt a surge of anxiety. But then, 3 high orcs emerged from his shadow, not ordinary ones, but Izuku's shadow soldiers. Essel, one of the shadow soldiers, assured Izumi that she was there to protect her, having been sent by Izuku. Izumi was thrilled to see her, acknowledging Essel's strength. Essel casually dispatched a group of orcs with a fire lance, incinerating them instantly. Kajamaru took charge, instructing everyone to follow Izumi and Essel outside while he and the shadow orcs dealt with the dungeon break and rescued survivors. The urgency of the situation propelled them into action, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The teacher advised him to stay safe, and he nodded in response. Izumi suddenly yelled as she started to walk towards the corridor leading deeper inside. Ichigo insisted that she couldn't stay behind, shaking her head. She declared her intention to accompany him, but he protested, his eyes wide with concern. She urged him to protect her, explaining that without her, he couldn't face the many monsters they would encounter. She could heal him and restore his stamina, making her presence essential. Kajamaru sighed, realizing that Essel would also be with them. He muttered under his breath about the trouble he would face with Izuku, then shrugged and agreed to go. Bakugo landed next to Izuku, commenting on the situation. Izuku noted that Bakugo was responsible for a broken leg, while a smirking figure in the back observed the unfolding chaos. Shigaraki, with a broken jaw, yelled as Izuku approached him. He instructed Tank and Igris to capture all the villains while others protected the rest and the mages healed them. As Izuku charged toward Shigaraki, a hooded figure, who had been waiting in the background, stepped forward. He expressed delight at encountering a strong opponent and challenged Izuku to fight. The figure lunged at Izuku, who swiftly dodged and drew his dagger. The figure's claws came dangerously close to Izuku's face, but he vanished in a blur, using his abilities to reappear and deliver a powerful punch that shattered the ground beneath them. The figure screamed as Izuku followed up with a kick that sent him crashing into the wall of the US. Izuku wiped blood from his lips, standing defiantly. The figure, now enraged, began to grow larger, cracking sounds emanating from him as he declared his desire for Izuku's blood. Izuku remained unfazed, acknowledging Iron, who charged at the figure but was swiftly overwhelmed. Izuku felt a pang of concern for his fallen comrade. The figure proclaimed his power as the Beast Monarch and charged at Izuku, who barely had time to react as the ground beneath him crumbled. Izuku assessed his health status and realized he was below a safe limit. He decided to allocate his unused stat points, boosting his sense and agility. As he rose to face the Beast Monarch, he prepared for another clash. The Monarch charged again, but Izuku responded with a powerful slap that sent him crashing into the wall, breaking through the reinforced structure designed to withstand All Might's attacks. Without giving the Monarch a moment to recover, Izuku used his abilities to pull him closer and delivered a devastating kick that created shockwaves. Bakugo watched the fight with a proud expression, noting that it had become one-sided. Izuku confronted the Beast Monarch, demanding answers about his creation. The monarch's protest was cut short as Izuku slammed his head into the ground before lifting him and slamming him down multiple times. Izuku pressed for an answer, and the monarch struggled to respond, blood spilling from his mouth as he writhed in pain. Izuku challenged him to show his true power. Meanwhile, in the mindscape, Sung Jin-woo watched with satisfaction, while Banjo cheered on Izuku. Outside, Aizawa and 13 observed in awe as Kaminari, Momo, and Jairu approached, accompanied by a few shadows. Kaminari lamented missing the action, while Momo and Jairu appeared shaken. Kaminari, holding a bloodied katana, explained his recent encounter, prompting mixed reactions from his peers. As Izuku prepared to strike the beast monarch again, he heard a yell and turned to see Shigaraki slowly disintegrating a villain, who was screaming in agony. Shigaraki taunted Izuku, and in the next moment, Izuku felt slashes across his chest followed by a punch that sent him reeling. The beast monarch declared that it was no longer fun and instructed Kurojairi to leave, grinning at Izuku before stepping into a portal. Shoto and Ichigo attempted to capture him, but their efforts were thwarted by an unexpected swarm of ants that filled the USJ. As soon as he noticed the ants, he quickly powered up his quirk and nearly vanished, slashing at all the ants that approached the students. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and he felt a sting as one bit him on the thigh and another on his left arm. He let out a frustrated yell, and in the next moment, 2 gunshots rang out. Turning around, he saw Momo standing there with a gun in her hand, looking extremely nervous and scared. She asked shakily if she had hurt him, feeling surreal after shooting a living creature for the first time. He reassured her that her aim was perfect, suggesting that her training with Izuku and Ichi had paid off. Momo shivered at the memory of their rigorous training but continued to shoot any ants that got near them. Jairu, feeling a bit jealous, reminded Denki to focus on the task at hand while she used her sonic attacks to destroy more ants. Denki teased her about her jealousy as he took down an ant approaching from behind. Ichigo landed next to them, his hands morphed into snakes, attacking any visible ants. Meanwhile, Shoto, Bakugo, Ochako, Aizawa, and Izuku were in the center of the USJ, surrounded by ants that Shoto and a few shadow soldiers were fighting off. Izuku handed Ochako a recovery potion, which healed her injuries almost instantly. Concerned, he asked how she was feeling, and she reassured him that she was fine, even as he hugged her tightly, expressing his dislike for seeing her hurt. She responded playfully, enjoying his softer side. Shoto interrupted them, reminding them of the urgent pest issue they faced. Izuku commanded everyone to take action, and his shadows emerged to help eliminate the ants. Igris, stepping out of the shadows, swung his sword with a single motion, clearing a significant number of ants and causing some damage to the USJ. Izuku expressed his concern about the damage, knowing Nizu would be unhappy about it. With determination, Izuku prepared to move, his eyes flashing green as he vanished into thin air. Sato watched in awe as the ant monsters fell swiftly to the green blur that was Izuku. Kaminari appeared beside him, commenting that he had seen nothing yet before disappearing in a flash of yellow. Ichigo, unimpressed, continued to poison and destroy ants. Bakugo shouted for everyone to stop standing around and help Aizawa and 13. At that moment, Izuku felt a chill run down his spine and turned to Ochako, apologizing and asking her to handle things there. She agreed, her expression sharpening with concern as she urged him to go quickly. Izuku ran toward the exit, charging his quirk to full power as ants attempted to block his path. He muttered to himself about replicating All Might's powerful blows, swinging his fist and clearing a path through the ants. Fluffy and Kaisel emerged from his shadow, ready to assist. Fluffy tore through the ants with his jaws, while Kaisel flew at full speed. Meanwhile, Kajimaru and Izumi were working together in the halls, helping students escape and dealing with orcs. In the boss's room, a shaman orc announced that the final restraints had been lifted. Guroktaru, the chieftain of the Red Blade tribe, declared their freedom, believing nothing could stop them. An orc rushed in, warning that high orc warriors and an unknown demon were aiding the humans. Guroktaru dismissed the concern, commanding the orc to lead the way and take care of the situation. Outside a classroom, Kajimaru and Izumi spotted a dense crowd of great orcs. Kajimaru jumped up and spun, throwing kunai that he had poisoned using his quirk. The orcs cried out in pain as he formed a sword and swiftly dealt with one of them. An orc attempted to sneak up on him, but Essel's precise bow skills saved him. Kajamaru complimented her accuracy as he continued to fight. Izumi jumped onto the back of an orc, using her quirk to rapidly increase its metabolism, leading to its swift demise. Ichigo, witnessing the scene, felt a bit grossed out by the sight of the orc's withered body. Izumi remained focused, using a kunai to take down another orc. Kajamaru, impressed by her skills, turned to see a group of orcs surrounding a student who, while bloodied and beaten, was still alive. Kajamaru rushed to Izumi's aid, but an invisible orc struck him in the stomach with a club. Izumi called out to him just as Essel dispatched the orc. They were quickly surrounded by a horde of orcs, and Essel knew she couldn't use a large-scale attack without putting them in danger. She dashed forward to protect Izumi from 2 attacking orcs. Meanwhile, 3 high orcs charged toward Kajamaru, but they were blocked by other formidable orcs. Kajamaru quickly formed another katana and slashed at a few orcs, but the effort drained him, and the cuts were not deep enough. In a desperate move, he utilized Shoto's quirk to burn and freeze some of the enemies, but it only managed to injure a few. A powerful orc kicked him, sending him crashing into the wall and causing him to cough. His eyes widened in horror as he saw Izumi being overwhelmed by orcs. Without hesitation, he charged toward her, cutting down anything that stood in his way. Essel was also struggling against the sheer number of orcs, finding it increasingly difficult to defend Izumi. Suddenly, an orc grabbed Izumi by the face and lifted her off the ground. Izumi struggled to escape, trying to use her quirk, but a mage beside the orc was boosting its power, making it harder for her to succeed. It became a race against time to deplete the orc's energy before she lost consciousness. Just as hope seemed lost, Kajamaru cut off the orc's hand and swiftly dispatched it. He then grabbed Izumi, pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her waist. He thought to himself that this would be painful, as his body wasn't built for such exertion, and he used electricity to enhance his speed, rushing to rescue a boy who was cornered and beaten, cutting through anything in his path. He reached the boy and pulled him to safety in the far corner of the room, away from the orcs. Kajamaru called out to Essel, instructing her to act. As Izumi began using her quirk to heal them, Essel charged her mana and unleashed it with tremendous force, obliterating everything in the room. Kajamaru and the others would have been harmed if not for the protection of the high orcs. After the chaos settled, Kajamaru sighed in relief and turned to Izumi, who was visibly shaken. She angrily grabbed his collar, expressing her frustration at his reckless actions, tears brimming in her eyes. Kajamaru stammered, trying to respond, but she firmly insisted he would not repeat such behavior. He complied, feeling more intimidated by her than by the orcs. Izumi then kissed him, catching Kajamaru off guard as she pinned his hands against the wall, kissing him passionately. As she released him, Essel looked at Kajamaru with concern, warning him about the potential consequences when Sir Izuku found out about this unexpected turn of events. Kajamaru was left in a whirlwind of emotions, overwhelmed by the realization of his feelings for Izumi. Steve walked down the corridor with Toga and Rudra when they encountered a familiar figure. Thomas Andre, Stars and Stripes, and Samui Higane were casually making their way to the meeting hall when they felt a wave of intense killing intent fill the corridor. Rudra and Toga exchanged surprised glances at Steve, who stood emotionless, radiating an aura they had never experienced before. Samui stumbled back, and even Thomas Andre and Stars and Stripes felt a shiver of apprehension. Steve greeted Samui with a clearly insincere smile, which only heightened the tension. Samui attempted to maintain his composure, though he was visibly shaken. Stars and Stripes raised an eyebrow, questioning Steve's demeanor. He explained that someone had provoked him, and she nodded, stepping aside. Thomas, confused and irritated, demanded to know what was happening. Stars and Stripes warned him that Steve was not someone to anger lightly, and when he did, it was for a reason. She mentioned past experiences with Steve's anger, which left Thomas even more perplexed. He warned Steve that attacking Samui would mean attacking his guild, urging him to think carefully before making any moves. In an instant, the air in the corridor was SED away, and multiple blades formed from the dense atmosphere. As Thomas and Samui struggled to breathe, one of the blades grazed Thomas's cheek and embedded itself in the wall behind him, causing an explosion that sent Samui crashing to the ground. Steve cautioned Thomas to reconsider his threats, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Even national-rank hunters and heroes need to breathe, and unless someone possesses the unique ability to split water molecules into oxygen and hydrogen, they would run out of air in about 20 minutes. Steve, wearing an eerie smile, explained this to the group. Kathleen, intrigued, smiled back, breathing easily since Steve had left her in an air pocket. Steve continued, addressing Tommy, stating that no matter how powerful he believed himself to be, he would not defeat Steve before running out of air. Thomas, frustrated, yelled in response, though his voice could not carry in the absence of air. Using his power to send waves of air, Steve's voice reached the small pockets near everyone's ears. Thomas took a powerful swing at Steve, a strike that could have shattered the reinforced walls of the corridor. However, Steve effortlessly stopped the attack with one hand, containing the mana shockwaves with a barrier he created. In an instant, he appeared behind Thomas, hand raised as if to deliver a punch. In that moment, Thomas felt a chilling sense of impending doom. Kathleen interjected, establishing a rule against friendly fire just as Steve halted his punch an inch from Thomas's face. Steve smirked, assuring that he had no intention of landing the blow. He merely wanted to demonstrate his capabilities. Thomas, sweating profusely, expressed concern over Steve's anger. Kathleen, curious, asked what had happened. Steve revealed that the person on the ground, who was now trembling in fear, had hired individuals to assassinate his sister and had attempted to harm his brothers. He clarified that while he was not blood-related to them, he considered them family. He intended for the one responsible to face consequences. As Steve approached Samui, the trembling figure backed against the wall, fear evident on his face. Kathleen, feeling a bit hurt that Steve hadn't confided in her, asked why he hadn't shared this information. Steve replied that as hunters, they should enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Just then, Thomas placed a hand on Steve's shoulder, feeling the tension as Steve's blade hovered near his neck. Thomas cautioned Steve, reminding him that such actions could violate numerous conventions, especially against a representative of a country. He urged Steve to calm down. Steve relaxed and chuckled, and Thomas released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Steve reassured Thomas that he was merely toying with Samui and had no intention of harming him since he hadn't done anything to Steve. He wanted Samui to feel a fraction of the emotional pain he had endured. The right to seek revenge belonged to the children affected, and they would come for him. If Thomas wanted to keep Samui alive, he needed to keep him close, as hiding him was impossible. Steve also advised against using such powerful abilities indoors, as it could have disastrous consequences. As Steve walked over to Rudra and Toga, Rudra sighed in exasperation, while Toga blushed for reasons unknown. Rudra reminded everyone to prepare for the upcoming conference and warned against actions that could get them expelled from the UN Hero Council. Thomas, frustrated, pulled Kamui to his feet and ordered him to clean up the mess he had made. Meanwhile, Kajimaru and Izumi were trying to calm the nervous boy with them. Izumi asked for his name, startling him. He stuttered that his name was Asahi Hira. Concerned, she inquired why he hadn't been attacked. Asahi explained that he had something to do with a ruler, leaving them puzzled. Suddenly, Kajimaru sprang into action as the wall of the room was blown apart by a massive orc. The creature repeated its intent to capture humans and swung its club, which Kajimaru blocked with one dagger while using the other to sever the orc's arm. As the severed hand regrew instantly, Kajimaru prepared for the next attack. More orcs flooded into the room, distracting Izumi as she aimed an arrow. Kajimaru felt the shockwave from the orc's attack as he parried, realizing the strength of his opponent. He thought about his newfound relationship with Izumi, but he quickly pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the immediate threat. Kunai materialized in front of him and flew toward the orc, but they barely affected it. Kajimaru gulped nervously, noticing Asahi in tears and Izumi looking frightened as she healed him. Determined to protect Izumi, Kajimaru summoned a shield just as the orc raised its fists. He heard Izumi's voice urging him to stop, but he was too focused on the battle to heed her words. Izumi's quirk accelerated metabolism, enhancing internal processes like blood production and healing. However, these processes required raw materials, and Kajimaru was currently starved and dehydrated from the energy expended during battle and recovery. Coupled with blood loss and injuries, he was delirious and unable to think clearly. Izumi watched anxiously as the orc moved its hand down toward him, pleading for Kajimaru to move. At that moment, she called out for her big brother, hoping for salvation. Just as the orc's fist was about to strike Kajimaru's shield, an overwhelming pressure filled the room, affecting everyone, including the approaching orcs and the Nomu poised to attack Kajimaru. The orc froze, instincts screaming for it to flee, while Kajimaru and Izumi felt a warm, comforting sensation reminiscent of home. Suddenly, the window shattered, and Kajimaru, Izumi, and Asahi found themselves at the far end of the room, embraced by none other than Izuku. He reassured them, saying they were safe now. The Nomu shrieked, compelled to follow orders despite an instinct to escape. Guroktaru, the orc tribe leader, entered, declaring his intent for divine punishment, but Izuku silenced him with an aura that left Guroktaru stunned and frightened. Inside the mindscape, Sung Jinwoo felt a surge of hatred and urged Izuku to eliminate their foes. Izuku opened his inventory, distributing mana and health potions to Kajimaru and Izumi before turning to face the Nomu. With a powerful swing, enhanced by his buffs and a portion of One for All, he unleashed a shockwave that obliterated the Nomu's upper body, leaving only its legs behind. He advanced, seizing two orcs by the heads and crushing them, splattering blood around him. He muttered about getting dirty before moving toward Guroktaru, who expressed a desire to join the beast monarch. Izuku assured him he would soon meet the monarch. Guroktaru felt himself lifted and turned upside down, the last thing he saw being Izuku's foot approaching rapidly before darkness enveloped him. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Hiden Okami, the beast monarch, sat in pain and humiliation, cursing Izuku. A voice in his mind mocked him for being defeated by a child, urging him to abandon humanity for greater power. Izuku sat across from Kajimaru and Izumi, who were looking down. Moments earlier, Izumi had recounted the events while being treated, inadvertently revealing that she and Kajimaru had kissed. Izuku asked if they were dating, and Kajimaru nodded nervously. Izuku expressed relief at hearing good news, congratulating them both, which made Izumi beam and Kajimaru feel a weight lift from his shoulders. Izuku then prepared to leave, concerned about Ochako, who had been badly injured. He rushed to the door but paused to thank Kajimaru for protecting Izumi. Kajimaru insisted it was a team effort, earning a proud smile from Izuku before he exited. Both Izumi and Kajimaru felt overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness in their eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku's allies, Nagant and others, had dealt with the threats and were back at school receiving treatment. When Izuku rushed into the room where Ochako, Kaminari, Jairu, and Ichigo were, he immediately hugged Ochako, who returned the embrace. Izuku remained silent for a moment, lost in his thoughts. Ochako, sensing something was off, asked what had happened. Izuku admitted he had been scared, surprising her since she had never seen him afraid. He expressed his fear of losing her and their friends, his voice trembling with emotion. As tears streamed down his face, Ochako comforted him, remembering how emotional he could be, as others often referred to him as a crybaby. He always helps them in their difficult times, and yet, she found herself sitting still while he cried. She grabbed his face and looked him in the eyes. She reassured him that the day had been frightening, but they had survived. Everyone had fought to the best of their abilities. She promised to become even stronger so that such situations wouldn't arise again. However, even if they did, she reminded him that he wasn't alone. There were others who would help him. They had managed to hold on well enough to stall for his arrival. As long as they were together, they would make it through. Her eyes softened as she held his head in her arms, encouraging him to let it all out. She emphasized that there was no need to face everything alone. It was a team effort. Izuku's eyes widened as he recalled what Kajimaru had told him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, gripping her tightly, his face pressed against her chest. Ochako gently stroked his back with one hand while the other ran through his hair. He felt a slight smile form as he realized the truth in her words about teamwork. Ochako then mentioned that Aizawa-sensei was calling them, prompting him to turn his head toward her with a small smirk. He playfully remarked that he wanted to stay a little longer because she was soft, which made her blush. She playfully scolded him, feeling embarrassed yet smiling. Later, Steve informed them that they were in the room designated for resting. Although they hadn't prepared for their arrival, most essentials were available. He encouraged them to get comfortable, as there was still time before the meeting began due to many representatives yet to arrive. Rudra asked if Steve had any idea why so many attacks had occurred that day. Steve speculated that it was likely a distraction, suggesting that the coordinated attacks were meant to divert their attention. Toga, deep in thought, considered the implications. If the attackers were trying to distract the world, wouldn't it make more sense to do so in one nation where the media would be focused? It seemed redundant to create chaos globally. Rudra mused that the attacks could serve to destabilize the world, as the day had indeed turned chaotic. Suddenly, Toga jumped to her feet, exclaiming that they might be planning to gather everyone in one place. Rudra's eyes widened in realization. If the plan was to destabilize the world, this would be the perfect opportunity to strike, given that many powerful heroes and hunters were present. If the attackers found a way to incapacitate everyone at once, entire nations could be left defenseless. Steve contemplated the situation and confirmed that everyone present was in danger. He suggested establishing a connection with the outside world. Rudra expressed concern about the signal jammers that would hinder communication. Steve, with a confident smile, reminded them that he could teleport and just needed to place some seals. He explained that he would go out to gather materials, calibrate a satellite, and set up a transmitter far enough away to avoid detection. He instructed them to move far enough into the transmitter's range and assured them that they knew what to do once they reached it. They needed to update information, send messages, and activate contingencies. Rudra questioned how they would even get there, to which Steve mentioned a tunnel. Rudra raised an eyebrow, skeptical about the feasibility of creating a stable tunnel in such a short time. Steve assured them that they would see his plan unfold. Before leaving, he emphasized that no staff members should be informed of their plans, as they couldn't be sure who might be on the attacker's side. He then complimented Toga for her efforts, which made her blush with happiness. In a flashback, a 7-year-old Toga sat quietly at the dining table with her family. She innocently asked her mother for more food, and though a bit confused, her mother obliged. Toga felt a pang of sadness at her name, which reminded her of the shift in her identity after her quirk was discovered. She sighed as she continued to eat, feeling an insatiable hunger that never seemed to fade, despite the food in front of her. After finishing her meal, she walked to her room and stumbled upon something shocking: a dead pigeon lying on her bed, its neck caught by a thin wire. The sight of the blood staining her bed ignited a strange hunger within her. She felt drawn to it, her mouth watering at the sight. Despite knowing it was wrong, she approached the bird, trembling with fear and confusion. As she picked it up, her heart raced, and tears welled in her eyes. She brought the pigeon close to her lips, and as her lips touched it, blood flooded her mouth. In that moment, she felt a sense of fulfillment that terrified her. She questioned what was happening to her, feeling overwhelmed by her emotions as she drank the blood. Suddenly, her mother's voice broke through the haze, yelling in shock and horror. She had come to put her to bed when she saw her drinking from a dead bird. Her father rushed up and looked at the scene, horrified. He quickly took the bird from her hand. Her mother stood frozen, muttering about having raised a monster. The word monster echoed in her mind, making her feel like she didn't belong, that she didn't deserve to be there, that she was destined for a darker fate. Toga smiled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She was in Steve's arms, having just shared a moment of intimacy with him. In that moment, she felt like she had found a place where she truly belonged. Steve looked at her with raised eyebrows, asking if she was all right. She smiled back, hugging him tighter. He pointed out that she was crying, which made her chuckle. She explained that happy tears existed, feeling a warmth in her heart as she embraced her name, Himiko, which she loved dearly. The lyrics were intriguing, and the translation provided a glimpse into their meaning. The Hindi song featured was No Losses by K.R. Dallaran, a favorite artist known for his impactful lyrics. Another song mentioned was Playground, a collaboration between Hi-Rez, KRNA, and KX and Crooked, a legendary rapper recognized for his work with Eminem and others. KX and Crooked had even interviewed both Eminem and KRNA. The Hindi song carried a serious tone but was well crafted, and the singer was held in high regard. The lyrics resonated with many, particularly those familiar with the cultural context, making it a worthwhile listen. Subtitles were available in the video for better understanding.